ワクワクするステージ、視線を集めてキラキラした瞳でさあ遊びに行こう。一緒にいればもっと輝けるよ。ピカピカ光るステージで君だけの物語、ぽよぽよなリズムに乗せて弾けようよ。どこまでも広がる空、勇気を持って進もう。君が主役のストーリー、さあ始めよう。この瞬間が宝物だよ、キュンとするでしょ。
江东去，浪淘尽，千古风流人物。30功名尘与土，8000里路云和月。10万首9000上，几曾着眼看后望。真度真度，旌旗叹欧陆。
春到，好热闹，这个百姓市集欢声笑。说了个江湖义士叫蓝梦，他会幻术。
Gather round, one and all, for a wonder like none other. Huh? We have an audience. Behold my mystical talents, passed down for millennia. Watch closely now.
Criminal spotted ahead.
Me? Apologies, that's all for today. May we meet again? Catch! This'll be a breeze.
Case closed.
Maybe we could just talk this over.
咱们是趁乱一抽烟，2个人影都看我闹颠，为何守株待兔？让你也逃不出我手指间。一个低下，一个
Ooh, look.
过人性不变，一个是左右摇摆青丝。
Give it up, miss! Take a breather, would you?
前低头看。哎，那个大活人上了哪处？
You ever heard of work-life balance? See ya!
欢迎来到 Nbpl， 你现在正在收看的是2025永劫无间职业联赛春季赛第3双周单排的周决比赛。大家好，我是任栋。再次感谢解说开场带来的精彩的个人集锦介绍。那么现在在我身后，所有晋级的选手也已经准备就绪，让我们欢迎选手登场。 本周晋级的所有选手也已经来到了我们的台上，大家的心情、心态是非常的轻松。先问一下我们的德华，那赛前有什么对支持你的粉丝们讲的？
看我一泻千里。
哎，这个感觉并不是什么好词儿啊，希望你可以一如既往的加油。同样的话，现在正在重庆分会场有很多热爱永劫无间的捷豹们正在收看我们本次的单排周决，有什么话送给大家？麦克，
他们啊，我将这周我将一次不死自己的靠神。
哎，那两边的话，在常规赛的第一、第二的前序积分的选手也已经放出了赛前的狠话。那么同样的话，我们期待本周谁可以拿下我们的单排冠军？无间进无限，第3双周单排周决现在开始。
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, good afternoon, and good morning, NARAKA BLADEPOINT players. My name is Cerverio, alongside with Creatives. We are going to be going through for bi-weekly finals for solos into this week, Gamers United. Creatives, we are coming back into the mix, allowing to see what has prevailed for the past 2 weeks. And now with the new season patch, with the 4-1 patch getting April 1st on, and getting a lot of eyes to be seen through these past 3 days, now with the finals in play to see where the players stand upon all 12 of them.
Yeah, bi-weekly 3 finals already here. It's been insane bi-weeklies this year so far. First one getting taken over by Edward, the second one by Wu Fong, and now in our third one, we're gonna have to wait and see how the games pan out for today. But I mean, it's been very interesting to see the changes between all the patches and how these players are adjusting. We've seen a different side of players trying to get a little bit more accustomed now to the newest patch. You know, there's a new weapon in the pool that we were just on for bi-weekly 3, which is a little bit more, you know, a little bit more skill ceiling for a little bit more players to get more accustomed to it. But I mean, it's been a blast watching that weapon being played in the meta. I mean, in my opinion, I think it's a very strong weapon. Being able to catch people going up with the scare rushes with the R&B focus. But another thing we can catch is these switch shots, Severia. Look at these, man. I know this is what people have been waiting for.
Way too good, way too clean right now. We have the champion choice skip coming through for this weekend only for this Saturday and tomorrow, which is going to be Sunday. This is where you guys are going to get that limited time champion bubble choice gift, and that's going to be so limited. I couldn't even tell you how limited. It's like, you know, we go to a shop for some trading cards, and all of a sudden some scalper already picked up 5 of those boxes, and you can't even get a single one off of the shop. That's how limited we're talking about. And the things that come into this bubble is that it is one of the players to be given out, so it's a little illustration from the Nbpl to give them a little bit of gratitude. But, you know, talking about how it comes into this week, right? The flying knives, I should say, coming out of the gates, swinging literally across the field of play, because you're looking at both not only to, you know, solos and trios, but just where it's going to be culpable in being used, the percentage of time, and it's been pretty high. We've seen it in the backhand pocket of nearly every player, so much so where it is possibly the most used weapon by far this week. And the thing that comes into play about the flying knives is we've seen how it's versatile in both its range of oppression with the blue focuses of the R&B, such as with the vertical where you're able to throw 3 flying knives. But another thing that comes out of it is just seeing how quick the damage and how fast that blue can come through in any direction that is necessary for you as a player, but also for these players to catch them off guard or to even switch it up against them to set them up against a TOD like with Lonnie or even with Liam and catching them out of the woodworks.
Yeah, And I like that you mentioned the heroes there, and that has been a big change in the meta now. I mean, Liam has been the staple for first round selections for these players for a very long time now. And now throughout Biweekly 3, we started to see a little bit more changes now where we're getting these 3 Liam games a lot more often than we ever did before. A lot of these players either go for Alani Liam for that first pick, and then the double Liams get locked in. And then the Lanis are, you know, pretty much a lot of players didn't really think Lonnie was that strong, and she's very, very strong in this meta. And then accustomed to that, we also have the Shayol that has came into the meta, which has been a very strong pick for these players as well, and just how different the meta is looking like. But we're going to be looking at our current standings and how many points these players are going to be taking for today. At the top of the pyramid, we have OUG's Mike with that 8.9. The 2-time is back on top here for the bi-weeklies. But me and Severo were having a little chat earlier, and I was like, man, Mike kind of don't be hot here in the finals. So I'm really hoping he really finds his fitting for today's games and continue this momentum being on that in the top right now with that 8.9 to be able to close out this bi-weekly.
Yeah, it feels like in the finals, sometimes we've seen Mike adopts a docile attitude between his peers, and then all of a sudden starts ramping up. We saw that in week 1, where he really never had a chance of making it to match point until the last game, playing his Akos game, and then kind of surprising everybody with this high kill score. But one thing is for certain is that after this season patch had gone through, Mike has been at his peak. We saw a 42-point day to give him the necessary lead, which just auto qualifies beyond any boundaries of any players from north of, you know, from the sidelines of CN. One thing that makes it for certain is that he made notion about how the threshold of that 23 to 24 points was a bit low for the players to make it into match point. However, he is now at 8.9 preemptive, and having that into this game is definitely going to be something that he's going to take advantage of. But looking into the selections here, this is going to be how the map rotation comes out. The first 3 maps, starting off for normal for solos, with Padoria Midnight, Hollow Sunny into Morris Island Midday. Games 4, 5, and 6, same order. Morning Dew Padoria into Hollow Dusk into Morris Island Night. The last 2 maps switch up. That's where the phases go also into a jumble mess, where any players that are the highest peak of match point will be placed in order from the bottom most. You'll see what I'm talking about when we get there. But a lot of things about the phases, especially coming into solos finals, is how the upset spaghetti moment come through when a character is being chosen out of the order. But the players, the coaches especially, they know exactly where those choices are going to be made. That's why they have that insurance backup pick, just to make sure that player can utilize a key character, whether or not from the first 3, but definitely going to be one of those top picks, such as with Justina, with Tumulches, and even seeing Syra here into the 4th phases, or even to the 3rd phase at the minimum, just to be chosen alongside them.
Yeah. And I don't expect it to change here for bi-weekly 3's grand finals. You guys know how it is here for the grand finals of the bi-weeklies. Potential 8 games on the line for today. So we could be having a long day for everybody at home. Make sure you guys get y'all popcorn, get y'all drinks, whatever you guys like snacking on, because we're going to have a lot of NARAKA to be played out today. I mean, it's going to be a full day of action. Players are starting to lock in. Going to go ahead and load up our first game of the day. Once again on Padoria. No Fireflies, or yes, Fireflies, sorry, for our first map. But yeah, I mean, did the no Viper in the meta catch you off guard, Severio? I feel like Viper from, you know, rank game obviously is a different aspect than the pro scene, right? But I feel like her potential has been very, very strong, and we did see XY try her out one time without the silence F, but I don't think anybody else have been testing waters with her. I do think we possibly would get her here in 8 games, but did that caught you off guard that she was not being played out for anybody else?
I wouldn't be surprised. Taking a look in the scene about Viper's opportunity in rank games is where she's able to kind of be a free roam access type character, where she's able to be consolidated to certain fights. In the Nbpl, you will get feeded on just because of you using your ability or you using your ultimate. And certain characters have a lot more prevalence in using their ultimates to use either offensively or defensively. And when Viper uses her ultimate, it's mostly to use it defensively, or even to use it offensively with a preemptive of like that 5-second silence, and then the pop with V2, where it is able to, you know, garnish a 4-second silence. But after that, the players can go in on you. There is nothing that's stopping them. You could be an Akos, they may have trouble. You could be a Viper, or you could be a Justina, you could dash out. You could be a Lani, you can dash wash out pretty much and get some little bit of sustain. But with Viper, right, her active use of the ultimate, it's a very high cost investment. And for XY to pull it out, he got 2 kills with using that Viper game, and I believe around 5th or 6th placement. The only problem is once the lobby starts to kind of get lower into the numbers, there's not a lot of opportunity to pick up upon the pace of just going from 1 kill to the next, going from 1 kill to the next. A lot of players will then look at you and take into a visible notion that you need to be taken care of. That's where certain players that would choose out to mulch, if they get a double pick into that round, knowing that there's another to mulch there, they could easily take care of her, right? We're looking at locking her down to one spot, throwing wisp at her back and forth, nothing to contest that, and then all of a sudden that's just one Viper down. That's the only Viper down because all the other players want to use their picks somewhere else, like a Kylan, for instance.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? In the pro league, like there is like really the only isolated fight I would think out it's Realm in these lobbies, so it's kind of hard to pull out that Viper and be successful. Even if you go in a Realm, you know, it's not a guaranteed win. And once you get out of that Realm of Yang and you have that Yang depletion timer and players are getting active there and you have no F breaker, you pop your ult, you get depending what ult you get, if you are running V3 or now V2, you're not really getting a long stun, right? It's not gonna get a lot of value compared to like a Xiaoyu. She pops her ult, she has shield, 3 shield breaks, still does a lot of damage, has crazy mix-ups, and every other character you mentioned, right? Just being still, I think, leads ahead of Viper in the aspect of a lobby like this, right? Where there's not a lot of isolated fights. But you know, I would love to still see a Silence Viper in the pool and see how she does in one of these lobbies. But you know, T225 now back for this bi-weekly finals. Did not make bi-weekly 2. Was a rare sight there for T225. Usually in that top 6 area. Has been a veteran in the game and not qualified for that bi-weekly. He really turned up this bi-weekly 3 to make sure he made into that top 12 threshold to be able to compete for the bi-weekly 3 final. And we see him here tonight. He will be playing out his games for the bi-weekly 3. Wow, to be an exciting day of NARAKA. Perdoya first round. No Asia this week as well, right, Severi? We have no Asia, which is his first bi-weekly. He has not qualified since he got into the league, which it's not too crazy to say because he's a rookie.
Yeah, I was about to say, I mean, the thing is, adaptability comes into play for Asia from the Team Alliance. He kind of worked his placements between the first 2 weeks, and then the season patch happened. I don't know how his adaptability to what would work out for him change. I would say mainly to see how he and his coach decide to look back in this week and seeing at finals and how the players, his peers, what they do that's differently from those times against him, because that's how the nature of the game goes. They have to study in the scene what is going to be the best option, you know, to play. You know, as one player would say, you know, is macro the way? A lot of things comes out where the players take a standpoint on each other of where, you know, one place is, okay, do we drop on somebody or do we play the map? Do we play for objective? Usually in the small objectives, or rather big objectives that would be generally known, is like the Vulpine's Jade Essence inside of Fedoria, you know, looking at solving out the puzzle in Hollow Rock. But then there's the other things, right? Off drop, what are we looking for? First kill into allowing for us to get that Moonbane, allows us to get a gear advantage, or are we looking to try to get the gold ourselves and wait for that cycle of the shop to open up, get ourselves situated with gear or even with money with Dark Tide coins and just saving that out for the end or post first Realm Yang. A lot of the processes to come out gives a lot of players notion, and then that is not including the cave that opens up after the first Realm Yang starts to pop out. And for the players to take their objective to that is either one or two things. Is there going to be a player there, or do I need that because I don't have gear that's necessary? And am I going to contest that with another player? Usually we would see Liam take the Realm Yangs considerably with both, you know, Cyrus and whatnot. Am I going to be going up against that or Shayo? Things are on the table for what their opponents could be going into, and knowing what their other peers are going to do because they have done it in the past so many times.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's just so much to look to think about in these games. But yeah, I'm not surprised that Asia didn't qualify. I mean, he has done an outstanding job thus far throughout the league, being able to make it into those top 12 for the bi-weeklies. But you know, like you mentioned, new patch, new weapon, probably just needs to get a little bit more reps in, and he'll definitely come back bi-weekly 4 a lot stronger. XY though, on the screen, XY has had a slower start, I'll say. He kind of slowed down throughout the second half of his debut year last year. He had a very strong start. I remember seeing him on the Temi. He had good fights against a lot of the strong players. He was winning a lot of fights. He was putting up a decent amount of points, but he kind of starts slowing down throughout the second half of the year. And this year, I haven't really seen him shine as well. But I will love to see how he does in today's games. I mean, it's too much to try to overcome, right? I mean, there's just so many players locked in for these games, and now, like I mentioned the other day, I feel like NARAKA it's a day-to-day thing now with just how high everybody is up here for the skill ceiling. Just everybody can take a bi-weekly home. Last bi-weekly, Wufang came in 8th place and took the bi-weekly. This new system with the threshold gives the potential for any of these players to take a chip home for themselves and their squad. So you really got to be locked in, and even if you're not in that top 6 with the threshold, with the points moving on in for the first games, it doesn't really solidify who is going to be the winner of the bi-weekly a lot of the time. So, you know, I am going to be keeping my eye out on Mike. Also, Spider. Mike's trying to take a chip home right after Champ, the J Cup. He has to see if he could try to take this bi-weekly 3. I know he's hungry for it. He's been very locked in, and he's been serious. Last time he was looking at the camera, I was like, hey man, my fault, like let me step back, because he was really serious, and you know, you can really see him you know, being locked in and trying to take bi-weekly home.
Yeah, now we're going to look into the case scenario, his position last phase, giving him an option to pick out the Zipping. I can't believe it. They made it so it's possible. Listen, he hasn't picked Zipping in a long time, and that's just because the value that she had has diminished greatly inside of the Pro League, at least when it comes to a regular 6-game format. Now, in an 8-game format, he has the option, considering how low of a placement of the phases that he's in. One thing that makes this for certain knows that Arano and Fong are going to take full valuability in terms of this. Whether we see Lonnie, whether we see Liam, that could be a mix and match between the two. They go for double Lonnie pick, that's going to be the case scenario. FPX Star, JL's AS, options right now for the Liams are going to be considered, and that's going to be the ones that are locked in for the second phase. We enter to phase 3. That's going to give us ASE's XY, BB's Frostivus. This is going to be an option right now for the Shayol to be picked up right now from XY Shayol and then into Frostivus' hands to mulch. The remaining players see the availability for Shayol, and now it's up to T2-5 inverse to go deciding upon D.
Very interesting. Very interesting. The double picks for the top 2 characters in the lobby, and then we have a 1-2 split there. Frostivus taking up that Temi. T2-5 on the Syra. Verse is going to lock in that Shayo as well. So still have a Syra up for grabs here for these players. Shayo is out of the pick bans now. Spider is going to go ahead and lock in that Justina for his first game of the day. Wufang's going to lock in the Syra. There it is. Going to be the 1-1 split there on the Syra. So only 2 in the lobby. Edward, Mike, potentially 3 Justinas for this game, or Mike could throw us off guard as well and play his staple Zapane, which will be kind of not the play. He tried it last time and it didn't really work out. Yeah, he's gonna go with the Temi for his first game. So he is gonna be rolling with Frostivus on the Temis there, and we got an Akos there for Edward on his first game of the day. So the lobby's looking very spicy right now here with the pick bans for these players. We got pretty much everybody except one character, Akos, with a pair in this field. I believe Justina as well. But game 1, we're locked. Bi-weekly 3 grand finals, bi-weekly finals. Make sure you guys go ahead and watch on Twitch if you guys want to win that Champions Bubbles. This is only going on for today and tomorrow for the trio grand finals. So make sure you guys are on Twitch, twitch.tv/NARAKA BLADEPOINT. If you guys want to get that Twitch drop for the Champions Bubble. Nothing too crazy here on the picks, Averia. I mean, we've pretty much seen this meta now since the first bi-weekly one, with how these players are going to be picking up their characters. The only thing that really threw us off guard in the beginning was where the Lonnie was being picked, which is not being selected on the second round.
Yeah, exactly. And now we're looking at the skills here. One thing for certain is that we've seen the value from different players, such as Mike with F2 Akos, and that's what Edward is going to go for. I see a lot of usage in terms of using F1 just to have that knockback, having the mitigation aside. One thing is for certain though, for the F2, having a range gold focus is either hit or miss, but seeing how Lonnie is prevalent in the pick pool, it is something that she can probably get caught out, especially after she decides to throw her ball and her ultimate, and then that gives Anakos a way in. balance to catcher, and that's what this would potentially give Edward. He's had a tremendous season so far with Akos, 5.5 average points with that 6% pick rate. So for him to have this decision to be made, it's the highest in the lobby right now, only to be contested by Arano's Lonnie with that 5.5. And for this chase scenario, I know one thing is for certain for Akos is him being picked up is not going to be because players feel like it is a necessity. And this is going to be the location for our drops. Tincture Woods, 3 players, ASC, WBG, and I believe TE took a drop right there. And into the Hall of Eternity, WZ Arano and FPX Star are going to be looking into it with BB's Frosters right in the mixture between Ascension Forum and the entirety of Imperium. But looking at the West, there's only so many places you can go after the first loss. It's just a Firefly map, so the places to be are going to be where those activity drops begin. And now for OA's Edward and seen towards DRG Fong, this is also be a spotlight right there. Actually, Mike is going to be contesting between WBG's Verse and ASC's XY, and we're going to start off hot here. We have it for Padoria round 1 for finals for week 3. My name is Severio alongside with Creatives, and we're looking at this start off to be a violent one with all of these hot drop medallions.
Biweekly 3 finals, game number 1, locked and loaded, starting off with the 2 times Mike on the Tumult, landing on those Fireflies. Off rip, wants to try to get that ultimate as fast as possible. Nobody really contesting here. We do have some scrap offs here from Spider and AES. Justina here for Spider, AES on the Liam. Common armor for both players, I believe. Still uncommon weapons here for Spider. A little bit of aggression might happen here from AES pretty soon. He's taking a lot of white health. I think he hit a poison. Yeah, he did. He had to retop that white health. Nearly gets eliminated there off the mushroom, but now a 3-way scrap off here with Mike, XY, and we also have Verse in the mix as well.
Yeah, now for Mike, he has enough ability to still be available, looks towards it, throws it, and makes sure he gets caught by a host shot from the back line. That's exactly what XI is looking for Mike, looking to try to get inside of one of these bird cages to loot this one up. Gets a pole sword and none. He wasn't able to take the time to loot that end. He doesn't find any armor slots, so he's going to take the time to manually heal out that white health, as he does have that level 2 healing berry. And for Verse and XY right now, it's only a matter of time before Mike decides to come back in. And he knows that he can't take this fight for long, so taking the time to go towards Azoth Peak is going to be the way. The chase could be coming through from both of those players, but we'll have to see. Towards the south side of the map, though, AS still taking a little bit of chances here. Goes up against Spider, who also must have taken a lot of chip damage from the poison, the solar jellyfish, taking us into Spider's spotlight with the dagger. Is like he's able to disengage from this, and you can see how much this terrain is going to be griefing him. The moment that he looks for one angle, though, he gets a scare rush. AS looks to try to chase this down with the RMBs. The whole check was going to work against him, and for Spider, early F2 to be anticipated. This is going to be the kill potential between both of these players, Wufong or AS, to get that one hit, one RMB to the next, double LMB to the RMB. That's AS's kill, and that gives him kill number 1.
Yeah, that's a massive hit there. Wufong now into the full extension off the spear. Goes for the grapple extension. AS now is going to be forced to pop this Lee ultimate. The 1.0 LMB focus there from the spear from Wufong. Now, massive health advantage here for Wufong. LMB Power once again is going to weave the F2 to the pistol shot as well. And Wufong there with nice cleanups there in that fight. XY and Mike investing that Tim ultimate. Big whisk there onto Burst at the back end. Shaya ultimate now called in here for Burst. Double whisk there onto XY. Triple whisk as well. Big damage here from Mike onto both of these players on the side of the terrain. Gets elimination onto Burst as well. And now XY does have no armor left here, and Mike does have the health advantage here in the situation. Nuncha meter burn clips him here at the last final hits there off the Nuncha meter burn. Bow shot connects there as well for XY. The 1-2 overhold. Shaya ultimate called in here for XY, and Mike now try to create the space, try to count this ultimate, but the damage has been done here from Mike and nearly taking out all the pressure off him from both of these players.
This is what I was talking about, having that backup weapon, and that's what that common dagger really worked in for Mike. He found a nice common armor swap, a little bit of mitigation here and there. He takes the time to disengage, and he has a lot of opportunities to go right back into this fight. But for XY, it's only when his ultimate is over for that Shayo. His ultimate, on the other hand, is about to be back up 73% right now in that rage bar. And for Mike having this purple longsword, a lot of damage can come out from a single 1.0, whether they be held or not. In the meantime, we see XY looking to get a full reset while Mike takes the ship damage. Verse actually taking the opportunity of rezzing inside of Azoth Peak. We're gonna see a nice RMB attempt from XY, but the terrain griefed them with a little scaffolding, gives Mike a little bit of salvation. He's looking to find another armor swap inside of these corridors, but it's only gonna be a chance right now for them to run into Verse, who is looting on the underground at the altar of Abiding.
Yeah, he has to go inside his zone here, try to cut off this pressure. Does manage to continue the movement game here, using the best of his abilities to try to retreat here from the situation. Only with a quarter of that white health. XY still full throttle in here. Try to catch up the elimination here onto Mike. Looks like he might get a little bit of movement area here for XY. Mike's going for a quick little reset there. Pops one white powder in, or Vitalia in. He's going to get a little bit more of that white health back. He does get clip off the grapple bump there, and the air R&B does not connect. R&B Prio there for Mike. So go ahead and invest the Temi ultimate once again. This could be bad here for XY. Catches the wisp into the re-wisp as well. The double R&B focus. He reads the player behind him. They go for the full extension into the wisp once again. Gets the damage and the elimination onto XY and the bloom. And now Burst now trying to retreat, trying to get the damage. Big jump LMB, R&B, big damage there for Verse as well. Oh my god, everybody is on one today. Verse eliminates Mike, but Mike is still in this game.
Verse is doing massive work right there in the Scare Rush to finish him off with a flashy finish. We're switching over to Wufang, looking for this grapple infinite, going for a three-piece, going for a jump LMB extensions, doesn't catch it. Edward has F2, he gets tap dodge, one LMB, doesn't commit towards the uppercut and switches back to that fan. Must have been parried earlier, because now for Edward, looking for the R&Bs, gets caught by a jump LMB. Wufang looks for a Scare Rush here. If he can, gets it, doesn't attempt to go for it, and with Edward looking for his dodge, gets skimmed off with a haircut, like asking for a level 2 on that Blade Rain Razor.
Gets cut off with this Scare Rush though. Wufang now 2-on-1. Jump LMB. Finisher there for Wufang. Clean, simple. But wow, everybody with extensions. I was not ready for tonight right now. I mean, I was not expecting all these restands with the whisk on the Temis there for Mike. Catching Prowls there. Getting the full juggle down to here with the dual blades. I mean, everybody's just using the terrain in their favor. And Star, he has a lot of those coins there for the Volpine, but no Volpine. So I don't think anybody was able to secure the Volpine essence, but Fong is going to be calling in that Mood Bane, prepping for that first Roma Yang. A lot of aggression here for game 1. 2 for Mike as well for Wufang. Burst, T225, AS, and Fong with 1 on the board. Mike going still getting active. This time around against Spider. LMB focus there for Mike onto Spider. Big damage there off the blue daggers. And knock off 1.5 blocks off that blue armor. Overholds. Justina Ultimate's already invested here for Spider. Tries to go for the freeze. He does connect off of this as well. And Mike can be eliminated early here in this fight. The F called in is going to use it to his advantage. Goes on top of the terrain with the F jump there. Beautifully played out there for Mike. But the freeze overhold R&B focus there for Spider. And that's going to be Mike's game 1 there.
Mike goes down there almost immediately. Now is going to be the chance right now for catch up for the rest of the lobby. Like I said, proposed points was 8.9. 2 eliminations this game and getting killed out before the first Roma Yang. Unbelievable. But here's going to be a chance here over towards this Roma Yang. JL's AS with that Yang cast looking for Wufang, and it has the ultimate to be casted for this. AS takes a little bit of a dazzle into that laser beam. Not a lot for him to worry about except for the timer. He still has a chance right now to just pop his ultimate once Wufang ends. And now it's going to be a chance for Wufang to commit towards all that damage. F1 to look for the knockback. Goes for ultimate and defends his position for that Yang pass, and Wufang knows his position is going to be bad for him, so he sticks to the outskirts into avoiding where AL's position is. JL's AS's position is. Purple power, that's going to smack heavy. But for Wufang, having a Tuna, having an Overlord on standby, having a purple pulse sword, so if he decides to go into his Roma Yang, he'll be more than ready and taking a fight with his foes.
Yep, looks like he's going to retreat now. Wufang go to look to see if he can reposition here. We do have the cave there for Wufang. Frosted is playing the Spirit well on the Temi. Playing out the end game right now, wants to make it into that end circle to get those eliminations. And we see this a lot from Frostivus. Been a little bit silent in the early game. Mid game, he gets 1 or 2 eliminations, and then he just pops off in the end game, gets 2 or 3 for his last and final kills, and he ends up with like 6 kills, 7 kills. So Frostive is still on that mindset, wants to make it to the end circle. Wufang in the cave now is going to pick up a little bit more resources here, a little bit of Jade upgrades for himself. Star, T225 for our first Roma Yang. That's purple staff in hand there for Star. T225 on common flying knives. These players are very, very comfortable with this weapon now. These players are trying to pick any time. Look, and this is what I'm talking about. That follow-up right there, that focus attack, to be able to catch the aerials is so good. The clink comes in off the Scare Rushes. T225 now, still with the health advantage. Common flying knives, trying to see if he can take this on. He's gonna be able to get that crouch parry. Beautiful done there. No, they've called in for no damage there for Star. Now Star's gonna be forced to pop this ultimate in the back end. He does catch the first V2 here on T225. What's gonna be the mix up here?
Might be a chance here for the F1, and there's going to be the cast out here for T225. Takes time to heal behind this pillar, but Star has 1 more orb ready to go into the back pocket, and there's going to be the ultimate that we necessarily needed to see from Star. He gets a nice dazzle. He still gets orb. Doesn't matter, but this is going to be a position right now for Star. He's got to space out between the Syra right now because she still has her ultimate for another 9 seconds. So for T225, looking for some dazzles across the corner. He looks to try to look for the kiting path for that pillar. You know, line of sight is getting broken every so often for T225. It was mainly a defensive ultimate. 45 seconds left on the clock right now for the players here. Star is looking to try to go for a Scare Rush attempt, maybe looking for a stagger, looking for the RMBs. T225 looks to charge up, gets one clink. We see the meter in the center for that Binding Fury. He can hold the horizontal. Nice tap dodge into the LMBs and burns out the combo breaker. And for T225, gets parry baited into an LMB. And for one more chance, he gets that block extreme. He goes for an LMB. He gets the uppercut. No grapple bump. The pillar's griefing. The Scare Rush wasn't going to catch anyways. And he's looking for a quick parry here because those RMBs are being charged up by Star.
Yeah, and Star just running out of timer here. Focuses R&B there for Star onto 225. Big damage now. The health is even between both of these players. That purple staff is just doing so much damage there against T225. 10 seconds remain. Proc comes in off the nunchucks. Doesn't release this time around. LNB Pro there for Star. F caught in here for T225. Now the dazzle does not connect there. The LNB Pro once again for Star. 2-on-1. Big damage. And that's going to be the elimination there for Star to T225. Catches the LNB Pro on the last second. Arano winning his realm very fast in that realm of Yang. I already saw the WZ being popped up like 10 seconds in while we was watching T225, so I hope we get a replay to watch that one back. There it is. You ask and you shall receive. Fong against Arano. Here it is. We do have the follow-up there to Fong on the flying knives. Arano trying to double tap dodge back into the parry down to Fong. Jump LNB. F caught in here for the Lonnie. Click comes in off the light as well. The ultimate is going to be invested here from Fong, but the LNB power for Arano into the TOD off of this. There goes the ball, the juggle, into the following hits there, and that was just beautiful there from Arano.
Actually, masterclass work coming out from that point. We actually saw that from Mike into day 3, which was kind of a surprise, and seeing what the other players are taking notes of what their peers are doing and getting a chance of being able to do that. And I also want to mention how that moment of being able to look for that 2-on-1 from T225, which if you guys saw the move where he went for the staff for the uppercut and quickly swapped his weapon in hand, whether or not he's using the other weapon in his pocket, he could also be using his sheath to swap that out, and in place in those final seconds had the opportunity to catch that. For Star though, this is going to be where it comes into a difficult standing for T225, right? Because one thing is for certain, for Star, he has his opportunity to look for his lockdown for the RMBs, those gold nunchucks that he's picked up from the Realm of Yang. But for T225, he's got only a matter of time before he gets caught. Arano gets caught by the dazzle. There is going to be the corridor that's going to be a crucible for him between all of these players. And once they notice the Syra ult, and it's going to be depleting very, very soon.
Yeah, and Arano, first one on the scene, T225 with 2 minutes and 54 seconds. Now with the pressure from Arano here, drops all that armor. 3 other players on his trail, or 4, 5, I believe. Stars in the mix as well. Gold nunchucks there for Star off that Realm of Yang. T225 trying to survive the situation. Does get clip off the grapple stun there. He's going to use the F to retreat off of this, but all these players full focusing the Syra here. Combat armor swap for T225. He is going to be able to stay up for more time here, but with the time ticking on that Yang depletion timer, he needs to see if he can try to get one of these players to fight each other to potentially third party, but he goes back in the zone, does manage to find a blue armor swap. Arano's in the mix as well. Star in the back end. T225 go ahead and replenish that white health. He is going to be safe for now. We do have these players waiting inside this area to wait for him, and there it is. There goes the grapple stun there from Star. Overholds. Does pair a little bit too early. The F call in there for Star. Ultimate now invested here for Star off the V2. Doesn't connect off the first. Catches the 1-2 off the nunchucks though. Now trying to create the space inside the zone. T225, 1 minute and 56 seconds. Still and counting. Does get caught up with the grapple LMBs. Overholds. Nobody releases. Waiting for it. The V2 connects there for Star. What's going to be the mix-up for him? He's going to go ahead and pop one Vitality into the wall slam. T225 very weak off of this alone. Common armor swap here for T225 once again. Star trying to replenish that white health. Does manage to do so. T225 as well, but the corrosion is already maxed out for both of these players in the zone. T225 one shot, and the final R&B there for Star, and T225 is gonna have to call it quits here for game number 1 as well.
Is going to be the eliminations that he's looking for. And seen in the background, we actually see Frostfist getting elimination as well, I believe against Fong, if not mistaken, and taking him out the lobby. Big eliminations to be had for your for it. Oh wow, nice grab bump to the R&B, my friend, but looking for the R&B. Oh, he's looking to burn for millions. He's looking to burn for millions, but he got saved because he had remaining depletions. For XY, he'll take his blessings. Arano, though, is not going to allow that. Gold longsword, purple armor is the biggest threat right now to XY's hand. And for right now, one R&B could be caught into the placement of a parry from Arano, and that would be the TOD that he's looking for, maybe even for a double 2.0 release. Looking at Arano, though, look at the meter dump, see the opportunity for those floating pile to get an armor swap here is going to be the salvation for XY. He finds a nice R&B F1 invested from Arano pretty late, I'm going to be honest, but there's an armor swap right there. XY's looking for it. He finds a 900 armor to be picked up, and for Arano, looks for the chance with the carousel, doesn't get it. Obviously, for Arano, he's looking to try to lock down this Shayo as long as he can, and with everything coming out here, he gets one uppercut. He goes for a sheet swap, one jump LMB. That's all he's got. One clean to the next, and one jump LMB to the other. That's elimination number 2 for Arano. 41,000 dark side coins, but we still got Romy Yang number 2 to go through. TE's Wufong, or that purple pool sword I was mentioning. He also has a chance for that tuna. Phantom step on Spider. Spider has a engraving, also with an alchemy, and as well as just being able to be as stacked as he is, Vajra's Grip, Rampage, Kabloom, that's all Wufong needs, as well as an advanced heal. Take it away.
Yeah, Spider is very stacked right now in the weapon department and the Jades. We do have the F invested here from Spider very early. Wufong now trying to go back in. LMB focuses there from Spider. Jump LMB ×2 there for Spider. Catches the LMB, crunch LMB there on the dagger. Wufong now does manage to get a little bit of damage onto Spider. Justina ultimate invested as well as the Syra ultimate for Wufong. We are going to be having a little bit of a pillar game here for Spider to avoid any sorts of damage here from the Syra ultimate. Just running around in circles. You see him playing this pillar at his best as he can. Gets Dazzle there. Now the damage is going to come into play. Doesn't get the beam charge there though onto Spider, and now the ultimate is about to run out. Spider still has that ult online, trying to see if he can find some sorts of damage. Gets the scare rush into the focus, jump LMB on the katana. Oh, into the freeze as well. RB focus, big damage. F caught in for Wufong, and now the overhold. The Justina freeze does not connect this time. Wufong trying to back on up. Since the LMB focus gets the damage off the pole sword, and the final hit there, slide uppercut from Spider on the katana. Gaming here for game number 1. He is gonna snag up the White Tiger's powers plus gold fist blades in hand.
And getting that Razor Swift as well as a Benthic Descent as well from a Jade selection pool is going to be huge. He locked in 2 eliminations. Justina being stacked right now for 2 kills, having golden weapons, especially the fist blades to be picked up, is going to be Spider's benefit into the end game. And for right now, he decides to find a spear. If he wants to commit to the Razor Swift, he could. But more importantly, just having that gear selection. Now switching back over towards one of the previous losers of the Roman Yangs for round 2, AS. Having lost it in the second round, but winning the first, he still has gold fist blades to be looking to push out for DPS. We're actually really curious in how that fight turned out. Arano looking to smack this one out. He went up against WBG's verse previously, so for AS, looking for the LMBs and trying to catch an LMB, but you see those jumps being used by Arano to deny that stagger to allow for a free uppercut. That's exactly what the players are using whenever they see a chance of using a jump, just to make sure they don't get staggered and get caught in a connection for the infinite. But for AS inside the Honor Temple, there's 2 other players here, Verse as well as with Arano, making sure they can try to chase him down and peek him out, as well as seeing Star here. This is not looking great for AS, but he is a Liam, and into the lobby, the players would want to take care of that Liam as soon as possible because they know how much of a threat he poses.
Yeah, he's playing a little bit of mind games here, not trying to show the aggression, but timer's ticking, so he's going to have to start getting aggressive pretty soon. Star, good start off here for Star. 2 kills on the board, won his first round with Yang as well, securing those gold nunchucks off that first round. Spider and Verse are going to be having that White Tiger's power, and I do see both of them here as well. So the aggression is going to start here from the buff players. We have Spider getting clip off that LMB focus there from the dagger in the back end. We do have a lot of congestion here from all these players. AS needs to try to get active, trying to see if he can find some sorts of damage onto one of these players. He does drop nearly low off that purple armor. Verse though, first one on the scene. Verse a little bit too early. The Shayo F is going to be called in there for Verse. Clips him off the LMB focus. Soulbreak does not connect in the corner in the back end. Now Arano showing back up. The 1-2 here for Verse. Overholds. Clint comes in off the focus once again. AS needs to try to find this elimination. He is going to go ahead and invest this ultimate now. Trying to catch the V2. Does not manage to do so. Now Arano changing his attention onto AS. He did see that ultimate come online. Now that's all these players need. Wufong drops down with a cavalry broom. Big damage there onto AS. Arano on the trail as well once again. 3 players looking at AS. You see no ultimate called in here for Spider. Trying to secure the elimination. F called in. Double tap on his back. No freeze yet. Double parry there from AS. Big damage. And it looks like Verse can snag out the elimination onto AS.
And Wufong finds a Soul Bloom pickup right then and there. He's going to back off of here immediately. He knows that Spider's active, just, it would be a reason to kind of stay away. But he knows that Spider wouldn't want to invest that dash. He knows that the Rage is going to be too important to his endgame circle to try to build back up. We are under 10 minutes. We have 6 players left alive. There's going to be a matchup right now between the Shios to make it through, or at least one Shio. But with the players in the selection pool, it looks to be a lot of individuals. Now going into the replay, this is going to be that second Romy Yang I was talking about, how AS had lost previously against Verse. Playing out the Shio, having his ultimate now with the shield throw confirms it. JL's AS has not popped his ultimate just yet. The last shield block into the second one is going to put Verse in a little bit of spot. He can't throw his shield when the line of sight is broken. He gets a full damage anyways. And for AS, he's taking the time to heal. He realizes he doesn't have enough time. He goes for the attempt for the uppercut of the R&B, I should say, with that F1 reposition, giving Verse a nice chance right there for the uppercut into shield throw, and goes ahead and throws all the blues back and forth.
Wow. beautiful iframes there for Burst. Burst iframed everything there off that Xiaoyu ultimate, and that's what makes her so strong, right? On top of you know, potentially getting clipped off of a LMB or RMB whatever the weapon the opponent is using, you have the ability to negate anything that they throw on you there, especially against a Liam, where you're able to iframe those V2s with the shield throw as well. So, I mean, that was just beautiful there from Burst, being able to stay up in full control in the fight there in that situation. Wins him that realm of Yang, and we see him here with a nice game one. A lot of these players now are going to start winning up. We do have our second to last Spirit Well starting to form on in, and it's going to be a Mystic Might buff for these players. So we're going to be having a little bit of a duel here from all these players in the server who are going to be contesting this Spirit Well. We have Spider already posted a verse as well. Frosted is lurking in the back end, trying to see he can find some sort of damage as well. On the Temi, he doesn't want to be the center of attention here for the Spirit Well, but he can potentially get the last final hits there with all the aggression that these players are going to be throwing. We do have half of it now forming on in, and it looks like it's going to be a no ult zone as well. So this could be very bad for whoever decides to stay in the center of that Spirit Well. Wufong, though, not letting his presence be known. He is going to be playing this out a lot more passive, being the lone Syra currently in this lobby. I think we have everybody being a lone character right now. We have a Xiaoyu, a Syra, Justina, Liam, Temi, and Alani. So there are no pair of characters in the server right now here for our first game.
Perfect. This is exactly what I'm waiting for. Listen, one thing is for certain though, taking into process into account is that he also has that purple musket. He does have slow shot into sunwing shot. He hasn't unlocked sunwing shot yet, but if he gets a nice whisk throw, he can catch some nice pot shots, especially if he chips him down. We're gonna see an engraving, the reveal coming up from Star with that Phoenix Blast that we mentioned from earlier, and for Spider getting a little bit chances to get pushed out with that Forbidden CO and activating it towards a Tuna. Now for Orano Alani, it's gonna be major work right now. Frostus has a whisk ready to make sure that he can catch it. He throws it towards a backliner, and now having an opportunity getting chased down here, that's exactly what we're seeing. Spider looking to try to go real aggressive onto him, and Arano getting this Mystic Might for the refresh and whatnot. He didn't preempt the ult, he didn't need to. He's a rage-based character, which means that whenever he uses his ultimate, it's going to be costing rage, not 100%, just a portion, and that's 60% that comes out from it. So for Arano, he keeps the momentary aggression going through, especially considering he has a line of sight on all players at all times, aka LOS, making sure that whether or not Arano looks towards and throwing out those 1.0, he's going to have to make sure he invests somebody's abilities sooner or later.
Yeah, and there it is. Phoenix Blast for one of these players. I believe it was Star there on the longsword. Only blue rarity, though. Frostovitz quickly seeing the health there from Star, trying to apply the pressure onto Star as well. Ronald, the first one in. Both of these players are trying to full focus as Liam here for this end circle of game number one. He gets caught up in the corner. F caught in there for the Liam. Star now continuing his movement game. Is to be able to retreat for a little bit. Gets clipped off the jump LMB. Pops the F just to stay safe there, thinking the LMB focus is going to be released there off the Phoenix Blast. Cutting the line of sight there, going on top of the terrain. Gets clipped off the Scare Rush, though. Big damage into the V2. Big damage here for Star. What's going to be the mix-up here? He's going to go inside the zone. Sends him flying inside the zone. Star tries to get aggression, but in the back end, lots of pressure still happening towards Star. The ultimate does connect there, but it's going to be burst with elimination onto Star. And now Arano could be potentially eliminated here in this situation as well. Does manage to get out very quickly, though. Spider first one in. No damage yet. Overholds the ball. Does not be able to get the catch off of this. He's going to go ahead and TP onto it there to avoid a scare rush from Spider in the back end. We do have a pistol shot, I believe, there from Spider onto Arano. He's going to use the TP once again inside the zone. Try to cut the elbows here. Trying to break the elbows. We have the Bane right in the back end. Could potentially be a big factor here in these fights. I think Spider got clipped. No, he's safe for now. He might be clipped now. He is safe once again. I think if that was like a POV thing wherever the camera was pointing at, but he is safe. Arano's going to be able to stay up. We do have these players playing a little bit more conservative. Moving on into our last and final 5 minutes of this game, but Arano doing a really good job snagging up the elimination. Oh, that was very sorry. Arano doing a good job applying the pressure there and staying alive.
Yeah, exactly. Considering that he was able to use his goalie stance and catch another 200 heal, which means that he was able to garnish 800 total healing from that ball. And we also saw that enhanced Lonnie throw coming out where he was able to keep himself goal focused against Spider, and only a matter of time for the chase. But Wufong takes his aggression towards it. Both of them down to the down to the attacks of their armor and looking for a reset, as Arano has his secondary armor on standby. He doesn't really have much of a threat unless someone catches him off guard without a combo breaker. Wufong to the RMBs, tap dodges into the cab. No, to the RMBs. over, looking for these LMBs, looking for a 1-2 piece, looking for a jump LMB extension for the Cab Bloom. There's going to be the release. Gold armor still on standby for Arano. He's got to be making his way right now. But of course, it is getting blockaded by 3 players. Looking at Wufong, looking to try to get back outside of the Forbidden Seal to have his ultimate on standby. Still has Combo Breaker in case he needs to spread himself away further from his opponents. And for Wufong taking the time to heal, he has advanced heal, so he's going to be able to proc that off slowly and having a chance of going right into the Syra ult. But of course, all these players making sure they can look at the Syra once her ult ends. We've seen this before, deja vu. You know, I make mention of that before and over again, but the deja vu moments are here clearly, and this is going to be the sight lines for the players once they see her ult end to go ahead and push forward.
Yeah, it's just going to be just a full W key from everybody. We do have Arano being the first one in. Pistol shots flying in from the back end as well. The 1.0 gets released there. Big parry there from Arano to Wufong. The Wisp drop down there from, I believe that's Frothovitz on the Temi. Does manage to get a little bit of ticks there on the Wisp, but doesn't manage to catch the full punish there off of it. Arano still trying to apply the pressure onto Wufong. Cannon shots flying on in from the top side of this terrain. All these players looking at Wufong here in the situation. 21% on that rage now. The Wisp is not connected for Frostovitz. You see him full looking at him as well. Arano applying the pressure off the pistols. I believe it's actually Spider on the cannon, trying to lay down the pressure off the cannon shots. Wufong though, 34% on the rage. Needs to see he can try to get a little bit more damage out to stay up here in his last and final moments. Doesn't look like the full lobby is full W queuing in, so he could potentially do it. Oh my god, he has the Jade. I don't even know what to call it, but that looks insane.
Yeah, Moonshard's sword going to be in the hands of Arano right now, and he's going to be the spacing god, right? And he's pushing Wufong out of that tree line. He knows how much it's going to be a threat. If he gets caught in the midair, that's so many range shots in the face of danger, and especially a Wisp throw that could be coming out from Frostowitz. We saw Frostowitz throw like 3 of those at Wufong's direction. He knows there's going to be a chance here for the LMB catch. He burns a combo breaker for Arano, and Arano still has this ace up his sleeve that the players now keeping in mind about. Now for Frostowitz, he's also having the throwing knives, one of his main arbiter type weapons for him to wield. Blue rarity. Seeing that verse with that gold spear though is kind of a notion. He's been doing really well so far, having a chance of being able to be one of the kill leaders in this lobby. All he needs to do is be patient. He's got an R&B that can deal out all of the armor from the opponent or even their health bar to the point where they are going to be at death's door. And for now, the next 2 minutes is going to be deciding factor whether ults can be saved until the end or someone forces one to the next. But I'm pretty sure we're getting an endgame Kratos for the first round for finals.
Yep, and this is what we like to see. These players playing a lot more passive, making to this end circle. They know how important it is to make into these ranking spots, and we do have now 5 players alive. Arano, Frostovitz playing the bottom side of this end circle with flying knives. First, trying to claim up that little right-hand side area. We do have Spider and Wufong playing the top side of this end circle. In 40 seconds, these players are going to start being forced on in to the center of this end circle. Verse though, gold armor, purple halberds in hand, Spider gold armor, gold fist blades in hand. We do have Arano as well with the gold armor in his inventory, and it's going to be Wufong and Frostovitz with purple for this end circle of game number 1. No ult yet for Wufong, something to take a note of. Everybody else has their ult online. 15 seconds and counting. Players are waiting up to be able to start being pushed into the center of the zone. Looks like Verse gonna go ahead and play a gold spear here in the situation. Not sure if he has any jades for that weapon as well. Could potentially get a nice Heartstopper kit if he has it in his inventory to stop any of the F abilities from connecting. We do have Arano though, just laying out this jade here. I mean, that is insane. Just full gold focus off the second 2 seconds. I mean, it's just insane being able to stay in that. He can claim a lot of the area. Look, Wufong gets clipped off of that as well. Players are starting to move on in, and here it is, Severo. Our last moments here of game number 1.
You know, there's one thing to know is that even early on, Wufong didn't have any armor powders. I think the lobby is going to now realize that, considering how spaced out he's setting himself up for. And now there's going to be a chance. Wufong gets locked into the zone. A lot of tick damage to come through here. No ultimate just yet. We're going to see Arano looking for the casted ultimate early and on set for the enhanced throw. He catches everybody in it, and he's throwing everybody in the mix. And Spider looks to go to the sky, has it to his advantage here, completely avoiding the Shio throws. And for Verse, right then and there, we see Wufong get caught by the shield throw. There's going to be no chance for him to go for a full valley on the side her ultimate. He gets caught by a shield throw. Spider takes a chance to see Spider. Verse goes down with no solo pick up here, tied for 3rd place. 3 different players, but Verse most likely taking MVP due to not having any multipliers to work against, and for him to have such a high kill lead is definitely going to be his MVP round for game 1 into finals with week 3.
Wow, beautiful plays there from Verse. Taking up the kills there into the end circle gives them that MVP for our first game. Players playing a lot more smart here for our first game, making it to that end circle. Man, it's just, I'm just thinking back about Mike rerunning it back get spotted by Spider. I don't really know how the engagement started. When we caught them, they were already in the scrap off, so I'm not sure how the engagement happened there for Mike, but Mike getting eliminated very early in this game with 2 on the board. Just sitting here watching the whole game throughout. I mean, it was pretty early in game 1, so you know, a lot of the momentum has been stopped there for Mike in the beginning there, so he has to try to have a pop-out game for game number 2. But wow, what a game 1 it's been. Crazy sequences from all these players. We had a lot of extensions in the beginning. I was not ready for what we had for our first game, but that is going to conclude our first game in Midori with the Fireflies. Players can go back to the backstage, get a little bit of a laughters in, talk about the games that they had to, whatever they do in the back end. But yeah, what a game 1, Severio. I mean, that was just a crazy end circle with a 3-way tie. I don't think I've ever seen a 3-way tie. I mean, we usually see a 2-way, but I don't know about a 3-way.
Yeah, this is actually, I think this is one other case instance we had a 3-way tie. I can't even remember because it's not like you said, it's rare. It's rare as the case instances come through, and that's gonna be, you know, one of the few instances of just seeing how long this day is gonna go through, because the amount of placement points that come out to not be given for first or second, also being the denial for that multiplier, just gives the players a little bit more count time to catch up whoever is below the par for those top 3 positions. And there's a lot of things that kind of go into that match. I want to make sure we can have a full throughout this time to kind of talk over, but I do also want to be curious about this question that's going to come from the Twitch chat. I was waiting for this. Which player is leading the standings now? A, OUG Mike, B, TE's Wufong, C, WBG's Verse, or D, SR Spider. This is for Twitch chat. You know, YouTube gamers are out there. I'm looking for the chat over there. You guys are out there. I seen ya. I was in there too. One thing is for certain though, it's only in the Twitch chat for you guys to get those rewards, so make sure you guys message out as well. Don't forget, bind your account. I'm gonna remind y'all every single round. Bind your account.
Got the book out. Nah, chill.
Oh, you see this, right? Yeah, you see this, right? Yeah. This is from China. This is where I got this book from China. But the thing that comes into play is I want you guys to keep your account binded so that you don't miss out on those drops. Like I said, weekly, limited time. But I want to go into the scene about how the off drop happened, right? We had Mike versus XY, 2 Shiles versus Tumult to be into that area, Tincture Woods. It was mainly for that Firefly spawn, but you saw the pressure that came through, and Mike was not having any of it. He killed both Shiles in the instances with utilizing the chance of getting their respawn, or rather not the respawn, but the reloot path of going towards Azoth Peak, having to kill against Verse spotting back in and going right back into the fray, XY getting a reset. Now for Verse, he took this game by the horns, 6.5 points, but 5 eliminations to be earned throughout this entire match. WZ Toronto with 4.5, 3.5 for SR Spider, TE Wufong with 3.5 as well, 3 points for FEX Star, JL's AS with 2.5, 2 for Mike, Frostbus with 2, 1.5 for XY as well as for Fong, and 2.5 with 1 point, but Edward getting eliminated early. We saw that one. We saw it off of the scare rushes. He was the only Akos up against Wufong, I believe, at that point. And then the standings gives us a chance in the bottom 6. I don't know what the catch up is. 5.5 for DRG Fong, XY with a 6.1, 6.3 for YGT225, JL's AS for 6.8, 7 for Edward and 7 for Frostbus, but Frostbus keeps the lead up here in 7th place due to kills. And then looking at towards the top 6, Star with 7.4 in 6th place, WZ Toronto with 8.4 in 5th place, SR Spider at 9.8 in 4th, TE Wufong at 9.8 in 3rd, 10.9 for Mike in 2nd, Reverse taking that winner spot. That's the answer for that question in chat. 12.4 points in 1st place in the overall, which gives him a little bit of necessary over the halfway point before match point. He still needs to get that 24 points before he's ready to go creatives.
Yeah, I mean, the way Verse is playing, we could potentially have a match point threshold already being accumulated by one of these players in game 3 if Verse is playing how he's playing. I mean, I keep thinking about the iframes he was doing in Realm of Yang. He just pretty much just delegated everything that was being thrown by him, by that Liam. He's just playing out his mind right now. He's definitely hungry for one of these chips here for the bi-weeklies, and he's playing very, very well. But yeah, like you were mentioning, you know, Mike landed there against the 2 Shiles, manages to stay alive. We're all going to be watching it back here, I believe, in the replay here, powered by China Unicom. So you gotta say it, bro. You have to.
Gamers United.
There it is. Our first fight here, 2225, Limited Frost of his off drop. Wufong catches the LMB prowl, 2-on-1 LMB, jump LMB, aerial RMB. I mean, that was just beautiful there for Wufong. Since the LMB focus 1.0, Liam Ultimate was weaved there from Wufong. I believe he does like a tap dodge pistol shot here. Oh yeah, LMB tap dodge pistol shot there. for the elimination. And this was disgusting here from Mike. Look, he catches both of these players on the side of the terrain, just re-wisping over and over and over. 2.0 R&B focus there to eliminate one of those players. Re-gets the ult right back and does it right back to XY this time around. Gets the damage, times 2 into the re-wisp. He sees the player moving on in, goes in for the R&B prio, catches the re-wisp this time around, gets the bloom here, but Verse is just there at perfect positioning there to get the elimination onto Mike.
Yeah, and then looking into the Roman Yang, right? AS took his victory, took his loss from Verse, as Verse was throwing that whole extension with the horizontal into the vertical. For Spider, endgame circle opportunity right there in the sky. Justina, that's the best position you want to take. He gets caught to the shield throw, and it doesn't really Verse, doesn't really go up against Verse, but then it comes into survivability, and all the players are coming through here. Lonnie's sustain is just nasty work. We've seen it come through every single time, and seeing about how our value comes out. Still Shail's game in this MVP for round 1, and this is towards the Shail who survived until endgame. Even dying in 4th place doesn't matter. Still had it in the books, or I guess you could say the shields were writing on the wall. I'll stop. 11,000 damage, 7 MVPs so far for Verse. He had the combo breaker, he had the V1 variation, he had Soul's Sap Jade on standby. He had a gold spear, but we never saw him get a chance of using that. But he did have Albers, and he definitely showcased what the weapon was worth, and kind of going crazy with the ultimate as well as a secondary source of damage. But 11,000 damage meant that he was concise with those kills, not taking so much to kind of chip away other opponents, but rather just looking at just one opponent to the next and keeping them up to his pace.
Yep. And I mean, for this year, moving on to WBG, a big shoes to fill there for Verse, and he's doing so thus far. Has been playing very, very well. WBG was with Spider for a very long time, and a player that a lot of people always talked about was Verse, and how strong Verse was of a player, even though he wasn't, like everybody's favorite, like Mike or Spider was, but he's always been a very strong player. And I mean, you see it here. He's very polished. He's played a beautiful game 1. Taking the overall standings for himself now, being the first one now, but he has to continue the momentum into these next games that we have for the Biweekly 3 finals. Still, a lot of them are going to be played out. We do have our following games being loaded up. That was just game number 1, but this is where a lot of these players have to start turning up if they didn't have a great game 1. I mean, Mike was playing well, sir. Mike was playing well. He got out of 2 sticky situations there. He got 4th party. That's why he got eliminated. But everything he did there was just beautiful there for Mike. Unfortunate enough for him, he was not able to be successful. And I am very curious to see where he ran into Spider, because when we caught up to him, Spider was already in Justina ultimate. So I don't know if he got caught up lacking, rotating into the realm, or whatever the case would be was. So I might have to go back and watch his POV after the show just to see exactly what happened. But he was first place going into the first game. He's been having a little bit of struggles there for Mike throughout the whole 2025 season. But I think he still has, he still has a lot of games. I think he still has the potential to take this Biweekly home. We just have to wait to see how his remaining games go. But yeah, I mean, beautiful game 1 from everybody. All these players started turning up. Verse with crazy iframes in the Roman Yang. We did have, I forgot who it was. Someone got a 1 in limited grapple. Who got that grapple buff? They grappled the other player, and somebody came crossing, and they hit the guy that was crossing right in front of them and got the damage in the zone. I forgot who it was that was able to get that 1 in a million grapple, but that is just like crazy timing.
I think that was Rano getting through, and Spider comes through in the middle. XY got caught too, yeah, because XY was running commit. He committed. When I saw him commit towards Rano, I was like, bro, I know zone tick damage is great and all, but you have no armor. You got like 300 HP. What are we doing out here? And the thing that kind of works out is that eliminated the Liam from the lobby. And Liam, like I said, he's a threat to be had. And the problem that came out to XY was that he was also onto just position-wise, not in a great spot. Having to go up against Alani in the zone is kind of a death sentence because, like I said, she can pop ult, she can kill you with just 1 bounce because you're staggered in the zone. She can come in and throw out the blue focus, but at the end of the day, even with the active Liam ultimate, it was only a matter of time before the other player, Spider, who showed up and went for the elimination. And I actually want to mention about how that kind of came through here. I mean, the lobby stagnated at the end, which is great. Having the players decide upon not taking any sort of engagements, especially knowing that Wufong didn't have ultimate, was kind of a surprise. And seeing how the lobby didn't want to try to attest towards fighting at the Syra. What they didn't know is the fact that what they knew is that she had advanced heal. They didn't know that she didn't have any armor supplies. Having the opportunity of noticing that she wasn't healing would have been the first indicator. The players would probably look back onto that and seeing how that goes through. It's a game of like, a game of cunningness, of seeing how well you can mask that you are depleted of resources for the players to then decide upon not wanting to aggress upon you, because you were in his hands, he was at full armor. But one thing is for certain, when it came down towards the Liam's getting knocked out here and seeing about the Shios dominating throughout the entirety of the first end of the match, it also comes down to Mike getting killed off by Spider, right? We got to make the storyline, make it seem, come through. But the thing about it was that Justina imprint, when she was, the imprint, when she imprints her hand on the ground, that forced out that free freeze for Spider. And Spider thought that cooldown was down for Tumult. Such a low cooldown for him, right? For the F1 being with the skill cooldown glyph board. But then once Mike was able to be at max height, all that Spider needed to do was just wait out the timer and catch his opponent off. And that's exactly what happened, where he was able to kill, one of his, highly, anticipated peers in the league, but also one of his best, sparring partners in the Nbpl. It feels like every time we see them fight.
Yeah, I like how you mentioned the imprint thing. I just call it Ice Blast because it's just like, Ice Blast, But yeah, in the beginning, I think in the beginning of the bi-weeklies for the 2025 season, not a lot of players use the I forgot what you call it. I'm just gonna keep calling it Ice Blast, but not a lot of players use it. I was watching Spider stream, I believe it was yesterday, and he was playing a lot of Justina, and he was trying to catch tap dodge iframes from ult pops from Lonnie's and Liam's as well off of the imprint as well alone. So you definitely see him being a lot more comfortable with that ability. I mean, once you pop that ability, it depletes your rage, so you have a lot less time to use your dashes. So it's kind of like a high risk, high reward kind of thing. If the player is on cooldown, and you especially catch a character popping that ultimate and just stopping that pressure from that ult being popped from the opposition, it's just very strong to do. It's a very time thing from what I've noticed when I was watching Spider yesterday. But I mean, he seems very comfortable with it, and he did get some success off of it this game alone. So we're gonna have to continue to see if any other Justinas are able to do the same, or if they are also using that in their arsenal, which I would not be surprised they're not. Arano been very strong throughout his Nbpl career. I believe he goes into bi-weekly 3 in 12th place. Had a very, very rough bi-weekly qualifiers, but last bi-weekly 2, so I believe the second player in the threshold to take it. So he's still having that consistent pattern where he's not able to touch the finish line. He sees it, he's like arm's reach, but he cannot manage to just close out a bi-weekly. But he still has a lot of games to be played out for today, so I wouldn't be surprised if he makes it in the threshold very early as well. Wufong, our bi-weekly 2 winner, Edward, our bi-weekly 1 winner. They're gonna do us like this, the back-to-back bi-weekly 1 winner, Edward. Wang Liang, aka Wang Liang, if you guys don't know. Wang Liang, been a veteran in the scene, showed his polishedness in our first bi-weekly for the 2025 season. Has been playing very, very well. I think he slowed down a little bit for the bi-weekly 2, but now back with bi-weekly 3. He is in the finals to be able to contest for that bi-weekly 3 win. XY. Ah, man. The thing was, when I saw XY debut and a couple weeks into the bi-weeklies when he first started, he was playing very well. I'm not sure what was where he had kind of like that fall off yeah, kind of thing. I'm not sure when that was there for XY.
I think XY had the fall off starting into once he got into his second day of playing of week 2, right? Things like he confirmed himself with 12th place to make it into finals for week 2, but it started going, I wouldn't say it went worse, but then obviously then the season patch dropped. He's able to get it through for this week, so he's here. Yeah, it's just seeing how he's averaging out against his peers. It's catching ranking points, catching all that aside. It's him you know, for victory or nothing. And that really comes down to him also making it happen throughout these next 2 weeks, between this week's finals and next week's finals, whether he has to go through LCQs or last chance qualifiers. Our flip of the roles set comes out. Our roles have been reversed. We now have the phases to be completely in Mike and Edward's behavior, you know, the back of a better term. They have the full field of play. They could pick Liam. He's like, yo, I could pick Liam. I could pick Lonnie. I could pick Shayo. How about I pick all 3 for this round? His coach is like, yeah, you're done. You're done. You're cooked.
He's like, you may lock in.
Put that book down. Put that book down.
Nah, that's crazy. First round selection there for Mike, though. He's gonna go with Lonnie. Double Lonnie pick here for a first round selection as well for Edward. Spider, Fong, potentially gonna be locking in that Liam. I would not be surprised for that double lock in. Now, top 2 characters for these players already out of the way now for our first and second round selection. Xiaoyo for T225. Verse going in with the Syra for this game 2. XY Frostivus. Next one's up to pick potential Xiaoyo. Yep. Frostivus on the Xiaoyo. Potential Xiaoyo XY. Potential Xiaoyo. Triple Xiaoyo could be.
Triple Xiaoyo.
Yeah, that could be scary.
That could happen, though. That could happen 100%. XY could take the. Ooh, do it. Do it.
He knows he wants to.
Syra.
Okay. Not bad.
Safety net.
Yeah, safety netted. Yeah, he is going to be playing that Syra for a second game. AS on the Justina. Star, Justina as well. So double Justinas locked out for our game 2 as well. Arano and Fong, last round selections. I'm very curious to see what Fong's going to be playing for this game. Arano could probably go for Akos. Yeah, he's going to go for the Akos for Arano. I was thinking Fong probably has Akos in him too. I did see him play Akos the other night, so he potentially has it in him. No, he's gonna go for the Temi for this game. Look at him. He's testing the waters right now. He said, let me go ahead and show these boys how the Temi works for real, for real. So he's locked in for game number 2 on the Tumulch. We are gonna be having our first trip to Holoroth of the night. It's gonna be a sunny time, so no fireflies for this game alone. But now moving into this Holoroth game, we see how strong the contestant for that puzzle is. Bong always lands there. We do have other players as well trying to contest that spot. We're gonna have to wait and see who decides to land there. But Fong is always one of those players that are looking at the ballista. If you're in the center, if you're anywhere near a ballista, you might be getting shot down by Fong there in that puzzle area.
100%. He takes the contesting personally when he comes to Salvation Podium. So for another player, I think T225 would want to take that fight. He's able to take the fight against Fong pretty much predominantly, but the thing that comes next is if there's a third person that decides to spawn in here. We do see the skill selections here, all normality things. Lonnie is not leaving off of V2 at all, considering the buffs that went into her, so don't look at anything surprising. I know some other players are looking to see, oh, V1, it could happen. I mean, not anymore. Not with V2 changes, not with how much value it provides to the players. And then seeing at the same time, the F2 for the Akos still making its return, I should say, as Arano's gonna be able to pick that one up. But I'm really curious about these spawns because mainly just to see if the pocketed spawns happen to be made, are the players going to be having a lot of spacing in the map between one another? And looking at it right now, the medallions are going to showcase this. That's exactly the point. We're going to see onto the west side with Igneous Mound between TE and Wufong, as well as ASC's XY. Looking at Star, looking at his own position at the Salvation Podium, not even seeing a lick of DRG Fong over there. He's over in the trenches. My man's deep in there, having to fight it out with one of the player. Always Edward and WZ Zarano and BB's Frostvus are all inside of the Imperial Village. The first aforementioned ones were in the north, while Frostvus takes into the pillar and look at the loot up here. TTG5 is going to be the contesting side for DRG Fong in the trenches, which we actually seen from DRG to take the trenches before, specifically for Fong. Just very few cases where he decides not to take into Salvation Podium, and this is one of those few. As our Spider by his lonesome into the northeast near the quarry, but Mike with OUG, WBG Verse, Jails AS, they are all right on top of each other at the Cinema Valley. Round 2, Hollow Sunny going to be commencing here. My name is Severia alongside our creators. We're going to take a look at seeing how this game ends up and how aggressive off rip these players would want to go up against one another, with Mike and AS nearby with Verse.
Could be bad here for Mike. I don't believe AS spotted that Delani didn't have a weapon in hand. Wufong though against XY 1.0 there for XY on the halberds. It's gonna be a little bit of a ditto there on the weapons. No, he's gonna be a blue spear now here for Wufong now. 1-2-1-2 off the XY's halberds there. Wufong now trying to retreat, go right back in, gets clip off the scare rush. Wufong now drops very low in the situation, trying to find another common armor. Nice movement there to go on top of the terrain there, off the hole on the top. But he is gonna be able to get a little bit of reset, and XY finds a purple greatsword there versus AS going at it. Mike could be potential third party in here as well.
Yeah, big chance here for Verse. Try to look for another armor swap where you can. Oh, 1-2 is from Mike. Looking for the verticals from this flying knives as he's able to kind of catch one stagger. That would be all he needs. For Verse, not having a combo breaker for the next 10 seconds, it's going to be a must for him to try to find an armor swap on the fly. Doesn't find one. Has to take an escape route as Mike gets inside of that one tent. It looks like AS is going to have this full vision on towards Verse. Verse finds one heal, common armor powder heal, as he looks to try to disengage from this. And a lot of kiting potential from this. But the flying knives, they don't care about your kiting. They can throw the blue focuses up, down, left, and right, looking at you on a D-pad and making sure that you get knocked out.
Yeah, that omnidirectional is just so strong. We see it time and time again with the flying knives, how well that weapon does in these players' hand. We do have Verse now playing the common flying knives here to try to see if he can get a little bit of space. Gonna swap on over to the staff. He could use the launcher over and over to try to create this space, but now fourth party move on in. It's gonna be SR Spider on the Liam. It's gonna be big damage here from Mike onto Verse. He is gonna be able to get all that common armor off. Big scare rush there in the back end there from Spider. F caught in here for Verse. Now these players are gonna start W keying on in, knowing that the F is on cooldown. We do have first one on the scene. I believe it's gonna be AS. Mike in the back end as well. Counter grapple, pistol shots flying on in from every direction. Spider trying to get the last hit, and then big LMB focused up from AS, but it's gonna be AS with a jump LMB here for the elimination onto Verse.
4,000 Dark Tide coins to be picked up, 5,000 from the body. Now for TT25, looking at this fight up against DRG. Fong with that active multiple, rocking the overalls, wearing it out here. Got TT25 an active usage of his Shio ultimate, and he has not gotten staggered just yet. We can see Fong is not going to commit any fight for TT25 until that Shio ult is done. But the kiting pressure coming in for Fong is giving TT25 a lot more time that he's expending. Players are coming down from the north down to the south. They're going to find one of these targets, and they're going to be making full apparel about who to fight next.
Yeah, and it looks like Fong is gonna be chased out here in this bunch, and wow, that is just rough there. He is gonna be able to get caught up here with no ult online. AS full focusing Fong, but Fong doing a really good job with longsword to continue his movement game. He's gonna go ahead and swap on over to the dagger. As soon as I say longsword, man, he heard me. He heard me again. He called me out last time too in an interview. He said, man, I just play dagger. Like you can be mad at me, but he is doing a really good job trying to cut off the pressure. We do have TT25 shown into the mix as well. Spider in the back end, first one onto Fong. We do see him there getting a little bit of damage. Arana's gonna pick elimination onto Edward in the kill feed. Fong though still alive. And I mean, I've been saying it, Fong been having the craziest movement in the game for a long time. The counter grapple was there from Spider. It has the movement there off the F to try to create the space. Gets caught up there. As soon as I just jinxed him. I just cast the curse from 1, 2, 3 sends it. Spider with the elimination onto Fong. And now a three-way scrap out still can continue in this area. Looks like these players are going to back on up, but I think I just cast the curse Fong.
Unfortunate. This is going to be the case right now. But of course, Mike looks at his fight. He has the blue focuses held, and he's looking for a horizontal. I know it. I see it. He throws it. I had the F1 ready to go here. A lot of pistol shots coming back and forth. This Forbidden Seal is only a matter of time to be procced. And for the players, they have only a matter of time before they decide to back off here to escape. And for TT5, he's not going to have it. F1 to kill.
What?
I can't, bro. Listen, the amount of damage from that is minuscule. For him to get that is going to be the case. Mike's going to have a nice parry off of the jump LMB and a shotgun blast in the AS hands. Oh my goodness, the R&B right there. Shunting right in the gut. Call it et tu, Brute. Looking at him like the Ides of March. As Mike is making halfway through his armor, he's going to be looking for a full reset. And with all the players making their chances of running right back into his face, he is not going to be, none worse for the wear. He's ready to go for a scrap off at any point in time.
Yeah, that stab hit, that gut stab hit, it's so fast. Like I don't even think it clinks, right? Like you have to have flying knives potentially to make it clink. I don't know. Like I see it time and time again, getting those last and final moment hits like that a lot of times with that weapon. So I mean, you can just see how strong this weapon is. We see now Mike going against XY. First Roman Yang starting to spawn on in pretty soon. We do have a little bit of reset here from Mike. XY backside does have the weapon advantage there against Mike, but Mike has been playing very well. Has been playing a lot of pressure in this lobby thus far. With one elimination, big headshot there from XY. Be able to eat the damage off of that. Let me follow up as well there off the flying knives. Big damage now. The armor's completely gone there for XY. And look at the blistering damage there off the shotgun blast off that flying knife. The 1-2 in the air. F caught in there for XY. He's gonna be able to use the ultimate as well. The dazzle does not connect there onto Mike. Just has to kite off this pressure for a little bit longer. Does have the ult online if he needs it, and there it is. He's gonna go ahead and invest it as well. Does not connect off that first one. In the back end, does manage to get a little bit of TP in if he needs it. Yeah, there it is. He's go ahead and retreat to the ball. XY in the back end. That ultimate is pretty much gone there for XY. Mike still has a lot time left there on that ult alone. He's trying to see if he can catch up there onto XY. He's going to count his blessings, let him go. He's going to be a full reset for Mike. He's going to buy out the purple armor, though, potentially moving on in to the realm of Yang if there's any around him. I don't think we got an overview of the realm gates, but Arano, Spider, and Verse might be contesting for this one.
Might be going through and contesting for it for sure. I think one thing gives Verse a little bit more prominence that he still has Sire ult, so he could go back in, but they are not allowing that. Spider gets that Realm of Yang pass. Unfortunate for Arano because he invested a lot for it. Still having ultimate though. Having purple armor on both of these characters, both the male characters between Liam and with Akos is definitely gonna be a problem for Verse, but one thing is for certain, for Verse, if he decides to go all in here, he can throw the blue focuses and burn out a combo breaker, and that's exactly what happens. Spider has 20 seconds left before that Yang gate is available for him, and for a Syra to have an ultimate still available is in the back of Spider's head, and there's going to be the double horizontal coming out here from Arano. He's looking to throw this out. Spider stays on the ground to make sure he doesn't get repicked, and he finds himself to use that time on the ground where he is not going to be targeted to go through with that last ball. He's got 5 seconds. My man's going to have to double tap dodge roll and then some. He gets F1. Oh, he gets into it. He's safe. Ooh. And he's good to go. 2 eliminations, still no threat unless TT25 makes it happen with his Shio, because usually this matchup goes in the favor of Liam. 100% goes in the favor of Liam. But one thing's for certain, for TT25, that he gets that kill, my man's gonna smirk at the end of this game.
Yeah, we're gonna have to wait to see. Both players starting up high. Pistol shot air fight here between both of these players. Now, blue halberds in hand for Spider. Big scare rush there for T225. Both blue halberds. 1.0 here for Spider. Big damage now, trying to even out the health. Spider now gonna be caught up with the LMB. He's gonna be forced to pop this F. And now the Liam ultimate is gonna be called in here for Spider. The 1.0 connects with the V2 there for Spider. What's gonna be the mix up in the air, I believe. F1 to avoid the damage. Yep, there it is from T225. Drops right back down. Has that shy ultimate online as well. There it is. The first shield proc does not send it loose this far. The second one as well there. The third one as well. That's all 3 there onto T225. Overholds. Has to be careful. Catches the V2 once again. Sends him inside the wall. And that's textbook there for Spider. Taking out T225. And now it's going to be Mike against Frostvus in this round.
Frostvus versus Mike, GOAT versus newcomer coming from last year with Frostvus into the Pro League, and now it's a chance to see whether or not Mike is going to go into the troublesome effort, because this is Lonnie versus Shael. Now it's a more of an even-Steven matchup where the difficulty standards comes through. As Frostvus still has a proc though, neither has Mike. Using it preemptive off of that jump, gets us a nice block extreme, goes for the meteor into the R&B, but then combo breakers out for Frostvus. Ult's ready to go, and now it's going to be a timing stake. There's Frostvus tap dodging that so he can still keep his shield block. He's still allowing himself to get a heal off as Mike goes ahead, dashes away, gets 200 proc right there for Mike, throws that golden focus. He's immune to any sort of stagger from that point, and he's going for pistol shots as he arrives to that. He still has his goalie stance to come through in terms of going for a heal if he decides to. Mike still has a chance of blowing the last ball. Never mind about the goalie stance. All that comes down is only if it's a matter of time for Frostbus to get this kill.
He's moving right now, Mike. Being able to ice off that pressure off that shy ultimate. 45 seconds into this round. His raw uppercut there from Frostvus. F caught in there for Mike though. Gets caught up. He's gonna cancel grapple. Gets cut off. Now the F caught in here for Frostvus. Jump LBs off the dagger. And the clink. Oh my god, the damage off that clink was insane. Did you see how much white health he had?
Yeah. So he RMB'd, and the RMB confirmed into the clink, which is another tick of damage. Unfortunate for Mike. That lineup was too good to be true. Wufong, 1 HP in a dream, up against TT25. These guys are really looking against one another. They're at each other's throats right now. Ultimate's still available for TT25, though, considering that Wufong had just invested it. This is easy cleanup territory for TT25. Knowing that shield block is going to be coming through, I'm not sure if Wufong is going to be looking to go back for that armor because he has common rarity right now. He's a full amount of damage there. He gets the armor, so he knows he gets to swap. He can potentially save himself the trouble of not having that off rip, but TT25 making it look easy, looking for the shield throw potentially here for it. There it is. 1 RB in the left. Oh, 1-2 tap dodge is going to be free for Wufong. Nice parry. F1 not ready. Looks for the knock-up, no for the knockback. Double RB, and Wufong goes down. TT5 gets himself the elimination in the solo.
Oh my god, no fear for Wufong there. Just the back-to-back 1.0s. Gets the damage off 2, gets parried off 3rd there, and gets eliminated off of that alone. But Mike now, 3 minutes and 17 seconds on the Lonnie. Has to try to cleanse here with 1 elimination on the board for game number 2. We do have a little bit of pressure potentially here from Spider if he catches him. He does have a bounty onto him, so he's gonna have his location. This is probably what Mike needs, but it's the Vermilion Birds Mike players, so it's very rough to try to come out on top. But second realm starting to form on in. Mike is going to go ahead and retreat to the outskirts of the map. T225 is in the back end, though, so Mike could potentially spot him, but he goes the opposite way, so it looks like that engagement might not happen. Trying to play around the realm to see if he can find a player trying to take this realm, but looks like he is not going to be able to find anybody now, so he's going to go ahead and retrace his steps back to see. I think there was Frostivus there in the back end. We also have Star, though, with Yang Depletion Timer. It does have gold fist blades in hand, potentially getting them from the puzzle. Well, he did get them from the puzzle. He is going to be able to get those gold fist blades in hand. And it looks like it's going to be Vermilion, Yang Depletion Timer versus Yang Depletion Timer here between both of these players. And there it is, Star against Mike here to see who's going to be able to cleanse here for game number 2.
Dangerous game right now. Justina against Lonnie. There's going to be a chance here for the LMB's potential from Star with the fist plays. He gets 1-2. He looks in for a hold check for the vertical. Gets blocked extreme. Might be looking for the LMB again and again, but Star is not going to be not the only person coming out here. AS is looking at this, and the Justinas can actually put him out of his misery, as Mike knows. Oh, man, you saw that. I saw that too, folks, but we still have the matches to go through here. The Justina shows up at possibly the worst timing ever for Alani to be by themselves. And for Star right now, he gets the chance of resetting. He gets that Soul Bloom. It's unfortunate we're seeing Mike, and we're reminding this. We cast but we've seen the stats, how Mike performs out here in finals, and it's really unfortunate. This is going to be where the valley comes out for everyone else to try to catch up the pace that he sets up for himself for week 3s with the proposed points. And now we're seeing Spider taking the lead with 4 eliminations, with Yang 2 opening up.
Quick little replay. Wu Fong against Star in a realm. Purple dual blades in hand for Wu Fong. Star, this is where Star gets eliminated here. Does catch the LMB Prowl. He's gonna use the F to avoid that V2. Now only 1 left there for Wu Fong. Does manage to get the damage off the LMB focus. He's gonna catch him inside the ball there. Be able to get the full reset off of this on the armor. Catches the LMB. Oh, I thought he was gonna go for the focus. Does not manage to do so. Sends the 1.0 off the RMB focus back to back as well. And this is what Wu Fong was doing. Oh, he's gonna be able to weave that Ice Blast into the final one as well. Wu Fong with no fear on the blues today. You see it here. He's just releasing those back to back to back. But wow, man, I've been casting Mike's games for a long time now, and I don't think I've ever seen Mike with half white health just taking his headphones off. I know right now his mental is probably shattered going into this game 2, or potentially going to game number 3. I don't think I've ever seen him do that. I've seen him get mad. You know, he has that expression and that but I don't think I've ever seen him do that. He does just like, all right, yeah, I got that. Third party coming in. Yeah, I'm gonna stop. But Wu Fong already in the realm of Yang. Fong is gonna go ahead and wait for this Spirit Well. We have a couple other players as well playing around the Spirit Well. Who's gonna be able to catch this? Everybody just stealing the loot. It was there for like 1 second and all the loot was gone. All these players are just waiting for that to be picked up. And now it's gonna be Spider against Wu Fong for our second realm of Yang. It's gonna be Liam against Liam for this one.
There's going to be a chance for the pistol shots to land as Spider has golden unnies. He attempts to scare rush out here for a blue focus. He catches it. Oh, that's free. Oh, he doesn't go for the dash LMB. That's going to be unfortunate. Combo break had to have been used. And for Spider, he still has ultimate to look off of this. Nice uppercut attempt, but the F1's already back up for Wu Fong. Wu Fong looks towards using his ultimate as well to mitigate this. First orb is avoided. Both of their ultimates are going to be avoided. And that nice parry, loses golden unnies. Uh-oh, Spaghetti Yo. Well, you're going to have to look and see. He gets the uppercut for a slight uppercut. He goes for... Okay.
No!
R&B was a goal. I don't want to think about it, but the Knights have been ready to reacquire for Spider. He still has another orb. He gets tap dodged. And for Wu Fong, he is making the spaces one out as both of their abilities are down.
That was a crazy tap dodge there for Wu Fong to avoid that V2 though. He pistol shot double tap dodge, or he single tap dodge back there to avoid that. Now Brock comes in for the 3rd time, I believe. Let me probably here for Spider. Aerial LMB into the aerial R&B there for Spider. And Spider's gonna be taking this Roma Yang. AS against XY. Syra ultimate already invested here for XY. AS on the Justina. Tries to go for the Ice Blast. Does not manage to do so. He's gonna be able to get a dash out to behind the other pillar. Does get a little bit of health back. Now the Dazzle connects here for XY to LMB Prowl. Wait, did he cancel that early potentially, or they just ran out? It's just perfect timing there for XY. Now pistol shot range shots for both of these players. XY first one in, has the health advantage, gets eats up the damage off the shotgun blast there from the Flying Knights. Big damage back to back as well. Big damage to the follow up as well. Full stagger, can't even move. Is forced to use the F break there to avoid that full damage. And now XY doesn't have the advantage in this fight. AS with his purple Flying Knights applying tons of pressure here onto XY. XY trying to catch Nudge and meter burn. Oh, he's able to weave that shotgun blast this time around. He's able to play around these pillars. Little bit of peekaboo. Does manage to tap dodge that one this time around. For the second time as well. He's learned pretty quickly. He has adjusted to that ability there off that weapon, but he does not catch the last one there. And the eliminations go towards AS's way. And now he's going to be snagging up that White Tiger's power, gold armor, gold nunchucks. And I don't even know what Jade that is, but potentially something for what he already has in his inventory.
Yo, he got Dragon Ward with gold 90s.
No way. No way.
Oh, yo, my man got the RNG. Yo, put him on the raid. Let me see those drops. Let me see that high tier mod. Listen, I'll stop. We have everything coming out here for the players, for the gear. But a Justino, a Dragon War, bro. Oh, nasty work. Especially considering that he was using the throwing knife, the flying knives, I should say, as much as he was. What's crazy to me was how much he got away with those flying knives, especially the 1-2 vertical, where he got the 1-2-3 vertical blue focus, and then it just kind of started going trickling downhill from there. For ASC's XY, he himself also losing when he lost his Romyang, you know, that we just saw coming through. He still has time to come down onto Mike's body and see what loot is left behind, as well as with Edward, who we see get eliminated from the lobby. We have 10 players total left alive, potentially 8 by the time that we enter into the 10-minute, not the 10-minute mark, but like the 9-minute mark. And considering that TE's Wufong right now, 2 eliminations, still has a chance of coming out this with the leaderboard and making the top 3. 0.1 point away from 3rd place, mind you. And for Mike to go down right now for Wufong, all he needs to go is for 1 elimination, and then he's up to the bronze placement, or even higher, considering that Verse has not gotten a single elimination throughout this entire round. And so for him, it's only going to be a matter of time for his position as a Syra to be located out. But the players are chasing down Ultra Tranquility. ASC's XY looks to space out. He might get a chance of hitting the bell and getting positions off. But we've seen this time and time again where the Plume Castle or the Achilles Crest, the giant eagle perch, is where players like to kite away from the Romyang depletionist. It's an unfortunate tale as old as time, but that's what happens here. And as you can see, AS is taking the aggression against CT5. This chase is not going to stop. This Justina is going to want to make sure she gets deleted.
Yeah, I mean, Dragon's Roar, gold nunchucks here for AS. To be able to consistently have that Proctor as well with that bar filling up alone. So he's looking for an opener here. T225 fighting back though. Clint comes in off of the light attacks for both players. Shaya ultimate called in here for T225, and there's a lot of players in Plume Castle. This could potentially be bad here for T225. 2 players still with Yang depletion timer. Wufong or XY caught that. We do see XY on the right hand side. I don't believe he's applying the pressure onto T225, so doesn't look like any aggression is to be thrown towards T225's way. But XY still 3 minutes roughly here to be able to cleanse. Wufong in the mix. AS right back on in. Star now as well. Wufong overholds. Both Justina's on his trail. It looks like Star's gonna be go ahead and invest the Justina ultimate. He clips him off there, throwing the R&B focus back, but he still gets the damage there onto AS. Grapple and beast. F caught in there for Wufong. Now the Liam ultimate is gonna be called in here for Wufong, trying to stay alive in the situation. Lots of players starting to move on in, and Spider already in here in the mix, and he just fought a Liam out of the bunch, so he kind of wants to see he can try to keep this Liam in this encircle, so he does retreat now, start eating up a lot of damage. XY has a good sighting here to try to stay inside his game. The V2 there for Spider, snags an elimination onto Star, and now the second one does connect as well here for Spider. He's gonna go ahead and snag up the remaining resources. Now AS tries to knock him back there off the 1-2s off the nunchuck, and now XY cleanses off of this. Spider picks up his 6th elimination of the game, but the fight has not stopped here.
It's not going to stop here. Wufong for throwing out double blue vertical. He's got a minute on the clock right now. 9 players, potentially 8 in the next couple of minutes right here. For Wufong, gold fist blades on hand. He's got 55 seconds left to go here. He's going to have to lock into XY. 1-2 piece coming out here from the Syra as XY makes it happen. For Verse, I should say. But for his, for Wufong, he's going to have to pick his targets nice and tidy. Look at the Dragon Ball connections. Burns the combo breaker. Unfortunate for Wufong next. Gets caught. Double dash. Free refresh coming out from AS, and he might use this dash right now, but nope, he is saving himself. Bow shot from Verse out of the backwoods, and that's going to be the elimination that we need to see. 8 players still left alive, and Spider, it's crazy. Even Chad's going crazy about it. He's going crazy. But for Spider, having this lead, it's undetermined how well he can position himself for a 10-kill first play game. Knocking on wood, if we see that, Spider can get this and go ahead and be a match point theoretically.
He's not letting go to the gas pedal. You see him applying the pressure there onto XY. XY already invested his Syra ultimate. Verse, though, knows the damage that Spider has been doing. Now these players are trying to retreat here, and this is where it starts getting a lot scarier for the remainder of these games. You see Spider already with 6 on the board. He's usually a player that takes him a little bit to get hot, but right now into game 2, he's playing very, very well. Super strong plays here already here for Spider. Positioning next to that Spirit Well already as well. Applied a lot of pressure there in that situation where a lot of these players get active to try to cleanse that Yang depletion timer from that second round. And we see him already in the mix here in the Spirit Well. We do have a player on the Ballista. Who is this? This is Frostivus. Frostivus trying to find some source of damage here in the middle of the Spirit Well. We're going to have to wait and see. The Ballista shots are going to be laying down pretty soon. soon. I don't think anybody has spotted anybody on the spirit. Oh my god, we do have T2D5 now. Chops down there with the R&B focus. He is gonna be forcing out this Syro ultimate here for Verse. Verse now gets the dazzle onto T2D5. Big damage there. F caught in for T2D5. Spider inside the zone. Big damage R&B focus. Pistol shot as well onto XY. That's gonna be a lot of damage there onto XY. And if Spider manages to get this elimination here, could be a nice another 7 eliminations on the board for him. XY one shot. Spider can have the potential. Pistol shots not connecting yet. Common armor swap there for XY. Frostovich sees that player running and scattering. He tries to lay down a damage there off the ballista shot. Since the 1-2-3 Pac comes in off the nutchuck, catches the prowl once again here in the situation in this hut now. What's gonna be the mix-up? We do have another player showing right back up. XY gets another armor swap in the back end. Ballista shot starting to fly on in. Frostovich applying a lot of the pressure. Burn takes there in the back end. Arano with elimination onto XY. Frostovich now. Oh no, that's Arano on the ballista this summer. He gets the last hit off of that. And Fong shows up at the top there as well. It's like, hey, you got that kill. That's nice. Let me show up here too. But the damage has not been stopped here. Verse eating up a lot of damage. All these players trying to get this elimination onto Verse this time around. And it's been Fong now jumping into ballista with elimination. Gets the damage onto AS. And it's just chaos here for game number 2.
Yo, what's happening right now? Why are we playing hot swap seats onto the bus with this ballista, bro? Yo, come on. This Moonbait now denies the ballista. No one's going on there.
That is crazy.
Frosters went down off of the ballista, was on the ground. Arana took his place, and then DRG Fong was like, don't worry, Arana, I got you. And he went to pick up his elimination. The cycling is impeccable, man. And this is where it comes down, right? The wire is to the notion of that players, they want to allow it. They'll see it, and they're like, I don't want to mess with that right now. I'm going to go ahead and back off. And this is now the final circle. We got 6 players left for the final 5 minutes. Spider looks towards having his longsword. He saw how close he was to eliminating XY. So close, he risked the 1-2-3. He went for it. He went for that 1-2-3 just because. But the block extreme, such a powerful defensive tool where a player can just hold the horizontal blue focus, you know, just to kind of keep them in notion of just standing still. Spider taking the time to loot this body. He's allowed to do it. But the lobby saw him go in that building saying, you ain't going to be left alone. You're a Liam. You are not going to leave that building alive. And for AS and for Arano, this is only going to be a matter of time before he decides to delve into the zone, completely stocked out for armor powders, but definitely not for the health heals. Once they see him come back in, they're going to lock him down. Look at AS.
I like this new graphic right here. Tell me who got the ults. I usually do mathematical equations around the map to see who has ultimate. Oh my god, another hit on the ballista. And it's just, it's just
I didn't know that either. we're taking the spiral roller coaster ride. You know, we're going up, down, left, right. We're going through the Z dimension. Call me Matthew McConaughey because this is an interstellar trip right now with the quadrahedron.
Spider job's very low. Tries to scatter on now. Oh my god, it has been insane around this area here. These players are able to get some sort of damage onto Spider. Spider though might get eaten up a little bit of damage. So that's gold pulsar in hand there for Frostovich. AS still has the gold nunchucks in hand that he had earlier from that Roman Yang. Spider as well with the gold nunchucks, trying to see compliance inside his zone. AS though first one in. F caught in here for the Liam. 92% on that rage. Big parry there from AS in the back end. Spider's gonna be forced to pop this Liam ultimate now. The V2 does not connect into any of these players, and this could be bad here for Spider. Everybody in the server is looking right at Spider with 6 eliminations on the board. Top 6 potentially here for Spider. AS gets caught up on the V2, goes inside the zone. Frostovich with a pistol shot there is gonna be snagging up the elimination onto Spider. Is gonna back up here, gets the elimination. Now it's gonna go for a full reset in. And it looks like the aggression from these players is going to stop moving on in here to the last and final moments again, number 2.
I'm looking at the Shyos, man. You know where they are. Pocketed. Listen, gold weapons coming back over there. If this is going to be position right now, I cast a Curious Spider 5 minutes ago, folks. It's over. I am cooked. Now it comes down towards these guys. 3 kill eliminations for Arano, 3 kills for AS. Looking at the Starfall, you know, it's not going to be used, but we do see a chance here for that Blistering Edge into the Velocity Untold for Arano. He's also got himself with the Barb Bolts into Venom Tips. So for right now, he's a threat for the HP of any and all players. DRG Fong by himself right now has ultimate, has, I believe, a Desperation as his only Jade on hand. T225 looking to try to lock down to AS, having active ultimate for the Shio. Looking for the throw. Double shield Brock is now going out here for T225. This is a dangerous situation. Look at his grapple count. 1-0. And now it's going to be AS getting caught by the lobby potentially in the next couple of seconds. But free shots for Arano to land those crossbow hits. I'm still curious about whether or not T225 is going to be able to lock down, but AS found that armor slot. My man is going to be knocked into place. But now with the players, they lobby, they know this Justina either has 1 dash or no dash, but definitely nothing left for that Shio.
Yeah, I mean, he was safe off of that situation too. He had that gold armor on the ground, so he quickly retreats onto it and picks up that gold armor. F2 through the wall there from Murano. I mean, we had a shield throw through the wall just 5 seconds ago, and now F2 through the wall to snag up a little bit of damage there onto T225. T225 now with common armor here, and the rest of the lobby is going to continue looking at this Shayo with the common armor as we see all of these 3 players looking on top. Fong drops from back then. Cannon shots flying on in. Lots of damage going towards T225's way. He's going to re-snag up that purple armor. He's going to try to see if he can find a little bit of reset in, but there's nothing to be covered here in this circle. Big damage there. Barbo's on the top end. Big damage. RB dropped down there from Fong off the fan, and now the cleanse is gonna be, or the bloom is gonna be collected there from Fong as well. Run on the top side, holding that LMB focus there off that pole sword to be able to claim that top side of this terrain. Frostivus as well on the Shayo. I believe he also has a gold pole sword in hand and gold dagger as we see it here in his inventory. So he is, oh, that's a gold poster. Sorry, I just saw the skin. We are able to, he is going to be able to stay on this bottom side terrain, be able to apply lots of pressure here in his last and final moments of this game. AS with no ultimate online. Fong, the lone Temmie here for this lobby. And opposed from game number 1, the terrain here is a lot better for Tumult opposed to when Frostivus was in that game 1, where he tries to spin back the ultimate, but just the terrain was not in his favor and doesn't manage to catch a lot of people on the wall. But this terrain will be going towards the Temmie a little bit more than what it was for game number 1. Rano on the Akos and be able to get applying the pressure potentially onto Frostivus off the V2s there if the Shayo procs that ultimate. But we're gonna have to wait and see how that unfolds now. Game number 2. Last and final moments, 35 seconds. Players are going to start playing the high ground. Who do you think is going to take it here, Severio?
I think Fong's going to have a fun time here, but not going to be the ultimate defender to make it for placement for first place. Arano getting caught out to pop ult, though. He has a problem in his hands. And now the Tumult ultimate comes out as Fong uses it offensively, not defensively. He doesn't pop it, later. He pops it now. And now for the players to try to kite out to the zone, he used it in the spot where they can probably get caught to the wind wall. But look at Fong, man. He is caught out of the woodworks, and all these players still have enough HP to survive throughout here. The V2 comes out here. Arano gets elimination against Fong as the last stick-off formation. F2 comes out for Frostivus as well as for AS. 1 HP in Dream. Another tied 3-play scenario, bro. I can't believe that happened back-to-back, bro. We're so safe, and I'm okay with it because this is finals week, baby.
Wow. Game number 2. Believe that goes towards Arano's way. No, Spider still. Spider just had a crazy amount of eliminations moving into that end circle. Has 6 on the board. I believe gets eliminated top 6. So the multiplier is not on his favor, nor the rank placement, but still with 6 kills, it was enough there for Spider to snag up the MVP of game number 2. And like I was saying earlier, Spider already hot for game number 2. This is where it starts getting a lot more scary for these players. If Spider is on one and he's able to control the tempo for the games, it's just a scary side to be in, and these players need to see if they can try to slow down that tempo there from Spider. But game number 2 concluded. Crazy moments there for game number 2. We had an amusement park there on the ballista. Just, hey, it's my turn. You don't got no repair kit. It's me now. Let me go ahead and jump on that ballista, get elimination as well. Every player that jumped on that, it was 2 of them on the top side. Arano with the first elimination there on the ballista, and then Fong goes right after him to snag up his kill. It was just so much pressure, and the damage that the ballista does, plus the tick damage, is just way too much there for these players, especially with how much pressure they're already getting applied on with the chase game. So, I mean, we saw there crazy plays all around there for our second game. Mike getting eliminated once again early. I know his mental is very shattered right now. Like I said, I don't think I've ever seen Mike just, I don't want to say it, but like pretty much give up there in that situation, because that's clearly what he did with the common, with white health. He was halfway on that white health, and he just, he just pretty much gave up. But like I said, he is potentially mental shattered, and that is something that he mentioned in an interview a couple months ago, possibly even a year ago, where he's saying that that's something he's trying to focus on, was his mental. And moving into that second game, he needs to have a strong bounce back for the remainder games of the Biweekly 3 finals.
Yeah, I think the consideration for where he stood, especially onto that position, knowing that the targets behind him are not going to stop. And that area specifically is a very limited fine room for him to decide on kiting out, but he was so spaced away from the walls that there was only a matter of time before a stagger into pistol shot into the other person was pistol shot, and then he knew it was going to be, he tracked in his head, he's like, I'm done. And there was nothing that he could do at that point. And that kind of really shattered out when he threw, he's like, he he figured what was going to happen. He knew exactly what the placement was going to end up going through for it. For the placements we're talking about, the standings for that round. This is where we're going to see Spider's 6-kill game, 7-point game score, 5.5 for Arano, tied out for third place. Actually coming through here with 5.5, AS as well for 5.4.5, 3.5 for Frostus and Fong, 2.5 for Wu Fong, TT25 with 2 points, 1.5 for Verse, 1 point for Mike, XY the 0.5, 2 donuts this round, Star, Edward, both of them taking themselves out of the game pretty early throughout in terms of the timing. I think Star losing it out completely. We saw that over by north of the Plume Castle, where he was on the Romulan completion as Liam, and everyone took a stance on terms of getting him up throughout that area. So that's the case scenario. But their standings, bringing it up forward, AZ's XY 6.6, 12th place. OA's Edward 11th place, 7 points, 7.4 for FX Star in 10th, T25 from YZG at 8.3 in 9th. 8th place has DRT Fong with 9 points. 7th place we have BB's Frostbus with 10.5. Into the upper echelon right now, to the top 6. A lot of these players are kind of getting mixed and matched between being their points to be, averaged out between one another. And for it, that's going to see where AS is in 6th place with 11.3, 11.9 for OUG's Mike, TE Wu Fong in 4th place with 12.3, 13.9 for WBG's Verse in 3rd place, while WZ Dorano is in 2nd with that same points, just more eliminations to be earned out. And then seeing SR Spider, 16.8, 1st place overall. Now, obviously, Spider, the GOAT, with coming through here this past couple of years, considering that Mike has dominated for 2024 into 2023. One thing is for certain for Spider is that it comes out to notion about how well he knows his lead, but knowing when he extends too far. We saw that kind of coming out there in that fight where he went for XY. He full committed him to the zone. He thought he can go for a flank on the reposition. It didn't work out because the amount of time that XY took in going to the building, getting the armor swap, and it's just throwing out left and right. That's just the case scenario. We got ourselves the replay. It's brought to you by China Unicom. Gamers United.
Just go for the swap there off the dual blitz to the katana, but big damage here for Frostovich. The 1-2-3 as well there off the flying knives. Big parry there for Arano there against Frostovich. Jump LMBs ×2 for the elimination. Was not able to roll out of that. Mike here with a massive shift parry onto AS. The jump LMB, follow up into the shotgun blast there off the flying knives. In that last, what do you call it, gut hit there, was just that's probably just the craziest way to go out. But FPS EQ Star against Wu Fong and the Rumble Yangs were able to weave that into the follow-up. I mean, Wu Fong was just not caring about parries today. He was just letting loose there in that game number 2. Just those 1.0s back-to-back off the dual blades. This time around, he'd be against Spider. That'll be prior here for Spider. Big damage into the aerial R&B. Just so much damage. Last and final moments of game number 2. Arano against Fong here in this last and final circle. Big whisk there for Fong, but not being able to catch big damage. And Frostovich in the back end does get a chill throw onto one of these players, but 3 players stay up here in this situation. A back-to-back 3 players standing for a last circle is, I think that's unheard of.
Yeah, I think the cards right now are very rare. like how some people like their steak. Something comes out to be bloody though when it comes to 3 bars. We got 3 things to keep in mind about. 12 MVPs for Spider. Okay. 17,000 damage near to it, 16.5k for 1 big sack. He had a wind spout and he had a hard stop to kick on standby. The problem is that he's loved those nutties so much, just to the sheer amount of offensive power that those nutties can bring out for him. And having a long sword on secondary damage is also none to the wear to note that he can go for any sort of long sword 1-2-3s carousel. He can't infinite anymore with it due to the changes in the season, but he does take a lot of usage in terms of using that long sword, mainly for the chase, mainly for tech chase. If he catches him with his R&B after they roll out, he can look for that as much as he can look for utilizing it into a sheet swap and then getting notion of that. We haven't seen a lot of sheet swaps. We've seen a lot of those 2-on-1s using the same weapon in his hands, but nothing where it comes into comparable of either using your weapon to our uppercut and then swapping into halberds, for instance, for the R&B. But we are going to get a look and seeing about Twitch chat gamers for the prediction. Which player chose shy away in game 2? A, BBE Frostbus, B, WBG's Verse, C, OUG's Mike, or D, DRG Fong. I think the only hint I can give was that Shia was wearing a blue outfit. That's all I got. That's all I got for you. I can't really tell the answer. That's all I got. If you're keeping track, if you're colorblind, I'm sorry. But we still have a chance here. We still have a chance here for you guys to try to go into Twitch chat for the answer. But like I was going to mention about going through here. When round 3 comes through, we'll be back after this break because there's still a lot to talk about what's occurred. But we'll see you guys then.
するステージ視線を集めてキラキラした瞳でさあ遊びに行こう一緒にいればもっと輝けるよピカピカ光るステージで君だけの物語ぽよぽよなリズムに乗せて弾けようよどこまでも広がる空勇気を持って進もう君が主役のストーリーさあ始めようこの瞬間が宝物だよキュンとするでしょ
Welcome back, everybody, to NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League Bi-Weekly 3 Finals. My name is Creators, and I'm here with Severio. We just saw 2 games being played out here for today's matches. Potentially an 8-game night. But Spider, game number 2 with a pop-off 7-point game off of that game alone. 6 eliminations on the board there for Spider. Hey, Spider's on one right now. Spider's been cooking. We saw a crazy sequence there in game number 2. Crazy sequences in game number 1. I mean, everybody all around has been going at it. The way that how close everybody is in the top 6 right now is just super close right now. Anybody can take this bi-weekly right now, but thus far, Spider has been having that pop-off game, or the highest pop-off game. But Burst in game number 1 as well had a very strong game for his first game, still in that top 6. So this is anybody's game here, Severio.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of fights in that early ends of that round where they decided to take a pocketed fight over that Forbidden Seal. Once it's activated, it's speaking for everybody. That's where Mike got his elimination there, especially against JL's AS. And then a lot of the players kind of, subsided DRG Font, DD5. But one thing is for certain and seen about how the lobby had been selected, it was a lot of a lot of 2-choice pick characters. It wasn't 3 triple choice. It wasn't 4 individual characters. There's only 2 individual characters. It's Molten and Akos into that last phase. Everywhere else, the Saras, the Justinas, the Liams, the Shiels and the Lanis, having 2 of them in a pair kind of made it a very adjustable match. in terms of seeing how many players you see on the field and only how many there is, right? So knowing that the players have the settings of an Immortal War, if you guys are unaware, if they have everyone's skin to be turned off, everyone's defaulted. Anything that you see is defaulted. You can't see who killed you until it's your death to them completely when you're eliminated from the lobby. But one thing it comes out is also the fact that the players keep into motion about what they see in the kill feed, right? And they know that there's only a certain amount of characters that come through. They see a Xiao Wei die to a Lonnie. They know that that might be someone in the Romy Yang, because then the next thing you see is, Lonnie, Lonnie wins a Romy Yang, and you know that you see a Lonnie there. If you see a Xiao on the outskirts, keep in mind, if you've only seen one Xiao die in the Romy Yang, there's going to be a chance right there that Xiao is going to be the target that you want to make sure you get rid of. That's kind of the case scenario that comes into the mindset for the players to keep going through in solos. Nbpl season begins where everyone's kind of figure out the niche, but they've always had that knowledge retention from the tournaments played in the past, whether not only to CN but also the global as well. A lot of the players take it into the notation of what is to be considered into a flow of a match, whether not just about where they drop and who they pick and how they flow into the fight, how they can spot who is the target, the lobby. That's for certain is what makes these guys at the peak of the league.
Yeah, I love that you mentioned that, because not a lot of people play Immortal War, right? The players who play the game, not a lot of players play Immortal War or have competed in a NARAKA tournament. So I love that you mentioned that in the kill feed it shows up the character's name, because that's something that we don't really emphasize in these games, right, that we're watching. But that's just another thing that's being added on top from what we see as mechanics, right? Obviously mechanics is a very, very high priority factor in NARAKA or any video game, right? Just mechanics being a very strong suit for a lot of these players, but there's just a lot of more to it that's being done by these players that not a lot of people know about, like you mentioned, the Romy Yang kills. And even, for example, in game number 2, Wu Fang was applying a lot of the pressure onto Spider, and after that second round, and Spider just fought a Liam, so he knows that same Liam has Yang depletion timer, and you see him give him a little 2 or 3 love taps, and then after that he plays with him to try to potentially cleanse out Wu Fang. It didn't work out for Wu Fang in that situation, but that's just another added factor where, you kind of want to move on to that last and final moments with a quote-unquote handshake, right? Or whatever you guys want to call it. That, it's a very controversial thing for a lot of viewers as well, that they don't really agree on with the handshake on the same character. But I mean, it's something that ever since the new system in the structure of the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League has just been a strong thing to do if you're one of these players. So it's not new now where the handshake is happening between the same characters, but like you were mentioning, that in game number 2 was showcased as well, where Spider was trying to help that out. He knows Liam was quote unquote in his favor, but it didn't work out there for Wu Fang in that situation. So that's just something I wanted to touch on, that I like that you mentioned that.
Yeah, we got people in the chat calling him summoning his inner platinum, just like, spamming the blues. I'm like, okay, I see you out there, Saints. I see you out there. We have our phases though. We have first phase into Morris out midday, which is going to be into round 3. TT25 coming out here for the first phase alongside with Verse. So pretty nasty first phase picks to be given towards these guys, especially inside of Morris Isle, right? They're giving a Liam on this map. So many opportunities in Celestia to come through. Now, honest to speak, there isn't any sort of it's not dusk, it's not nighttime. That means there's not flaming cages to be available in the outskirts of the map, but there's only a certain amount of time before these guys want to insta-lock that character, because they could, but they take the chances. Lonnie, you got to remember, 8-round phases potentially that we have 8 rounds potentially today that the players have to keep in mind about. The Lonnie is going to be a guarantee, considering that they don't want to give it to anyone else to be available. Liam's for XY and Prosperous, that's the case scenario. For third phase, you know how it goes. Shayo, Syra, Justina, it could be anything coming out between Star and AS, and that's going to be the Shayo picks.
Yeah, I think that's the standard, right? Like Lonnie Liam or Liam Lonnie, and then Shayo's, and you have like a off pick in that round selection 3 sometimes, but I'm not seeing triple Liams today thus far for game number 3. We could potentially get them later on the line, but we were seeing those in the qualifiers. Arano locking in that Justina. Fong as well is going to go ahead and lock in that Justina. So Justina, Shayo, Lonnie, and Liam are off the countertops for grabs, and now Edward and Mike are going to be locking in that Cyrus. So thus far, all these characters have a pair in the lobby. Now, Spider and Wufong, potential Temmie for Spider. Yes, Temmie for Spider here for game number 3. Wufong, potentially Akos, maybe here for Wufong. Let me see what he's feeling like. Oh, Keelan. Okay. This is the first one we get for tonight. But we did see a uproar of Kylans, or Keelans, whatever you want to call him, throughout this 2025 season. And when he first got released, he was very strong. A lot of these players played him. He did get a little bit of nerf, and then he came right back into the meta now for this season, where these players have been finding very good value with that character alone, with just his aggression in that ultimate, being able to get those back-to-back slices, getting a little bit of siphon back as well. It's a very good kit there for a character in this game. But game number 3, locked and loaded. Spider going to be able to continue that momentum? Is Burst going to have a bounce back off of game number 2 with that marvelous game 1? Or is Mike going to turn up now for game number 3? Hey, we're gonna have to wait and see.
We literally do. And I think seeing about this Keelans, they call him Kylan. We're vetoing. No more Keelan. No more Kylan. I'm calling you Kyle from the skate park with the Monster Energy drink and a Thrasher magazine, bro. I swear. His parents have issues. We're continuing. We have a low point threshold, though, for average points for Wufong. For his Kylan, difficult, right? Kind of, you know, his options are limited, but it is one of the premier picks to come out. So hopefully he has some success. We haven't seen a lot of Kylan success since the beginning. So for right now, it's going to be only a matter of time seeing how this single pick makes it through. For this, though, I know that Spider's to mulch is going to be a little bit of, if he gets that momentum, as you mentioned, for him. I know one thing is for certain, though, for Spider, considering that he has to pick his drop very carefully,
yeah,
I would say that it's going to be an outspoken spot. Either he goes Artisan's Grove and tries to contest it because he has walls around him, or he decides to go into a Firefly Cave. It's going to be the case over here in the map, and it looks like he is going to be on the outskirts completely. And a lot of pocketed spawns are going to be made. WBG's versus OA's, Edward, right next to each other. Shadow Jade Mine between DRG's, Fong, and WZ's Toronto, and over by the Elysian Haven, it was TTG5, Star, Wufong, all by themselves, just having a little bit of a grandiose time and just picking out those boxes and picking up the loot alongside it. And then seeing into this case for what seems to be past Mohism at Sigma Mine, AAS East XY has it to his own. He's got to be quick with the loot, though, considering that everyone could just end up hammering towards his direction. This map is solid in the southeastern region of Morris Isle. So for everyone taking these jobs, round 3 is going to go off of a hitch. Morris Isle midday, only a few amount of spots for them to go off on, and they decided to take violence into their own hands. My name is Severia, alongside our creatives. We are dropping through here hot with some action over by the Game of Mine.
Very, very congested drop zones here for our 3rd game. Spider will take it on the Temmie, snags up a common fan. Mike, though, massive parry there from Mike. Oh my god, the last frame there of the grapple gets the parry onto Spider. Big damage there from Mike onto Spider. Now Spider trying to back on up here in the situation, gets the area LMB there. The shotgun blast, I believe, connects as well. Back to back, big damage here from Mike. Now the follow up in the corner into the scare rush, and Mike now starting off hot here for game number 3.
Making sure that he can take that gold into the shop, buying supplies, and making his way forth. Quick Moonbane purchase, most likely coming out for there. And now it's gonna be Edward making his way towards Sun Cave, getting the loot from here from these troves. High trove frequency here, so for him, it's only gonna be a benefit of the matter. Now for Mike, having the chance at being at the Gamma Mine, he could make this approach towards Sun Cave. Otherwise, Sigma Mine is an option, or even towards the Shadow Jade Expanse, taking the loot here. First and most, this is the priority. And this is going to be the macro gameplay we were talking about earlier, where this position, he gets his first elimination. He can then now start snowballing in that area and start looting up. ASE's XY, though, blue armor, common flying knives, up against the beret known as Verse. As he goes into there with a Kami kick, he makes sure that he can look for the blue focuses, but he's not going to get that parry. And now it's going to be the engagement of a lifetime.
Oh my god, catches LMB Prado, though, on the ground. 1-2, overholds 3. F caught in there for XY, and now Verse full throttle in. No online here for the Liam. Shotgun blast is back, though. Big damage once again, and that just iced off a lot of the pressure here in these fights. We see it time and time again. It does so much damage in just the stab back there. Doesn't manage to get these players to get more damage in. But Wufong, T225, killing ultimate already invested here for Wufong. T225 trying to stay up here in the situation. Wufong connects off that last slash, I believe. Now the V1 trying to do wonders here for Wufong. Doesn't manage to clip him off of that one. T225 now gets caught up in this one. Gets the last hit hit off of that alone, and now it's gonna be a very close fight. Catches the R&B into the Lonnie ultimate, and now uses the F to try to stay alive. Beautiful iframes there for Wufong, but gets caught up off the second ball there, and T225 is gonna eliminate Wufong here in the first fight here for game number 3.
Beautiful loot pickup coming out there. Mike versus Verse. Nice parry from Verse. Knows he has to go for a shotgun blast. Low. There it is. Release coming out here. Going for the tap dodge LMB was attempt. But Verse still has ultimate available to go off of here. If he needs to go for the confirmation against Mike, Mike has to burn his combo breaker first and foremost. Now for Verse, hold checking the heck out for the horizontal. He catches it. He burns the combo breaker. 1-2s comes out. The dazzle gets the 100 heal for Mike. Goes for a shotgun into the kick, making sure he can go for another R&B. There is another chance for the blue focus to be denied due to the Lonnie ball and a free blue focus. Doesn't get the reset. This is unfortunate for Verse because now he has to space out.
Yeah, he needs to try to back up here in the situation. He's gonna be able to TP to the ball this time around. The drop down there, a little bit of knockback there onto Mike. He's gonna use the remainder of ult there to top off that white health. First, gonna go ahead and back to full health. One last F throw though, as we see it there in the hot bar. We do have him full aggression Mike once again. Mike though, no armor left here for Mike. Gonna use the F, gonna get stabbed off that last one there. Big damage there, doesn't get the last hit, and now he does. And Burst there with elimination onto Mike. And now Burst with his second elimination in game number 3. Not letting go of that gas pedal, doing a really good job into game number 3. Arano and Fong are going at it on the opposite side here of this same area. And it's just so much chaos here for game number 3. Purple Hong's on the hand here for Fong. Arano on the blue nunchucks. The chaser is gonna be Fong. He is going to see he can try to find some sorts of damage there onto Justina, but we do have him now retreating, waiting this out. A little bit of a Justina v Justina action there. Spider though going to go ahead and start rotating on into the center of the zone off of this alone, picking up some pairs on the way, trying to find some better loot to potentially take this first Roma Yang.
Yeah, exactly. And let's talk about loot. You know, in Immortal War, having the opportunity to pick up loot is only limited to being purple rarity max. So for the players, they had to make that mention of just going ahead and getting purples and how valuable that is comparative to seeing it in the normal ranked mode game. So for Immortal War, having these purple weapons and purple armors off rip is a blessing in disguise. And we're seeing this chance right now for Fong to burn his ultimate to escape. And now for T25, looking to the chance out towards Sun Cave. Obviously, we're in daytime, so there's no fireflies. But for Fong, he's only got a matter of time before the players can catch up to him. T25 already on the hunt right now. Nice jump LB extensions to skate across the sky, but for Fong, he's got 3 grapples after this one. So now it's up to the case. Will he get to Celestia in time? And if he does, will some other opponent like Mike be right there waiting for him?
Yeah, and there it is. Mike is going to go overboard off of him. We did not manage to catch line of sight of this. Oh, yes, he does. Quickly re-aggresses Fong. We see him now in the center of Celestia. Doesn't make it to the temple, but can still use the terrain there in Celestia to stay alive in that situation. We did see him going in for a little bit of reset there as well. Mike can go ahead, continue looting up, try to find coins and anything possible in these boxes, barrels, whatever he can. Edward with the Moonbane charms and being able to call it on that realm that he is going to potentially start posting up on in, but he is going to go ahead and buy up some resources first. Does manage to get that purple armor, and we do see Edward now putting up that Moonbane on that top left-hand side of the map. It looks like Verse is going to retreat from there and contest the top right-hand side. Arano posted up in the center of the map for that Roma Yang. T225 far right. OUGs might push it up bottom left. Fong and AS could potentially get a little bit of contesting there onto Mike to take this round. We do have it fully forming up pretty soon, and in a couple of seconds, Edward though is going to be able to get that for free. AS, Fong, Mike gonna be waiting for this round. Who's gonna be able to get the pass here? He's gonna spawn in the back end. Mike does not manage to do so. No, he's gonna go ahead and wait this out and play the third party. AS gonna snag at the pass, and now Mike playing a lot more conservative now. You see him land loose of that gas pedal, not going full throttle in like he did for game 1 and 2. Wants to make it to this end game, and he knows if he's trying to take this bi-weekly home, he needs to start racking up those points.
Yeah, especially considering that placement right now is his only concern. So waiting out here, you know, it's funny because Seb was mentioning yesterday about how he was surprised how many teams weren't taking in the trios, the Roma Yangs, and I think it just comes down to decisiveness. So you have to understand once it comes down to you losing a Roma Yang, it's because you're up against a counter pick option, and for that, that would work out against you higher in solos than in trios, because in the case scenario, certain comps definitely won't take Roma Yangs. But when certain comps are made for Roma Yangs or have more success in there, and it is how not to take it, that's another case scenario of just not wanting to it's not about a confidence. It's about being, having a keepsake of living and trying not to work against World Meaning Depletion. Our players don't know how expensive this cave is, knowing how valuable it is and how fast it is to be coming through the depression as Mike goes ahead and kites towards the gold jays. Can he get him? No, he won't. And it looks like it's going to be Star Arano just, casing out here. No, he did get a repair roll into, I believe, a burst arrow. So he's going to be having those ones on hand. And now it's going to be money too to keep in mind for the shop, so he can purchase a weapon, or he could be getting another purple armor later down the road. We'll have to see. Spearow being contested Spider versus XY.
Spider throws on the whisk. It's gonna go towards both players' way here for this Spirit. Well, the follow up there off the flying eyes there from XY. You can see if I get the elimination here. The Spider. It's just a lot of damage here onto Spider. Big parry there for Spider. Wake up parry there to the follow up. F caught in here for the Liam. Both ults can be invested here potentially, but you gotta be real careful about third party situations. But it does not look in the minimap that any other players around. Liam ultimate called in. Spider ultimate now is called in as well here from the Tumult. Overholds trying to find a whisk, I believe. Waiting for that perfect opportunity to throw down the whisk. When he's not in blue focus frame, he does not connect off that whisk. Now, he's going to have to retreat now that that ultimate is gone. XY, though, still has a lot left in that ult. I believe it did cancel now, I think. I just cursed him as well. But first, AS now in the realm of Yang. It's going to be Lonnie versus Shayo. AS does lose pretty much all that blue armor. Verse is going to go ahead and pop off that purple armor as well. He is going to be able to get falling damage. F called in for AS. In the back end, behind the pillar now. Shotgun blast, big damage off the pistol as well, back to back. I think he clips him there through the wall as well. Pistol shots there for the extra damage. AS still trying to play around these pillars, but no ults have been invested thus far.
Not yet. Blocking string comes out. Ooh, nice delay. F1 investment from Verse. AS still has a chance here to back off for a heal. One LMB to the next causes Verse to go for this ult proc for a knockback. Now it's a case scenario with both of these ultimates. One LMB to be thrown doesn't get negated. That's the power where Shayo beats out Lonnie in most cases. But the blue focus has come out here. It doesn't get staggered due to him being in that kick ready stance. Striker position, kicks out himself. He still has goalie available to go through. He cancels it. Oh my goodness, he throw it out again, because now it's gonna be the case for the last block and having to time this dodge. There's a goalie stance. There's the throw in for AS. Takes the time to reset, and he still has that shield ready. They are on equal terms for the next 30 seconds. Combo breaker is out, but Verse is still on the oppression.
Verse applying a lot of pressure. AS as well now. Connects off the LB focus. Times 2. F called in for the Lonnie. And now cooldown here for the Lonnie. AS has the opportunity that he needs. Trying to play around the players to not get hit off that shotgun blast. Proc comes in once again. Catches LB Pro here for Verse. What's going to be the mix up? The 1-2 on the ground. 1-2-3. Jump LB if needed. Wasn't even needed there for Verse. And Verse now winning the first Roman Yang, game number 3. As well as YZG's T225. What's going to be in the loot path here for this box? Gold Halberds and the Vermilion's Birds Might. That's a nice weapon upgrade there for Birds. We're gonna have to wait and see. Gold Pulsar there for T225. Already has ult invested against Fong. And we do have a third party here in the situation. Fong has Yang depletion timer, so this could go towards Fong's way if he could potentially get the damage onto T225.
I want to see if T225 goes to the ball. He has it still available to go to gold stance, and he decides not to do so. T225 with no armor to his name, only 1 bar, so that's around 300. That gives Star the necessary chase value. Now, there is still a chance here right now, right? T225 has a Vermilion. He could just burn it out right now, but it's not going to be the case. Meanwhile, over by Jade Pond, we see Spider up against AS. Ult proc coming from Shayo. Double block come out here, looking for a whisk throw. Oh, he goes for the ultimate. What a stance, and he gets it just like that. Inside the building, impeccable. 2-kill eliminations for Spider. He gets the loot alongside that. We're switching back over to T225 by the Sigma Mine. He's up against Star in the middle of the woodworks. As you can know that T225 has no ultimate, but neither does Fong. He still has higher rage than him. He goes for the rampage, learns the combo breaker. 1 LMB in a dream, no stone forming for Fong. He still has a lot of time to catch up to this target.
Yeah, now Frostovis not showing up to the party, and Frostovis with perfect third party there is gonna snag up the elimination plus the bloom, and he's off the scene. And Fong with 2 minutes and counting does not able to cleanse his Yang depletion timer. Frostovis with perfect spacing to be able to get that elimination plus the bloom. He backs on up, gets his first elimination of game number 3. Spider still in the mix this time around against Verse. This is a big scrap off here. Purple fan in hand for Spider. Edwards well with gold flying knives in the back end. So big third-party action between all of these players here. Spider being the one hunting between both of these players, using the terrain at his favor. First shot's very low inside the zone. We see him now with no armor left, trying to snag up a little bit more health back. He does manage to find a purple armor swap there. There goes the Lonnie ultimate, gets the stab back, but no, the F caught in there for the Syra. Looks like might be coming right back in. The next player inside this fourth party is gonna be Spider in the back end. Edward now investing the Syra ultimate at verse. He's gonna use the goalie stance like Severio calls it there to try to knock him back, but he does manage to line of sight there against the Syra. Doesn't get clipped off of the dazzle there. Does manage to get back into that gold frame there off the Lonnie ultimate. Edward's ultimate is about to run out pretty soon here, and there it is. Verse manages to stay up around in the mix as well. Spider waiting for that perfect opportunity, but the fight's still going on against Verse against Edward.
Goes for a 1-2, gets paired.
Ooh, no.
That's tough. That's tough. Even Edward's like, I'm gonna die now. Take it or leave it. And now it's gonna be a case. Spider ultimate procs again. We've seen this story happen again and again, and Spider gets a Rano into that R&B doink, and there's elimination. 3 eliminations for Spider. This is impeccable season right now for him. He's going for the 3-kill lead. He is one of the MVPs alongside with Verse, who is in soul form, getting back into the position towards Romy Yang, but there's gonna be a chance in seeing Wufong. Romy Yang depletionist right now. 50 seconds on the clock to get rid of that Yang depletion, and it's going to be tough. Frostfist, his sparring partner of dreams and hopes, seeing that Perry come out here and looking at Frostfist right now with the flying knives. I can't, bro. The shotgun blast is too strong. I can't, bro.
Bro, shotgun blast is crazy. You saw the depth. This is blue rarity flying knives. I'm assuming he's running full attack as well. But in the kill feed, Fong, he manages to cleanse it. He manages to stay inside game number 3. I believe he eliminated Star there for that for the Soul Bloom. But we have T225 and Verse going at it for this Roma Yang. Lonnie v Lonnie between both of these players here. We do have gold pole sword and I believe gold halberds on the opposition here onto this Roma Yang. Verse can go ahead and play the fan this time around. Oh my god, he has Soul Shatter. He's able to get a little bit of damage. Sends it times 2. Doesn't get the second one though. T225 is playing full pole sword here in this situation. Swaps right back to the gold halberds. Lonnie ultimate invested for T225. Now trying to find a pole sword connection. Now there goes the old call in here for Verse. It connects here for T225. Overholds 3 charge. Gets the stab back as well. Big TOD here for T225 over and over again off the gold pole sword. And T225 there picking up elimination off the Verse.
I think like 17,000 damage off of that. Fong getting carried out there. Looking for the R&B, looking for the Rampage reveal. Coming out again, but Edward is ready for it, and there's the elimination. Quick. Thunderous applause, please. And now as Edward kicks himself up some gold armor, he is just throwing these flying knives left and right. We're seeing him pick up a Cloud Weaver, gold greatsword, purple longsword, and aerial rend. If he decides to use the aerial rend with the greatsword, such G. I'll be honest, that thing is not going to be the best option, but he drops his purple full sword for it, so he could look to go ahead and have it. He still has that soothing boon available for him. He has a Tai Chi fan, so if he goes for the fan crouch LMB, he can go for a true uppercut. Things are on the table. And I wanted to mention as well from Verse how he had a common fan that had that Soul Shatter on standby. I didn't mention this, but he did pick up that Soul Shatter from the first Romy Yang victory that he accrued. And then getting a chance of finding the fan, he just wants to optimally have that blue focus off of the mind read, right? Breaking the mindset of what the next move is. It's a whole new animation for the fan where it's a blue focus off of that clink, and then going off of the dash, he can go for a neutral uppercut. Spider though, you know, you're chilling out. Mike though, 1 elimination, Syra gameplay, 30 grapples in his name, has a burst arrow, has a assault smolder, has a Bending Descent, Overlord, and a scatter shot. He could just wait this out. Common bow for the scatter shot burst arrow is a nasty combination normally in trios, but in solos, he has a goal in mind, 100%.
Well, first 3 minutes and 58 seconds. That's good loot, but back towards the wall. Needs to see, can try to find a cleanse here between one of these players. Spider might get aggressed on, being a Temi in his lobby. I believe he is going to be full focus here by T225 and Verse. Both of the Lonnies looking for somebody to pick on. We do have Spider though playing the side of the terrain very well. Gets clipped off a little bit hit there, not a lot of damage. Both of these players full focus on, and Edward in the back end as well. Mike being able to potentially get a 4th, 5th party action. Spider though moving right now, nobody can catch up to him right now. Being able to cut that line of sight, doing a really good job, place that low ground to be able to kite out all this pressure. We do have T225 T225 as well, trying to catch up to the back end. Spider gonna cut line of sight. He's gonna cut off noise as well. He's gonna wait this out in the bottom side, and they do lose sight of the Temi. Burst now trying to find another opposition to get aggressive on. Looks like they are not going to find Spider, and Spider was just moving right there, not being able to get caught by both of these Lonnies. And I mean, that is not easy, and we see Spider do it with ease.
You know, it's crazy. Like Spider, anything like, you know, someone who makes YouTube guides or someone who coaches other players, he's like, they see Spider sneeze and like, okay, let me write that down. Let me write that down. So you're telling me that's not the, so you're telling me this is the way that we got to do it. And that kiting path is the reason why. How he was able to kind of work himself with the dagger and going off, and no one wanted to chase him down, not taking any situation and doing so, is going to be the case. Mike, though, I can't believe we pulled the player point of view cam, because we just saw what just happened. My man just got fully lobbied out as a Syra. No threat until the end game. They knew that, so they wanted to take care of her right now. And the problem is, he's not the only Syra in the game, right? He's not the only one. Always Edward is alongside that. And Mike finds that the purple armor swap to be available for him. No combo breaker to be made. He is getting every single one of these, you know, scare rushes to make it happen, to make it work. The problem is this tower is finite by distance. He's only got a matter of time for someone staggers.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be very hard to catch somebody just full momentum up this tower. I mean, we see it time and time again from these players using the same tower every single time to ice off pressure, and Mike on the blue fan being able to do so very easily. Burst with 1:44, not being able to find any success. T225 now might have to turn his attention onto Verse pretty soon, because Edward's applying a lot of damage onto Verse. T225 tries to peel there for him. We do have Fong in the back end, I believe, showing up as well. Lonnie ultimate called in here for Verse. Gonna use the TP off of that, using it for movement. Go ahead and get frozen there by Fong. Doesn't get the R&B focus damage though, and now the Syra ultimate being called in there from I believe Mike in the backside. Burst manages to stay up for now. Is gonna go ahead and drop down on the terrain. Spider, T225, Burst. All these players trying to catch up onto Burst. I believe we do have Fong with one dash left off that ultimate. Spider in the mix, trying to see he could potentially catch a Wisp here for the Temi F. We do have him drop it down. Two players connect. Cannon shots flying on in. R&B focus there from T225. Big damage. Fong now in the back end is gonna be snagging up the elimination there onto Verse. R&B focus in the back end. He's gonna be eliminated there from T225, and all these eliminations are happening here with only 5 players still alive here for game number 3.
You know, it's crazy. Spider getting caught by the Rupture Gale is not what he's looking for, and T225 is making sure that that healing isn't at its full efficiency. Spider needs first place 4 eliminations to make it through for finals, or rather to get to the match point, and if not, 6 kills, 4th place. He's got 2 options right now. Obviously, the former, it's going to have to be, you know, very, very difficult to kind of go work through. We're going to see him having an engraving, though. No long sword, has alchemy, has a Tai Chi fan, has the opportunity to be proccing here, so that's a great amount of sustain. He's got a little bit more supplies to work through with, though. We see towards Mike, though, he's got some upgrades here, having to be picked up, I believe, a twin shot. So if he looks for, you know, cannon, he look for it. You see him getting these hits off of the burst arrow with the scatter shot, with the blue rarity bow. Now he upgraded, and now comes out for this T225's build, looking at the stanchion sky pillar, looking at the Ruptured Gale orb, the engraving, the assassin's lunge, the rampage. He'd be looking for a weapon here, but instead he's looking for jades. He's got 2 purple gold jades. I'm trying to look at that martial art will form hook to be picked up. He finds, you know, he finds halberds. It's anyone's kill to be making sure that that person gets to lead him. And then switching on to Edward, Storm Strike, Cloud Weaver. We saw that soothing boon into the Cyan Fang uppercut 1-2-3 true, by the way, into the Crackle LB, which is really strong for Edward to get some sustain if he confirms it. Otherwise, he can get to terrain manipulation and look at that slope, and he can go for jump LMBs. The only problem is if there's players around, they're going to be looking to try to disrupt that as often as possible.
Yep, and here it is. Edward right dead center. Mike dropping right back down. Frostivus trying to contest as well. All these players trying to lay down the pressure. We do have Spider moving on in the backside as well. Mike is going to get a massive parry there onto Frostivus. No damage, though, due to the F. Spider now in the backside is to be able to use his Temi Wisp to ice off some of the pressure there from T225. He's going to be able to get aggressive onto Edward, though. Edward is going to be able to scatter on out here in this situation. Now, the main player inside that Spirit Well is getting full focus here for Spider. Spider sees the vulnerability here from this player. With 3 on the board, Spider now trying to see if he can collect his 4th elimination of this game. Jump parry here for Spider. Big damage. Jump LB for the extra damage. F caught in there for the Syra. Pistol shots does not connect thus far. There it is this time around. Jump pistol shot there from Spider onto Edward. And Edward did not think a player was going to full focus him, but we also have T225 with White Triangle powers now.
Now for Mike getting caught out here and looking to kite around, he's got the rocks, he's got the pillars, and T25 is not stopping the aggression. Syra preemptive ultimate. No dazzle coming off of this for Mike. He's looking to try to go for a stagger if he can. There's one chance opportunity right now for T25, and he gets caught. There is going to be one spotlight for a 1.0 stagger from the light beam. Not optimal, but Mike had to make do with it, and he's looking to try to get some sustain here as well. For Mike, once his ult ends, he's going to get focused out here. T25 gets the confirmation of that Rupture Gale, rocking out the burn, and looking past that Scare Rush. I can't believe he got the Scare Rush for free. He's out of there. He gets the Forbidden Seal. He doesn't have to worry about ultimate. All he has to do is worry about time.
Yeah, one ban now here happening here in game number 3. Mike trying to stay alive here in the situation. Random Bane in the middle of this area. Mike does manage to pop the powder in just in time. Gets clipped once again off the Rupture Gale, and just the tick damage there, nearly taking off one block of that purple armor off of one hit. Pistol shot spawn in here for Frostivus. In the back end, Spider getting hit and clipped there from the Moonbane. Mike's moving around it, avoiding all that pressure there from the Moonbane, and the players in his lobby manages to stay up, playing ring around the Rosie and the outskirts of this Moonbane. Players are still trying to full focus in. T225 with that White Tracker's powers, trying to cut line of sight. Nearly gets connected off of that movement as well. He is still playing in the center of it. Mike playing the outskirts on the bottom right hand side. Isn't able to go ahead and Scare Rush back up. Tries to cut the ankles there of all these players. Frostivus might be the first one in. The Wisp nearly connects there onto Mike there from Spider. Does manages to avoid everything still. And I don't know what his rage is at, but it should potentially be around 45%. As we see the bar. T225 down the back end. Oh my god, the grapples could potentially get a Moonbane hit here. Spider still first one in, trying to get the damage off the flying eyes. What's gonna be the mix? So Mike does manage to get a little bit of love tap into the retreat there for the movement game. T25 trying to lay down the pistol shot, doesn't manage to do so. Spider still hasn't been able to catch that prowl that he needs onto Mike, and Mike is just as well moving right now. Spider was doing it earlier, but Mike is now doing it now.
1, 2, 3s, we released those, maybe, potentially, from Mike. We might see it. T25 has his opportunity right now to look at this R&B. In this case scenario, there's going to be a shotgun blast from Frostivus. My man, looking at this Rupture Gale Orb, this is problematic. I mean, 75%, looking for the R&B hold check here. Maybe Mike gets caught for the R&B. Ooh, might be going for the 100 heal. He will. And this is looking towards a little bit of a dicey situation. He may not even survive here, folks. This is going to be a grab from T25 where he can fully consolidate the lobby to look into this direction. And then there's Spider, the throwing knives. 5 kills. He only needs one more, guys. He only needs one more in order to make it to match point, potentially to get himself out of this position where all he needs to do is MVP. I said it. I was like, yo, what if Mike gets himself match point for first round, or by round 4? Oh, process. What are you trying to do? Anyway, Spider, if he ends up getting match point by this round, listen, I already cast a crit. I already said it out loud. It's over.
Yeah,
I didn't knock on the table. So I said, I'm all in. I'm putting my chips on the table. We're looking at this like a poker game because I'm blank faced right now. If this Spider wins this, though, I'm putting a smirk on my face. Call me T25 because this is going to be coming through between the Lonnie, a Liam, and a Tumult. Now, the end game circle vibes are immaculate. For the next 3 minutes, though, we're chilling. We have that advanced heal, or not advanced, we have that tuna for Spider alongside a Cyan Fang. So if he really wants to, throw it out there, he can just throw out 1, 2, 3s. All the weapons in his kit can do that. T25. Martial art, we saw that from Wolfform Hook, has purple halberds now, has himself a Sky Force, if I'm not mistaken, as well. We have to see Frostivus, Immortal. I can't believe it. Assault Smolder, Phantom Step, Sunwing Shot, Slow Shot, as well as looking at that quick charge Thunder Call. He has a pistol. He has no repair chest. He's got 6 bullets in the chamber. So whether or not he's going to be, channeling his inner Wu-Tang, he's going to have to go, say, swoo, and then walk away.
Man, I'm looking at the characters right now. I think the Lonnie might be getting picked out of the bunch. I would not want to move it in. Yeah, I would not want to be moving into this last and final moments here with a Lonnie being able to catch both of us in that ball there. Not be a good sight for any of these players. So potentially a little bit of aggression, a little bit. He does have that martial arts will hook form there off the halberd. So could potentially get 2 players off of that ball throw and the ultimate there for the Lonnie. Spider on the Temi. Has flat terrain, so could potentially have a really good ult pop there as well for this game. Frostivus on the Liam for this game can stop any of the pressure of any of these players get caught up, can potentially knock off a little bit of the pressure off the Lonnie if he's able to get a perfect timing. But we're gonna have to wait and see how that goes. There's Spider, T225, Frostivus, top 3 here for game 3. Player's going to be waiting now the remainder of this timer. 40 seconds left here for the zone to start moving on in.
purple cannon. That's what was doing so much damage. Is a purple cannon there for TT25 with a rupture gale. Just burn ticks. I believe every cannon that connected onto a player was just one purple armor block there off of that alone. Spider, gold of flying knives, gold pulsar for TT25. Frostivus playing the blue flying knives, and we've seen very good value from Frostivus on those flying knives, especially day one as well. From what I saw, he's just very comfortable with that weapon alone. You saw him doing a crazy, I don't know if it's like a trap on the ground. I don't know what it was that he was doing, but that weapon is just so much pressure. And there it is. These players are going to be picking up the Lonnie here. It's like, yeah, we don't want to mess with you here. And these players are going to be full focus in T225, and the ultimate is going to be called in pretty early. Spider as well is going to be popping his Temi ultimate, and now it's just a matter of time with Frostivus having his still in his inventory.
RMB's to the next. Lonnie throws to the sidelines. Oh, the whisk throw. Oh, the pistol shots. Spider, you're going to have to really survive here, man. You're going to have the one opportunity to make this to match point, and he gets caught into the wall. That is unfortunate. I think Spider actually dies here completely. Look at this. Lonnie ball, goalie stand, throws it out to Frostivus, and the martial art whip from Hook. Harry, son, this is going to be it. Oh, my goodness. The kick coming out into the zone, and the Soren tried to grief him out. Spider is dead, and that's going to give us a round 5, at least, minimum. And for Frostivus, looking at TG5, looking for the whole check of destiny for the horizontals, he catches it. He gets a Liam throw, and this is going to be a free heal for Frostivus, and he's able to throw this out into the zone. I think that's death to TT5. Solo picked up for Frosty. He's going out here as potentially MVP. I wouldn't say so. I think TT5 takes that with 5 eliminations, but we'll see. Considering a Frostivus got himself 3 kill eliminations from the first place and takes that multiplier with just the placements alone, I think TT5 guarantees that for himself. And there it is.
Yep. Great game, Spider, though, still with a massive game 3. T225 now with a good game. Takes out this MVP. You see it. He's not too happy about it. He knows his job's not finished. Shout out Kobe. Anyways, T225. Being able to take this MVP for game number 3. So much aggression. Man, just looking back. I'm keep mentioning Mike. I mean, Mike was our first seed going into this game, and he has not been able to find that momentum, right? He just gets shut down time and time again. He played a little bit more passive into this game, but still, it's just a situation happens that he just gets caught lacking, and he falls, and he gets taken out of the game. But needless to say, Spider, TG25 verse have not been having that kind of problems for tonight. These players have been finding that success in their games. It's very close. I'm not sure what's going to be the overall standings there for Spider, but he's very close to making to that threshold already, which is pretty insane only 3 games in.
Yeah. I mean, the amount of points that you need to get into 24 points for the threshold of match point can come through a lot easier for you with proposed points. So for the players that kind of take into consideration from the past 2 days of playing into the finals, just having that proposed points alone is enough to kind of skyrocket you to stardom and to making match point, and then only having to MVP next, right? Challenge. But one thing is that when the players are playing cautiously, you kind of have this notion and seeing the past 2 rounds with rounds 1 and 2, you saw how those endgame circles had ended up. And even to this round, the endgame circle ended up even with 3 players, but we've seen 2 tied 3rd place positions. That's not a lot of placement points to be handed out for those 2nd and 3rd place players, except for the 3rd place, who at the notion is going to be the only one that's going to be staying on top for the placement. But 2nd place, 1st place, not catching the plus 0.5, not catching the 1.5 on top of the the multipliers that comes with the victory and being 1st. That's really what's going to stall out a lot of the players in this point. And now since Spider was able to kind of come out here with the higher points, maybe not as MVP of this round, but in the overall standings, still kind of keeps the notion that we still have a lot to work with, especially from anyone from 2nd down below.
Oh, this is match point threshold. I was like, wait, hold on, negative what? What is this? All right, so Spider is 0.7 of a point to be able to make it to that threshold. He was super close off of that game alone. First with 6.6 points left. Frostivus now in 3rd with that 6.9. Arana with that 8.1. T225, 8.7. Mike, 9.6. Wufong Biweekly 2 winner, 10.2. Fong with 12. Hey, Frostivus, I was looking at that at game number 2. He's playing very consistent, right? He's putting up those 3 to 5 points every single game, and he's just moving on the top of the ranks there. And any of these players can have a pop-off game with 4 or 5 eliminations plus the multiplier off the win. So just off of that alone can drastically jump you up on the leaderboard, but he doesn't even need that. He's already in a 3rd place spot, very close to make that threshold already. I mean, this is super close here. I don't know who's gonna be able to take this, but Spider is looking very scary. It's still bouncing back, winning elimination. He doesn't manage to be the last one standing, which he's going to need off of, you know, making it to that threshold. But still, he has been playing out of his mind. Overall game 3 scoreboard, T225, 5 eliminations on the board here for T225, 7-point game for him. Frostivus 3 on the board, 6.6. Spider with 5 as well, but Diet's in that 3rd place spot, so he's gonna be getting that 6.5 overall game score. Edward with 3, 4 game score. Verse with 3, 3.5. Fong with 2, 3. Mike 1, 2.5. Arano 2, 2. Wufong 1, 1.5. Star, AS, and XY with 0 kills, but Star with 0.5 game score for that game alone. So, I mean, yeah. Top 6, very, very close. I think Spider has a little bit of a lead right now once we look at the overall standings, which we will be doing it in just a couple of seconds. But everybody else is very close there in that top 5, top 6.
Yeah, and that kind of makes things into where in the next round, into where we end up going into Midoriya again. When we go into Midoriya to be the morning dew, the players are going to be probably looking for Spider where he's going to end up going, right? And Spider is probably going to be looking for a 1-drop wonder for 1 elimination. That's all he needs to make in the match point, and after that, it's all about how much points he can just earn out in case this goes to 8 rounds. For ASC's XY though, having a hard day in these, you know, in these streets. And then for OG's Mike, same statement, because the thing is, this is a player on the Premier. Like, he's a Premier player coming out here for 14.4 points in 6th place. Kind of like, you know, it makes things a little bit more icky considering who he is and how he's gotten accolade upon accolades across the years on the Nbpl. Our 3rd place position, Frost with 17.1, and it's right behind Verse with 17.4. Spider has that 0.7 position, just being making it through. And like I said, 1 elimination, all he need. And everything comes into the wire right now. If he doesn't make that 1 kill elimination, you know, he can't even play for 0.5 placement points. He can't make it to 9th place. He's got to work it down and making it happen with just enough time. And this is where we're going through our match replays, brought to you by China Unicom. Gamers United. C8, take it away.
Gamers United. Big damage here. T225 being able to stay up here in the situation. Wufong invests that Kylan ultimate, but doesn't really get any value there. Gets 1 or 2 slashes, but it was not enough. T225 ices off the pressure, pops that ultimate, and confirms elimination. And now Edward against Wufong in this Rama Yang. The clink jump LMB there for Edward for elimination. He's just like, yeah, that's me. Spider against AS, R&B focus there for Spider. I believe this is where he pops that ultimate. Boom, into the whisk, into the pistol shot, clean there from Spider. Second time around, look at those perfect placement ult there's from Spider on the Temmie. Being able to spin back, pop the ult, and catch your opponent on the wall gives you a confirmed whisk. And we saw Spider doing a really beautiful job doing so here on the Tomog. Pistol shot finisher here for Spider off the jump pistol onto Edward. Edward not happy about that one. He is going to be eliminated there. Shotgun blast here for Spider. Overholds in the back end as well. Frostivus there with the flying eyes. Last and final moments of game number 3 was here. Frostivus against T225. Catches him into the V2. And I believe he could have restanded this as well if he throws him in the air. But I'm not sure if he had cooldown on F, T225. So he played it safe. Got the damage on the ground. Gets elimination. Was not enough for the MVP, but still securing that 1st place spot as we get that multiplier. But T225 taking the MVP on the Lottie. And now T225, YGG's T225. How many MVPs T225 got? 5 MVPs here for T225. 23,000 damage here for game number 3. 5 eliminations on the board. Had Octa Slash. He had both martial arts J's there. He had him for both the dual blades and the halberd. Sky Force engraving there for a long sword rupture gale that he was utilizing beautifully there. We see 6.2k damage off the cannon alone, and he also had rampage there for a hung sword if he needed. But wow, what a game 3 it was there for T225, showcasing here with the MVP.
Yeah, man, this is gonna be, you know, my Smirk King. He's going crazy out here. 5 eliminations, like he's got, or 5 MVPs. He's got the eliminations. He's got his hand saying 5 on his right hand. You know, you can't see me. Everything comes into play though. So for T225, hopefully, he's also a person that we're also looking out for in terms of making it through. Considering that in the past, you know, it was funny when I saw that in the first time he played in finals and J Cup, second time he played in J Cup, second place, and then 5th place. And I'm like, this is a pattern recognition. This is where it comes down. ICG picking themselves through with TT5 throughout all these years, even when they were formerly known as KLA, kind of comes into the notion that he's kept his business, on the side. He's scrolling on Doyen. He's got the results, and the results are that he's still on one of the top players. And now comes into play for this third, second, and first place position, because there's a lot of points to catch up to in making it to match point. We're talking a minimum of 6.6 points. We're talking a minimum of 5 kills and potentially even third place. And no, you need the second place in order for you to get out of that. And that's a lot to work off of. So for TT5, as well as for Frostus, they're gonna have to make that notion. But we're gonna be right throughout this interview afterwards, seeing one of our players and what they got to say. We'll be back afterwards for round 4.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the post-game interview. This is Jaeger, and I'm standing here with Frosivus, and let him say hello to our audience.
Hello guys, I'm Frosivus from Team BBE.
Welcome to the post-game interview, and I'm really happy that you're here. Although I would like to say that I really love to see you dancing in the screen room, but I'm still so happy that you can be here in this Biweek final. Okay, so far, I would like to know, so for today, how you comment on yourself.
Today, for the first 3 games, I feel like I'm doing well. It's a slow and steady race. And as everyone can see, the first 2 games was a 3-way tie. So it doesn't really matter. As long as you get a decent amount of points, you can get to the top 5 and hopefully get into the match point. And that's when everything starts to matter.
It seems like so from the last bi-weekly and to here, it's like you're like changer person, and we know that you like the last bi-weekly final, and you will like talk with your friend and like see the video and like figure out the issue in the matches together. And I would like to know, so from the first and second, because first is the like 12, and now you are top 3. I would like to know, so how you just adjust like your everything, strategy or psychology or anything.
It's mainly strategy. The game right now is not about fighting, it's about playing smart. So if you can play smart and do not get emotionally like angry, I think you can just play slow and the points will come by itself.
Not only playing smart, also you are smart.
Yeah,
just a joke.
Play smart, but you also have to have some kind of skill, I would say.
Yeah, focus on the matches. Okay, let's move on to next part. Answer for treasure. So let's see, today's question is about which hero did BBE Frosivus use in Game 3? And when we talk about Game 3, a very tricky things is that I saw that in your bag you have the purple weapon, but you still choose the blue flying knives. And I would like to know why you love this weapon.
The blue flying knives, well, flying knives is my favorite weapon right now. It's because it's a long-range weapon and I don't need to get close to get the kill. And also the purple weapon that I have was a pole sword, and I don't really like the pole sword, so I just choose the flying knives. Yes.
You don't like it and you don't want other uses, so you just had it in the bag. Okay, I think our players prepare, and maybe it's time for us to count in the number. Okay?
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, let's find out the correct answer, please.
The correct answer is A.
Okay, yes, we would like to say congratulations, our lucky guy, and please pay attention to your whisper. And also the loss I have, when the latest game, everyone just rushed in the charm, and we saw that you're like just very behind, and we just guessed maybe it's because the last week you heard it by the charm, and I would like to know the true reason, please.
Well, yes, the Moonbane charm is very scary right now because last time I got hit by 4 instantly, and it gave me no chance to do anything. So I'm playing more careful also, and just to make sure that I won't get hit.
But I think it's a good choice, and we are really looking forward the rest of the game, and maybe top 3. You really have chance, and we would like to say cheer up and good luck to you. Okay, thank you for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
クワクするステージ視線を集めてキラキラした瞳でさあ遊びに行こう一緒にいればもっと輝けるよピカピカ光るステージで君だけの物語ぽよぽよなリズムに乗せて弾けようよどこまでも広がるそうな勇気を持って進もう君が主役のストーリーさあ始めようこの瞬間が宝物だよキュンとするでしょ
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here for round 4. My name is Severio alongside our creatives. Going into this round, shout out to the music. Shout out to all my Cubans out in Ybor City doing their thing out there. You know what I'm saying? A lot of things make its motion into this game, but also to the necessities of what topics need to be brought up. I mean, first off, we got into a double triple tie situation into rounds 1 and 2, which really stalled out those points to be earned. Even Frost himself said, as long as we get good points, that's all that really matters when it comes down towards it. Even though it's a three-way tie, that really hurts a little bit, but as much points are earned out there, we'll go ahead and keep rolling. And things that came up next is round 2 into round 3. Now, round 3, what we just previously saw into Morris out midday, it kind of gave us a good motion of the fix of what happens in a perfect case scenario, right? When you saw that coming out from Mike and Spider, off rip, they fought out. Mike won, and then he was just able to loot out. And that's like the most important part about what to do next after you get that first elimination, because usually players with W key after looting a little bit and here and there, and then they have to go. But in Mortal War, having the loot off rip is something that sets you up for that long-term affidavit of just making it to endgame. Now, Spider, he died at first off rip. He's the third to die into the last endgame circle. He's only off by 0.7 points before he makes it to match point himself, which then means that we have a conclusion as long as he's able to achieve an MVP that following round.
Yep, and that's where it starts getting a lot more pressure towards these players already. For this game alone, game 4, Mike, very close. You got to try to rack up as much points as possible to try to close out that distance there from Spider being super close. I think second place still needs around, I think like 10 points to be able to make it to that threshold. 6 points? Okay, so it's still pretty close as well. Oh yeah, because second and third as well, Frostivus is close. So yeah, there's a lot of pressure for the rest of the lobby. These players need to try to close out that distance now. And yeah, from that interview with Frostovitz, I clearly saw what he was talking about. Where in these games you got to play a lot more smart, and we saw from games 1 through 3 that he was playing a lot more conservative in the early games, and he's making into those end game circles to be able to get those multipliers, and potentially get eliminations during that end game as well. With just how much havoc happens moving on in from that mid to late game. As we saw there, and he's playing it very, very well. He's being very consistent in these games, and he also mentioned why he likes the flying knife so much, and he was saying that he doesn't have to play in the pocket as much, right? It has a ranged weapon. It's a ranged weapon that does a lot of damage. Off of that alone, you can see how he plays it, where he's going in for those third parties back to back with those flying knives, being able to get that shotgun blast for the last and final hit, and we've seen how hard that can hit with just blue rarity. So that weapon alone is just super strong overall. So I mean it just shows how valuable he sees that weapon in his arsenal, and he's playing very, very well with it.
Yeah, and then keeping a notion is that we were wondering, man, does he have attack shades on him? Because that thing,
yeah,
it went crazy. And it's funny because the notion is usually the players, they wouldn't really build as much attack unless you're Mike and you had to, right? Because that's what he usually did last week. But one thing is that if they have mitigation to be picked up alongside the way, they'll go for mitigation all day, any day. Just because damage mitigation, it's a stat
so good.
So good, because considering that it mitigates any and all forms of damage that comes your way, you're also taking into consideration that this is for you to survive. That's playing smart. That's not me playing like, oh, aggro one-on-one. Because what if you go aggro one-on-one in the Syra? All she has to do is combo break, and she knows how much damage you do, she's gonna pop ult. And then all of a sudden, now you have to space out. Like my boy putting out to my drop, Toronto, he's trying to see things a little bit more clearly now. I'll stop. Can take it with you.
That's what I needed moving on into the last after game 3. I mean, my left eye was bugging me, so let me go ahead and use that real quick. Toronto, he got them eye drops locked and loaded. Beautiful games thus far. Very curious to see. Verse has been very consistent as well, has been putting up those points. Second place right now to make into that threshold. He's been playing very, very well. I mean, there's not much to say. He's been winning those realms. He's making into those end game circles. I think he got clipped off in that late game there for game number 3. But now back to Perdoria. No Firefly map. Firefly map for this game 4. But still, a lot of playground for these players. Volpine being a very hot job for a lot of these players as well. Just how open wide this map is, it just gives a little bit of more times for isolated fights if possible, but somehow there's always third parties in mid game. Early game, you do have third party action if they're landing around each other, but you do have those opportunities to have those isolated fights in Perdoria. But still, now AS has been having a little bit of a slow start. Did have a good game too, I believe, in Hall of Roth. Was fully kitted out in the Justina with the Dragon's Roar. I mean, that was just crazy realm box there. Being able to get the gold nunchucks plus the Dragon's Roar is just a gift, right? You able to get that. Unfortunately for him, he was not able to close out the game strong. Wu Fong has been making it to this end game, but Wu Fong Bond.
Your next mission is throw a 1, 2, 3 blue. All right, got it. It's like, well, hey, man, throwing them out left and right. Gets away with it though.
He was getting away with it though. I mean, first 2 kind of catch you off guard, but I mean, the third one we saw it time and time again. They're repairing the third one, but he was not afraid to just let go of those blues. As we see, 2-2-5 are winning for game number 3. Now trying to continue his momentum to game number 4. Has a good seat here to get more points on the board. Just have to see what round. I think he's going to be towards the middle of this round selection because he is with Mike, and they just had their first round selections in game number 2, which I think that was Mike's Liam game, and Mike's Liam's games are always his pop-off games, and he didn't manage to do that tonight, which is a crazy surprise because every single time he's on that Liam, a lot of the strong players are having those great games on the Liams. So we're gonna have to wait to see how he bounces back off of that alone. XY, solo start here from XY as well. Still, a lot more games to be played out. This is just barely game 4. mental that I was telling you, Severio, that mental was shattered off that game 2, and you saw it in game 3, not being able to bounce back. It's just it's a very mental game now for Mike, I would say, because he has the mechanics and the macro. It's just straight mental right now.
Exactly, yeah, because coming back from those, especially the second game, right? We saw that kind of like blow up in space, and then all of a sudden, seeing Mike get blown up by the lobby and by Syra's position, not having Edward on that stage. I was going to say Edward having his back, but the thing is that the other Syra would definitely space away at that point. That's because the lobby would want to take consideration for that. We are going to take a look at the scene, though. First phase given out to XY, given to Frostbus. Second phase to TG5 inverse. And then this is where it comes into how the coaches are preparing the players via choice picks, because, like I said, in the 8-round phase situation, depending on where you are on the leaderboard, if you end up going off of the board with your phase pick selection to reserve it for the future because you aren't in match point yet, that would be the case. But Lonnie is such an available pick right now that she's still an option to be double or triple or double picked in the future if given the right opportunity. Now, Liam for TG5 inverse, kind of the case scenario. Shail, Syra, Spider, and Wufong have the opportunity right now to double pick it, and it's going to be a separation clause.
Let's see it. Fong on the Shail, Spider, Syra, Edward, Shail as well. Potential triple Shails. We asked for this last game, Mike. Mike has a strong Shail and Predoria as well, so I wouldn't be surprised if he snags up the Shail for this game. I'm not sure if he played her yet. He's going to be going with that Justina, though, for this game alone. Do have our 5th round selection now with Arana going with Syra. Fong as well, so double Syras now for that round selection. Star and AS. Last pick, Akos, potentially Akos. Temis are always that, last selection. Akos, there it is. Yeah, we got a 1-2 split there. Star on the Akos, AS on the Temi. We started to see a lot more Temis for this last round selection, right? For tonight, most of the time we have one Temi. We're lucky we get 2, but now Akos is just always being that that's last round selection for I think it's just map dependent for a lot of these players where they rely on that character a lot more than other maps. So if they feel more comfortable on the Temi, they just select the Temi during their last round selection for that game. But now game number 4, we're locked here for the bi-weekly 3 finals. Crazy games thus far. Spider with 0.7 to make it in that threshold. Burst and Frostbus super close, around 6 points to make it as well on that threshold. Could potentially get a 3-player threshold potentially in this game alone. But that might be a little bit of a reach, but it could happen. It can happen with the top 3 being that close, but still top 6 not that far off. If no MVPs happen there after game 5, where potentially Spider, all he needs is 1 elimination. Knock on wood. Yeah, he can get that right. I mean, worst case scenario, he just gets knocked out with a donut, which would just be unfortunate for him there. But now, looking at the overall skills and ultimates here for these players, everything's pretty much standard for all the characters on the field. And now the line to be on that staple V2, nothing crazy now, just a little bit of a testing the waters in the beginning of 2025 with the V1 on Lonnie, but these players have seen the value of that V2, especially in the realm or in those end circles. Being able to catch that V2 bounce back onto multiple players is just too good not to have. And once again, Star bringing out the Akos as well on the F2, which I don't think we're gonna see F1 today, right?
I don't think so. I don't think Akos F1 has been showcasing itself here today. Maybe F2 is the way all the time. But this is going to be a moniker of a spawn. Arcadia 4.
Wow.
Owe, ASE, FPX, and DL. Now this is going to be something funny to see Star going up against AS, going up against XY, and it's Edward. But for BB's Frostbus, he's dropping on W's at Tirana over in Skygaze Cove. This loot spawn is highly considered just for the opportunity to pick up extra troves by activating the lava conductor, which is in the center ring where you can activate the dials, and then you're immune to fire burn from the lava there. But we see TT25, we see TE Wufong, Ascension Forum contested fight, and DRG Fong is up against Mike over by the Ancient Stock Guide. So Imperial Camp for SR Spider and WBG Verse, that's going to be a classic of a hot drop for round 4, because that's exactly where we're heading into. Predoria Morning Dew Time, having the Vulpine's Essence, who's going to be able to hold on to it for the entire game. We'll see later on. But for right now, my name is Severio alongside our creatives. We got SR Spider, WBG Verse, all in the same drop, and a purple spear. My man got the God tier loot spawn.
Yeah, good weapon there, off drop. Mike going at it against Fong. No armors for any of these players. Shift to parry there behind the back there onto Fong. Forcing out the F. Shotgun blast nearly connects there on the backside of the tree. Trying to see if he can find more damage here off the blue flying knives. Fong looking to find a common armor. Does manage to do so. No hits yet. Mike's going to snag up this common armor this time around. Scare Rush is on out. And Fong, this is a constant pattern I see from Fong. Lots of time he gets aggressive on. He tries to kite out the pressure and not really stay in the pocket, and that is not going to work out for him this time around as well. And Mike is going to be our first blood here for game number 4.
Coming back out of that fight, though, we see Verse getting killed off against Spider, even with the purple spear goes down. And Verse also having a purple cannon on standby. Having this first elimination as a Liam is going to be forcing him to go ahead for that movement purchase off Revit, if he can go for that, if he decides to go for it, matter of the fact. TT5, though, chasing down Wu Fong inside of the heart of Ascension form. R&B Blast is denied from the fan due to the wall. Due to the corner, baby. And keeping all the notions about that, TT5 will order himself a reset here, but Wu Fong is looking for a stagger, and look at the flying knives being thrown left and right. Parry like that, burns the F1, looking for the uppercut. Whoa! Into the LMB. We might be looking for the LMB R&B, but the armor swap is there. Oh, there's TT5, finds his ultimate usage. He does not get a confirmation. The ult proc comes out, and Verse from Imperial Cramp all the way to torn asunder for this elimination if he can catch it onto TT5.
Wow, LB uppercut.
Yes,
nah, I didn't think that was going to lift. But first now, cannon shot finisher there onto Wu Fong. Being able to get that last hit there on the Wu Fong. Verse, blue armor, blue flying knives. Now, 2 eliminations here for Verse. Trying to get into that threshold, 19.4 points now for Verse. Having a hot start here for this game alone on the Liam. Very strong pick here for these games. Edward, though, 1.0. 1, 2, 3. I'm sorry. Those are flying knives. Big damage there onto Star. And Star is going to fall for that. He's going to snag up the blue armor as well on the Xiaoyu. And that's going to be his first elimination of game number 4. We also have a Rano, Mike, and AS with 1 kill currently as well for this game start. Spider, though, still trying to find that 1 point that he needs for the threshold. He doesn't really need to win it. I mean, all he really needs is 1 point in MVP next game. But here it goes. Uppercut off the spear here for Verse. Big damage onto T225. Comes in there off the light for both players. Tries to catch the tap dodge back off the R&B. Doesn't manage to do so. Raw uppercuts. Gets hit off the R&B focus. ×2 as well. T225 letting them lose into the follow-up as well there off the LMB. Now Verse is going to invest the Liam ultimate. And that's all that is needed there for the elimination there for Verse to pick up his 3rd elimination of game number 4.
3rd elimination, 15,000 dark tech coins. Man is chilling out right now. Purity chamber fight though. DRT falling an active Syra ultimate, having F1 still on standby. Mike gets his F2 out here. Might be a little bit preemptive, but there's an armor swap, and Mike finds it. He has ultimate ready to go. Once the Syra ult ends, he can go ahead, activates ult, gets a dodge. It might be Fong's lucky day here. He might be looking for another dazzle, but he's not going to have any value off of it because his ult was about to run out. And now the Xiaoyu from Wu Fong, having full blue armor, he's ready to go for this fight. Plink off of Mike, gives Fong a nice reposition with the F1, goes for an armor potential swap. If he goes down for it, he makes it known. And there's another R&B there. Link from Wu Fong gets his combo breaker out. And now for DRT, Fong has all the armors on the sidelines, and there's a full reset for a blue. That's the 2nd dash from Mike. Actually, all 3 dashes are down. He gets a nice uppercut, but it's not going to confirm. And now it's just a chasing game against one of the best disengagers in the league.
Yeah, and we see him now on the flying knives. Doing a good job trying to ice out the pressure. Runs right back into Mike, though. Massive parry there from Mike behind the back. Fong and now trying to get some damage in. Cavalry Bloom there for XY. And that's enough damage there for Fong to get eliminated, I believe, off of this game. Yes, he is done here for game 4. Now Mike's still in the mix. R&B to the grapple bump. Doesn't manage to get the follow-up. Ship parry once again here for Mike. Big damage. F-con in for the Lonnie there. Lonnie XY trying to see he can find a quick little reset, and Mike gets a common armor sword. He's right back in. R&B open now. Doesn't get the damage off the 1.0 in the back end. Wu Fong now showing up to the party down the shot. Yo, no ult online here for Mike. Gets caught up with the LMB prowl. No F online as well. Big damage in the corner. Doesn't send the follow-up. It's not trying to get parried there in the back end. Mike now gets another common armor swap in the backside. Wu Fong looking at Justina, knowing that this player is weak and vulnerable, but Mike now doing a really good job icing off the pressure.
Yeah, he has an opportunity right now to go somewhere north, potentially. And I say that very potentially because there's a big ravine there for him to kind of use to his advantage. The only thing is that he has to break that line of sight, and he did it successfully. So now he can go north, maybe even going for that blue armor swap if he can potentially pick that up and go alongside a full armor reset. This gives a Volpine Essence reveal towards Arano. He was able to clear it out. He's able to have it on standby. And since he has a Shio, using the Volpine's Essence there is kind of going to be a baller move, because if he pops that Volpine's, he can get a shield throw if he's on active ult usage. So right now, Purple Dual Blades is in the hands of Arano. He's still having that chance here. Actually, not being on Shio, being on Syra. And even then, that's even better, because then Syra can pop and then he can go for an ult if he needs to. Now for Arano, purchasing out that purple armor, as mentioned, he had a lot of Dark Tide coins to work with, and he's going straight into the heart of, the Hall of Eternity in Imperium, where SR Spider, Epic's a Star, they're on standby, and Team Wufong as well. He is looking to try to kite this through. Here's going to get the realm pass. There's going to be given towards Star. Oh my goodness, the chip damage coming from the fan. One uppercut was all is needed, and now for Wufong to get targeted out as he has that Yang pass, this is going to be where Arano goes off in the sights, and just seeing where the Shio might end up.
I thought the pressure was going to be going towards Star's way. I mean, nearly all that armor was gone there from Star, but they're just full focus in Wufong here. The 1-2 from Spider. No prowess yet. Catches this time around 2-on-1 in the corner. Big damage. RB focus. F to avoid that elimination there. Wufong now is going to be forced to pop this ultimate. We do have the first shield proc. Does not be able to weave it though. Spider's going to eat up the damage off the first shield throw. Now, 2 left here for Wufong. Nbpl going to use the dazzle there. He's going to use the proc off of that as well. And Spider's going to iframe that shield throw with the ultimate of his own. And Wufong now is going to eat up a lot of damage here in the situation. And he is going to fall. And I believe he is eliminated off of game 4 as well. And that's all Spider needs. Our first player in the threshold to be able to take this bi-weekly home.
Exactly. First player to make it through the threshold, and that's what we're going to leave him with. Verse with himself with that Rogers gift. Has purple staff, has purple cannon. Also has a barbed bolts if he decides to get a crossbow, if he decides to. But Star, Frostbus in the Rumyang, Akos versus Lonnie. This is probably the Akos' worst matchup, to be honest. Considering anytime he's in the midair, you can get caught by Lonnie, charge death. But Frost, he got this. He gets caught. He gets his combo breaker used. Star looking to catch the uppercut for free until grapple bump into R&Bs. Now Frostbus, he's only got one option here. He goes for the combo. He said, I'm committed. And now the Akos ultimate is there as well. Frostbus gets caught, leap into jump LMBs, confirmed for death right there for Star. That's it. Star goes down. Star with the elimination, +1 on the board, gold weapon. And now, snap of a finger, and we're already in the other Rumyang. It's a WBG's verse up against Arano. Before we knew it, and this is going to be where Arano has to make sure he does not burn that Volpine's Essence.
Yeah, let's see how he does. Has been having a hot start for this game alone. Arano playing the high ground, trying to lay down the pressure there with the bow. Nice damage there for Verse for the opener. Back-to-back as well. No, it's going to be going towards Arano's way. Going for that grapple extension off the area R&B. I don't think I've ever seen that extend, so I'm not sure if that's just for the tech chase or what it is off of that, because I have not seen that catching Prio alone. But first now, dropping all that armor. Arano aligned the pressure off the cannon shots. He's trying to cut right through them to be able to get the lunge there. F caught in there for the Syra in the backside. Burst still has ult online. F coming back up in 1 second. Being able to play the pillar side, trying to avoid the cannon shots. Now Syra ultimate is going to be called in here. Burst is going to have to try to kite out all this pressure here in the situation. Being able to use the pillars for his advantage. Needs to be careful not to get caught up there by a dazzle.
Now there's gonna be a chance, and he gets caught by a dazzle. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Yeah, things come out here to be said, and it's gonna be happening. Verse though has his ultimate still. Could mitigate this chance right now for the Arano cannon shot of destiny. One R&B to the next. Looking for a scare rush off of this. Is gonna be a chance for the scare rush into uppercut. Ooh, Verse looking for the LMB. Maybe he throws his orb right now. Cannon shot confirms. That's another orb. That's a tap dodge, and that's a clean R&B execution right here from another preemptive notion. My man's getting uppercutted. He getting 2-on-1. Wait a second. Jump out. Oh, he double tap dodge. I can't believe it.
No way.
Wasn't true. It was in the corner. My man fell down sooner than anything, because you know why? Terrain. And now we're switching the fight all over. Edward with the engraving, trying to reveal it out to TT5's face. Goes for a clink, but I think that's good. He's giving it to him again. No way you're gonna give him to a third time, TT5. There's gonna be one chance here for a parry, and there it is. F1 combo breaker comes out. 9 seconds at the clock. 1 HP in a dream. TT5 gets shunted right there for the R&B.
Hey, what's up with these triple? What's up with these triple blues, man? What's up with the triple blues happening today? They just don't care. I mean, Edward as well as Wufong just releasing back to back. But gold halberds here for Edward, being able to snag up that plus the White Tiger's powers here. We do have Mike on purple armor, on the Justina. Wait. Why we went White Tiger's powers here for Arano?
Ooh.
We playing a different game now?
Yeah, he's playing ranked mode, bro. I can't believe it.
Yeah. Yeah, he really is. Frostivus in the mix though against Edward and XY. Lonnie Ultimate called in here for Frostivus. The shield throw connector for Edward. Frostivus has that Yang depletion timer here. This could be bad for him. Does manage to create a little bit of the distance. A little bit of Houdini action there. He's gonna be able to back on up here. Tries to play in the center of Perdoria to try to stay up here in the situation. Edward with no ult online as well. Not sure if any pressure is gonna be happening towards Edward's way. T225 though might have caught the Shaya ult still being online there onto Edwards, who's going to possibly just wait this out. T225 drops right down. Arano AS going at it. Gold flying now here for Arano on the Syra. On the side of this terrain could be very tricky against a Tomok. The first whistle not connect there for AS. Arano now overholding, doesn't catch the damage nor the pry off of that alone. Still not being able to catch up to that player. T225, Frostivus, and Verse all have that Yang depletion timer, and we see the aggression happening in the bottom side of this cave. Big damage. Ultimate is being invested. Frostivus with elimination onto Edward. Does not clinch though, I believe, so he's still not safe here in this fight thus far. Another player showing up, XY. Arano's going to be invested in Syra ultimate here. Big damage in the corner. Frostivus is gonna fall off of that alone, and Arano now cancels the ultimate. V2 in the backside, slams down there onto Verse. T225 now on the Liam's gonna go ahead and take a quick reset in, and it could just be straight chaos here with XY playing on the backside and AS as well.
I can't believe this is working in Arano's favor, considering how congested this area is and having the White Hacker's prowess active. 5 eliminations, by the way. 4 eliminations prior, but then picking up the kill against Frostivus, knocking him out for the lobby. This gives Arano one idea and one idea only. Let's go in. And he's got the chance. Gold flying knives is nothing to scoff around, especially considering that's going to be doing a lot of damage. Soulbloom gets picked up by Mike. Mike's able to get that done, but Verse was not. He's got 100 seconds on the clock right now to look for something next, but it's looking kind of grim right now. Looking for the R&B hold checks, looking to see about that musket shot. What's going to be the deal right for now from Mike, getting right in there for an L&B. He catches a stagger, but no combo breaker from Verse, and there's a flying knives coming out. Blue rarity, by the way, from Jails. He has knocking down Versus armor bar, going right into the chase, fighting for glory, but most importantly, just making sure he can force a wrong move. And AS is pocketing ultimate as a defensive measure against the Liam, and for Verse. One more orb is under his way, but there's also the zone. Not too far, but definitely in this terrain manipulation, he's got to really just get away from here ASAP.
Yeah, this is bad here. Mike's still getting aggressed on by T225. Justine ultimate called in here for Mike. He's going to use it to go right back inside the zone. He does not want to get ticked off of that zone. We do have Verse now with that Liam ultimate, still trying to cleanse as well. Mike being able to create a little bit of distance there off the ultimate, but all these players are looking at the Justina. Verse still popped the ultimate, and no pressure happening towards his way right now, just with the 2 Liams on his trail. We do have now Mike trying to kite out the pressure. T225 right behind these players. AS could potentially be the 4th party. Arano posted up for that next round of Yang. Mike's trying to see if he can get a player focus here for this round. Doesn't look like Verse is going to bite off of that alone, because he has 20 seconds in counting. He needs to try to cleanse off of this, and now the damage is going to go towards Verse's way. Since the 1.0 R&B, big damage. Mike right back in. Big whisk there in the back end. Mike with the musket shot finisher there onto Verse for the elimination, and I believe gets the bloom as well. T225 now might be getting a lot of the action being thrown his way, and now he catches the V2 there from Mike. But in a matter of time, this could be bad here for T225.
Yeah, he looked to try to throw him in midair to get that heal back from the orb, but TG5 still takes focus onto his hands, and I know Mike is looking to try to catch one R&B here, but it's only going to be a notion right now. FPX to Star, WZ is Arano, taken to Yang. Remember, Arano, I mean, he's got gold flying eyes, but Star's got gold staff, and this is going to be a Akos versus Cyro fight. Throwing knives, charge, R&B releases it, goes for jump LB, very ambitious, looks for an LB though, and no dazzle confirmation. That would have been absolutely the end for Star there if it had connected. And for Arano, he's only got a matter of time right now for one heal. He gets a nice tap dodge, avoids jump staff, gets caught by the pounces, might be caught in through for the gold purple focus. Not going to be the case. V2 avoided, and there's going to be a dazzle. No, it's not going to confirm for Star right now. It's going to be a chance here for the level 2 beam. Not going to be the case. Level 2, the second V2 comes out for the pounce, and now for Arano, all of it is a matter of time to pressure out this Aqua's ultimate, as well as resetting at the same time.
Wow, it's just a matter of time. Both ults are gone now. Arano with the health advantage, probably. I think he has a little bit more health there from Star. Yeah, he just had a little bit, but now applying lots of the pressure onto Star. Arano trying to find, I believe, his 6th elimination of this game. Has been having a great game thus far. Do have him still trying to find an opening. Pillar play here from Star, not being able to catch him off of any hits. F2 opening here, F to avoid that prio, and he's been doing this all along to avoid any sorts of damage there from Star, having that combo breaker to avoid the prio there after F2, but no pressure here from Star in this realm, just being able to kite out the pressure. Tap toss just through that LMB. Now he tries to catch him off the line, jump LMB 1.0 there from the staff LMB focus, catches the prio this time around, doesn't go for the 2-1-1, or doesn't go for the R&B focus, gets a little bit of damage off the 2-1-1. Star now with an F2 opener, doesn't connect this time around. Now 10 seconds and counting, these players duking it out. Buzzer beater, not sure if anybody's gonna be able to connect off of this alone. Both players parry there, nobody wants to release. 2-1, not enough damage. Both players with Yang depletion timer now. Star and Arano are gonna be having to come out of this realm with a lot of pressure.
Man, you know what's crazy? There's only like 3 other players, and these 2 had that realm and depletion. Someone's gonna die.
Crazy. Yeah,
someone's gonna die. This is gonna be probably the fastest round to end out. Sanchin Skypillar for Mike, getting a purple armor purchase. Vajra's Grip has an engraving as well, so he's really gonna be kiting this one throughout and just keeping, you know, minds to ears that he's safe to go throwing those blues. Gold armor also actually be purchased instead. But I think one thing is given to that shop is that that's a reset armor right now for any player to make their way towards it. And for Star, since he's matching with purple on purple, he can go ahead and throw that armor somewhere and hide it potentially. Ancient Stockade spawn, ambitious for Arano because he didn't look around. He just went for the loot. And this is going to be where Arano is at 4 minutes and 40 seconds until Romayang kicks in or further depletion, where he's going to get implode, you know, and then there's nothing that he can do about it. But he has such a great lead that I think this puts the notion that if Arano decides to go in just at the right time, just because of how spaced out he is, he could find a pickup. But for Star, my man is booking it. He doesn't even care, man. He's got 21 grapples. He can chase this out as long as he wants. The only problem is that it's a staff versus a dagger, and Mike's been carrying this blue dagger since the beginning of the game, it feels like. And for now, it is working out. You know, old trusty Steed, if it ain't broke, you finish that sentence, C8. If it ain't broke,
don't fix it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. All right now.
All right, Star though needs to try to cleanse Arano as well. Arano been having a great game. He needs to see if he can get the multiplier though into that to get closer to that threshold. Star with 1 on the board, a little bit of pressure there onto Mike, but I believe loses sight of line of him there. He looks like he is going to be rotating in the center of this terrain. Arano and T225 are on the top side, so he could potentially get some sorts of damage onto one of these players. Yeah, he's going to grapple on up, trying to find a better clearance here to find a player, and it's going to be both of the Yang depletion timer players going at it once again. Syra beat Aquos. They just had to scrap off. Parry opening here for Arano. Big damage. Jump LMB for the extra damage. All that purple armor gone off of those ghoul. Flying nice parry there. We see that. And now Mike quickly seeing the damage done to Star, being able to force out that Aquos ultimate. And it's just a matter of time. Cannon shots flying on in. Big damage happening towards Stars' way. And yes, there with the cannon shot for the elimination. Arano not being able to make it in time for that bloom. AS snags up the soul bloom. Arano still with that Yang depletion timer. He needs to try to get aggressive onto another player, and this lobby's gonna drop down to 3 pretty fast.
Really fast. And now it comes down to Arano, right? Like, my man is on the cusp on making it to match point. 1.6 points though, isn't it? It's not 1.5, it's 1.6, you know, maps. The thing that comes into play for Arano is that he really has to survive. He has to make it to second place. He needs 2 eliminations or second place. Either or, he's gonna make both of them to make the amends. And he still has 2.5 minutes for his Romaine depletion to get rid of. So he definitely needs to find some way to start a fight for the lobby against the Tumulch. Knowing how much strong Tumulch is in the endgame circle, I'm not sure if they want to take that risk. I mean, Edward's a Shy Hill, Mike's a Justina. They could still counter out to Mulch to a certain extent, but he's trying to say, hey, this guy's got to go. Let's focus him out. And for that, it's a slim chance. And considering that they know there's this, like I said, mentioned, like rounds back to round 2. Remember what I mentioned? The players know who lost Roman Yang. They know it's one of these 2 players. They know it's not going to be anyone that's going to be, you know, the player that isn't the one that hasn't lost Roman Yang, whether it's a Shail or Justina. It's either going to be the, you know, it was either the Liam or the Syra. Now Liam is down, Syra's the only one left, and they know it's just going to be this one.
Yep, and that's why they're just poking right now. Spirit will admit to Mike, this buff is up though. Not sure if any players are posted up for that. I don't think so. I think they want to get this elimination here onto the Syra. They know that someone is going to get full aggressed on by the Syra. So once that happens, you got to hope it's not you. But look at this big damage happening towards Edward. Arano being able to get Edward with nearly no armor left. The Syra ultimate is going to be invested there. Catches the dazzle into the beam there. Big damage. Now Edward's going to be forced to pop the Shaya ultimate. Doesn't catch the second beam. I believe the dazzle is going to be coming in pretty soon as well here for Arano, the second one. Common armor swap there for Edward. Being able to kite out the pressure. Gets caught off the second dazzle. There goes the big damage. No, the ult ran out there. Doesn't get the beam damage off of that as well. And now Arano with 58 seconds needs to see he could try to continue applying the pressure onto Edward. But AS is looking at the Syra, not even phasing that the Shaya ultimate is still there. We do have Mike now with the Mystic Might buff, but he's going to be running back in as we see here in the mini map already on the scene. Edward in the backside, blue armor. Arano jump LB, a little bit of damage there from Mike. Mike knows exactly who has the Zane depletion timer in just a matter of seconds. All we're gonna need is that last Sager hit there for the elimination. Catches a follow-up there, is from the Sky Pillar, gets a lot of damage, but this can be good for somebody else because of the air time. Does not manage to get the last and final hit. He is still alive, barely. Edward now getting full aggressed on. I don't think anybody got the kill there. Looks like Arano is gonna be staying up. He's trying to stay alive right now, but Mike just full focus into Syra. 7 seconds and counting, and I believe the elimination might be going towards Mike's way if nobody else gets a tap in.
Yeah, it might be Mike coming out here for the plus. There it is. Gets elimination. Yep. That's 5 on the board. That means Mike, even with 7 eliminations, oh no, with 7 eliminations, all he needs is 6 in first place. I was about to do the math. I already did it.
There
and
it
they
is.
showcased it. They
That's
hit me with
fire.
it. So 6 eliminations, first place. That's all he needs to make it to placement. Otherwise, he gets 2 eliminations. I mean, it's going to happen either way if he comes out on top. But obviously, all he needs to do is work for 1. Stanchion Sky Pillar doesn't go ahead and follows through with it. He goes for the normal R&B animation for the staff. You know, I ordered the 2-piece, you know, with the strawberry lemonade. That's Mike right now. He's got himself to be... He's got himself to be ordered up here for victory, but as long as he's looking at it, he's got to make sure that they are separated so they don't gang up on him. F2 combo breaker, Moonbane. Oh, I'm getting flashbacks. Timmy with the Kill Bill moment.
Oh.
Everything is down towards
Edward
the
as
wire
well.
for Edward. Yeah, I was gonna say Edward is like,
Oh,
hey, yes, my man, yoink, doink. Let me get that yoink real quick. And that's 4 eliminations. This is make or break for Mike. He needs 1 kill. And his opponent is actually the one opponent that he could fight if there was a multi-way fight. There ain't. It's just him and him.
it's a 1-on-1. Mike against AS. Now, who has the best neutral out of these two? We're gonna have to wait and see. He's able to weave that. Oh my god, gets slipped off the move bane, but AS manages to weave out. AS was in the center of it. Mike tap dodges inside the bane. Both ultimates are up for both of these players. All he needs is potentially 1 prio. Catches the Sky Pillar. What's gonna be the mix up here for Mike? Big damage here in the corner. No follow-up there off the bow shot there. Goes for the follow-up R&B. Now, F called in here for Mike. He's trying to find a second opener. Has jabbing as well here for the gold staff. Timmy ultimate called in. Might be able to weave out the pressure here. Does manage to stay safe. I think he might be. No, he is not slowed. So AS gonna go ahead and play the full reset in. The Wisps are not connecting here for Mike. He could use the Sky Pillar to get the first hit here on the side of the wall. But now, right back in, Mike has the advantage this time around with the ult online for himself. Wingus does not connect since the R&B focus cancels it now. Now, crouching Labis here for AS on the fan. Spacing here for AS, beautifully done. The jabbing connects this time around for Mike. Now he's gonna go ahead and invest in Justina ultimate. The freeze does not connect there for Mike. Now, AS trying to play the terrain in his favor. Catches the second R&B there for the extra damage. Bow shot now, all he needs is 1 hit, and the F called in once again for the Temmie, still alive. Oh my god, the Wisp connects here for AS, and now F called in here from Mike, playing very scary here. Does manage to get the last hit off the R&B. Oh my god, that was probably the shakiest I've ever seen Mike.
My man.
Hey.
Yo. I'm gonna pull out that pink shirt, bro.
Yo. That is the shakiest. That's the shakiest I've seen Mike. I'm not gonna lie. That is the shakiest I've seen him in a 1-on-1. But to think about it, Mike now in the 24-point threshold. Mike has been having a rough night all day. He's been getting eliminated early with 2 kills on the board in that early to start of mid game. But he's our second player in the threshold.
Literally. Yeah. And now Spider like, man, you gotta be kidding me. I thought I was chilling today. No.
For real.
2 goats on the leaderboard. On match point. game 4, now going to game 5. This is, I mean, it's up to both of them, and they're both high-tier players. And having Spider to be on contention with Mike right now is not what he's looking for. But this is competition. This is all that comes out. All the players are just holding their breaths and making sure that something happens in the next round that kind of, prolifics a choice. That they can still have a chance of making it into that match point threshold. Because right now it's up to 2 players. And so for this case scenario, we got to talk about, there's a lot to talk about to unfold in that match. I mean, let's talk about in terms of the Roaming. Let's go backwards, right? Knowing that there was a chance to see 5 players into the endgame circle, or potentially even 4, but it was cut down to 3, mainly due to that Roaming loss between both opponents. And then having Arano not lose his HP and having that Volpin's essence really gave him a benefit to keeping it going through. What kind of worked out against, though, was the fact that Edward had a position of being able to be caught out with AS. That pistol shot really confirmed him out of the game, and then it really just skyrocketed towards that shaky cam. We saw that coming out from the mouse from Mike going in. But we go even further back, right? We go into the fights that happened over by the Roman Yang's portals that were just going between one and the other, or even to the disengagements over by the Purity Chamber, where Mike was actually in that position, a really rough spot where he was going up against a Syra. He had another Shael to kind of work off against, but he has a Justina. Invested his dashes wisely, especially if he wanted to commit to the kill. He also had an option of backing up and having an escape plan. And at the end of the day, it works out. He's seen the balance of gameplay that comes from Mike. We've seen the ferocity that comes from Spider. And for both of these guys to have this to be that rivalry of competitiveness, it shines above one and the other. But like we always say, there can only be one that comes out on top.
Well, other than the 2 of the greatest to ever do it in NARAKA BLADEPOINT, OUG's Mike and SR Spiders being our first 2 players in that threshold, I mean, now it's getting spicy. Now it's getting spicy like this answer for treasure. If you guys are on YouTube, swap on over to Twitch in order to win a random gift here for the spring split. Question will be, which player killed SR Spider in game number 4? Is it always Edward, B, WBG's Verse, C, WZ Arano, or D, OUG's Mike? And game number 4, questions are going to start getting a little bit more difficult. Got to be paying attention to the little details in the games, because you never know what the answer for the question can be. But make sure you guys answer the question once the timer goes in the chat. Don't be spamming it when you guys see it right there. You're not going to win. You got to wait for the timer. NARAKA BLADEPOINT is going to be counted down 3, 2, 1, and then you enter your answer. But I mean, wow, crazy game 4. Look at this. Mike with a pop-off 6 kill game, 10.2 game score off of 1 game alone. And you think about it, he came in here with 8.9, 8 point something going into the to Biweekly 3 finals off of just that. In this game alone, he had about 18, potentially 19 points. That's how good it is to be able to take those remaining points from your qualifiers into the Biweekly final.
And got more points than people get their whole day. It's incredible. Yeah. One thing that makes the 6 kill game though is that it reaches you into double digits with decimal point, and that's a lot. And then in today, especially, not even just to qualify just for finals, today to make it to match point, that's like a third of the threshold that comes out. And so for him to have this completely undermines his previous aspects. Obviously, there's always room to improve, right? Even Frost would say, like, yeah, we get the high placement, but we just need points anyways, regardless. So performance comes out to being smart about it, and then that's where it came down to playing out the Justina the way he did. I think one thing is he got really good in the loadout. The loadout that came into this play, into the Fedora map rotation, really gave him what he needed, especially coughing up that jabbing, but also that stanchion sky pillar, and having that as a bait tool. Stanchion with jabbing is such a mind read weapon, or mind read combination, that someone could hold out the blue focus horizontal and you wouldn't even know it, and all of a sudden it's an R&B, or it could be a chance in the scene of jabbing, right? Then that reveal comes out to play, and I think that's what really mustered out success, and then having that to make him surpass Spider by 0.3 points in the overall grand scheme of score. WZ Arano though, close, right? We saw that Syro gameplay. We saw how he went for that White Ticket's prowess. No Vermilions. He wanted to commit to the DPS. We didn't get a chance to see him with that third Romy Yang, but no one entered it. And that's just that cautiousness we were talking about. And that second Romy Yang, even no one entered at the second realm, that's still going to be the cautious aspect that comes out. No one wants to die out too fast, or it might be, too soon for them to make any sort of points or make any sort of adjustments if they lose that Romy Yang.
Looking at this, at this point, game number 4, we're gonna take a quick look at the replays first for game number 4. Beautiful games here, powered by China Unicom. Severia.
United.
Thank you. XY against AS. Big damage here for AS, but XY recatching Prio doesn't get the grapple bump due to the terrain. Since the 1.0 LMB off the spear, LMB Prio there for AS. Wiz connects there for AS into the 1.0. F calling for the Lonnie. He catches the LMB off of the F there. That was disgusting. Mike now. Big elimination here onto Fong. This was the first blood of game 4. Fong tries to retreat, not applying pressure onto Mike, and he falls for that alone. Verse against Spider in this area. Verse overholds the Flying Ice. Oh my god, so much damage off that weapon alone. Oh my god, this is how Spider goes out. That is insane. He gets hit off the fire cage. Bird tick F was called in, but it was not even needed there for Mike. Gets elimination. Area R&B. So what does he do? Catches LMB. He doesn't even get the prio. I still don't know why that's being done, but Arano now gets caught about the raw uppercut, but double tap dodge is back, and that's just unfortunate there.
Big unfortunate. The illegal LMB uppercut. I can't. This is gonna be Mike AS jabbing LMBs. You know, in this case scenario, this ultimate is now a mind game because it's like tap dodge. Do I tap dodge now? Is it preemptive? Do I predict or do I react? Usually on the low ping gameplay, this is where it really becomes towards using it react wise. But then the range weapon mindset came through. My man switched from pistol to cannon in the middle of a blink of an eye. And if AS got that cannon shot, he would have gotten the hit off the proc shot, the proximity by shooting at the ground. But Mike was quick with catching up to him, and he got it, and he worked it. 9 MVPs, we should say, 6 eliminations, 22,000 damage, stat of 7,300 damage overall, having it to be the majority of damage that came throughout his melee weapon, loadout between dual Howards being second and the Flying Eyes being his third. But man, having a Sap Soul Jade, having Roger Script in case of anything, having a Ripple Step in Assault Smaller, this is kind of that God tier, Jade pull out of what to go through to have into the end game circle. But even more so that when he had the stable build to be made, especially with the like I said, jabbing the Sanchin, like that was the Sky Pillar specifically, that's where his way in was able to come through, where he can just mind game people. And then having the extra benefit of the Sap is one thing, where he catches parries. He only got 3 parries in this match overall, but really what came in clutch, and this comes in the clutch in many facets, not only to solos but the trios, that Ripple Phantom Step, something that breaks line of sight, that makes players not contingency. They don't play contingency like, man, even if I don't have melee aim assist, but melee aim assist comes out so naturally for players to use, where they don't even think about it, that the moment that tap dodge happens and that aim doesn't come through, that their opponent can catch them off of it. And we saw Mike actually look for those even in earlier fights, where he uses halberds and he catches off of you looking to try to tap dodge and making sure that they cannot catch him into the LMB, and he goes for the uppercut. He can go for an extension. And the TODs are for Justina. We've seen it with the long sword. We see it with the katana. You could see it even with the new chances of the uppercut duration up. That increase that happened to the staff and the nunchucks for her to just start dishing out a lot of amount of damage in a short amount of time.
Yeah, I think the nunchuck, when he's like double grapple bump, then you grapple again, and then you go for the freeze. But yeah, I mean, now just off of Justina's always had that raw dragon potential, with like you mentioned, the katana always being that staple. But now just with the versatility of her, I saw when they changed like the spear uppercut. I was seeing a lot of people raw dragon with spear. I mean with staff. Sorry, I started seeing a lot of people raw dragon with. So I was like, there's no way that connects. And then I'm looking at it, and it's like connected. I'm like, that wasn't working before. But that alone, it was just it just made her a lot more stronger to catch the prio. But I mean, in these lobbies, man, you're gonna have to try to force out that F and catch prio off of that. So that's 2 prios back to back in a matter of whatever the cooldown timer is, from 15 to 18 seconds, right? With most of these characters being around on that cooldown on their F. But yeah, game number 4 concluded. Now 2 players in the threshold, Spider and Mike. Mike, like I said, Mike's been having a rough night, and he's our second player in the threshold. That is very surprising to me, but that's all it really takes, right? Like, you just need one pop-off game, and Mike's pop-off games, I believe, has been the most pop-off game that we had for tonight. I mean, it was a 10-point-something point game for that game alone. Even though the kills weren't as much as what I think Burst did or Spider, he just getting that multiplier and getting that 10-point whatever overall game score is just too good. And we see it here from Mike being able to do so now. But now with 4 games in, these players have a you can do the mathematical equations in your math and who's in what group stage, right? Being able to see what players play what character, So at this point right now, with how you've seen the pattern been going, they could potentially ice off and try to see who is Spider playing or who is Mike playing. So a lot more pressure might be thrown out to these both of these players are in the threshold, because we still have third, fourth, and fifth who are very close into making to that 24 threshold. So they're going to do everything in their power to rack up points and make sure that one of those two players does not take the MVP.
Exactly, yeah. In that phase selection process, we mentioned that, and it's also something to keep mention of prior. We saw Edward when in week 1 he reached match point, and what did he do? He chose a character that might have been selected in phases 4, 5, or 6. So to kind of throw them off their guys, it forces him to double pick, or rather to have that Syra pick that was when he was in phase 2. But it also threw out the opportunity for players thinking that he was in the past, during that week when Shayo was a majority of phase 2 picks, for her to be on the field that was him. But this is going to be where Smike and Spider are separated between two sections into the phases, and whether or not one takes more precedence in the first half versus the second half, they have to count their blessings if it comes down to having an available one of the first 3 picks, because players in the first 3 picks could give them that. They could give them that first 3 picks. We've seen that too. They say, here, have this, have the Shayo. Take this because you're gonna need it. You're gonna need it, son. And this is where it gives them, okay, I have to play this character, or I don't play this character. I have to choose someone else, because they just chose one of the, remainder 3 round selections for me. But now it's a problem. But the coaches, they'll keep minds about it. The wits about them, and getting everything in this round to be just right.
Yeah, moving on into our game 5. Taking a trip to Holoroth, our second Firefly map, but everything after this is straight Firefly presence here. So the off drops are going to be very aggressive for all these players in the server. Like, once again, already in that threshold, I believe has 0.2 more points than Spider. Spider had a 0.3. Okay, so it's super close. Like you mentioned, Edward, he tried to knock off Biweekly 1. Trying to knock off the lobby, picking that off pick there to try to blend in. At the end, it was very risky. Fortunate enough for him, nobody was able to take an MVP home right after that. So he won, I believe, by 1 point that Biweekly. It was a very close Biweekly for him. But with Spider and Mike and the way they've been playing, it could potentially go off to an overall game score win if we don't have an MVP. If Mike does it, he's going to do a back-to-back MVP game. Spider had an off game, and he usually has a hot game after an off game. So, I don't know. This could be very, very interesting to see how these players are going to bounce back. Frostovitz, though. Frostovitz been having a very good Biweekly 3. Staying consistent around 18 points around there that he has for 4 games in. Wufong, Biweekly 2 winner. He's been having a slow start today. I don't remember what his overall game score is, but like I said, all it really takes is one pop-off game, and everybody in, I'll say, top 8, top 9 can have that pop-off game with just how strong these players are. Being able to completely take a game off of the top side of the pyramid, it is not anything, it's not a surprise for any of these players to do the same so as whatever top 3, top 4 is doing, because these lobbies and these players are very scary, and they have shown how strong they are in this game, and they just continue to evolve, working on their craft. Every single Biweekly, just the competition gets harder, and it's just more exciting for us.
Yeah, and it definitely, one thing that makes it in a scary moment is when you're on the floor, and you're on the fighting grounds, and someone like Spider starts ambushing you. And that's gonna be the case scenario. Forcing out the chase isn't something in Spider's repertoire of being a bad notion. It is notorious. It is something that makes players a little bit scared whether or not they're going if Spider is the one chasing them down. And you saw how easy he disengaged into round 3 and more saw, right? Over in Sigma Mine, he got a dagger fan, he was out of there. But if he wants to chase someone down in the opposite ends, he yearns for it, right? If he's especially in an advantage wise of the position where players aren't targeting him and he's targeting someone else, he can go through with it. We saw that even in JCUT 2023, how heavy he went up against Light Hypernova in there. It's a quick, going through out there in the history lesson. But our first phase, our second phase, Lonnie, Delian. Kind of consideration, considering now, Mike, who are we choosing? Because Edward could choose someone completely different. He probably won't even choose Shail if he had the opportunity. But if Mike does, and it's the players, right? They don't see it banned, they just see it available. And there's Akos from Mike. Okay. okay.
I like this.
Man. I like this because this is his highest. This is like YZG's blind date comp. This is his ideal pick. And then for Spider, he picks Akos, bro. Okay, Shail's available, so he's gonna go for that. So Wufang picks Shail too, though. Going for Justina. Okay, I appreciate that. But if you know the next phase, if has a pick Shail, then Spider has room and wiggle room to work with, because phase 6, we've usually seen the Akos TG5. Akos pick into phase. Double Akos triple. Wait a second. Shail's from XY and Frostbus? I don't know. I don't think so. They might go for Tumult. Actually, no.
Double Shail.
They go for double Shail. I mean, that's one thing. I'm thinking about the Tumult. Yeah, that's one Tumult from XY. Frostbus has an available option to pick it up, but that's a little bit risky.
Oh, yeah. Because he already played Shail first Holorod, right?
Yeah. So this is going to be Kylan round. Okay, so he's the only Kylan in the lobby. But Mike has 2 Akoses to keep in mind about, to be on his quote-unquote side, to be the distinguishment between him and them. Then the lobby doesn't know that. But like I said, the coaches, they're big braining this. They're looking at this. They're contemplating on what is going to be the option if this player reaches match point. And it's either they choose the normality pick of what's available to them or something out of pocket early on. And that's it.
Here it is. Champions are made when the pressure is on. Mike and Spider being those top 2 with that pressure, as well as the remainder in the lobby, to make sure none of these 2 players make it into that MVP and take the win home. But now, very interesting here for Mike. I'm not gonna lie. 3 Akoses and Holorods with Firefly out in play. We do have an F1 and we have 2 F1s for Verse and T225. Mike being the off Akos with that F2. That's what I'm seeing there for the differences on the Akos. Everything else pretty much standard. Frost is liking that V2 on the Kylan, opposed to what Wufang runs is that V1. But yeah, everything else looking pretty standard all across the board, from the Lonnies, the Liams, and the Justinas, and Spider being alone Shail. This could be potentially bad if the game gets dragged out with a heavy end circle. But we've seen him take MVP, being eliminated towards the beginning of endgame with 6 kills, right? If he's able to continue that type of game style and pick up those eliminations early to mid game, and potentially he falls in end game, which he does not want to, right? But he can still take the MVP home that way.
Exactly. And this is going to come out to where the off drop spawns come through. Mike's spacing out in the Igneous Mound, ASC's XY, FPX's Star, and WBG's Verse, all nearby towards the Fireflies to get to the Salvation Podium. JL's AS beat East Frostbus at the Jin Armory, outskirts of the Metop region. And seeing how WZ Toronto is by himself at Feather Lake, if I'm not mistaken, maybe Pinnacle Town, we'll have to see. He is going to be by himself, it looks like, but with he Wufang in the center, this could be the end of the last round. 5 rounds so far. We're entering into this 5th round in Holorock Dust. And for Wufang gameplay in the center of the Plume Castle, DRG Fong in the outskirts of Kaviani, just getting all of those Fireflies and going straight up. This is going to be a potential 2 match point gamers. My name is Severia alongside our creatives. Will Spider or Mike come through here with an MVP to end this day out? Champions to be made.
Here it is. Game number 5, Spider in a mix against Frostbus, potentially AS. I think Frostbus is going to drop down the prize of this game, 2,700. Hold on, let me go ahead and let me get $1. Get $1. So whoever wins this game wins 2,700. So I'm guessing there's a prize pool whenever there's players at the threshold. If you're able to steal the MVP for them, you get awarded for them. That is fire. I'm not gonna lie, that is tough. But make sure you guys don't take the MVP, and I'm gonna snag up this cash outside the game as well. But Mike now, I'm gonna wait this out on the Akos. Triple Akos is for this game. Frostbus, AS, Spider. Potential good third party here for Spider. Frostbus jumps very low here in the situation. AS catches the raw uppercut off the fan in the backside. It looks like he's trying to go for Frostbus this time around. Has to avoid the thorny roller. Does manage to do so in the backside now. Overholds. Big damage there from Spider. The slide on the B does not connect there. The 1-2 now in the backside. Frostbus with the elimination onto Spider. AS now with the health advantage. No, both players are on the same even health because Blue Armor on Spider is going to try to retreat off the situation. 60% on this rage here for Spider, but the chase is not gone here for AS.
Yeah, and AS has ult ready to go here. If he really gets off of with the combo breaker for Spider, he can try to go for a succession for a TOD. And this is going to be TOD. A lot of players actually don't know this, which I forget. It's not a normal common term. TOD stands for Touch of Death combo, TOD combo, where if you are able to catch somebody off of a single neutral, or rather you can go off and then do a series of skills and moves afterwards, that's just pretty much what it stands for, Touch of Death. It means it will punish them to the point where they might be dead by the end of that combination. For the majority of turns, that's why combo breakers are such a prevalent option when the character they have to be chosen uses a combo breaker and has one as available skill, because it breaks that chance for TOD. But for Arano, up against Mike, F2 comes out to the investment. The Liam ultimate's gone through. Mike looks to get a parry, and we look to chase out because we ain't letting this Liam live, especially when Mike was able to control the battlefield in his face.
Yeah, and now that common armor swap is completely gone once again. Mike now is going to potentially take XY out here in the situation. Looks like XY is changing on his attention onto the Akos. XY not caring about where the opposing player went to Liam. And now the final slash there for XY with elimination. You saw there, Mike not happy. I know what he said. I'm not going to say it because I'm not trying to get banned. But Arano in the backside is going to be able to come right back in. Looks like he is going to continue applying the pressure onto XY. That purple pole sword early game, you're able to get those chip damages. You see it here. It gets clipped off the following hit. Gets raw uppercutted though. Arano doesn't catch the R&B focus due to the terrain. Does have the ultimate online though. Arano just has to hold blue here to avoid all the wisp. But the chip damage still connecting here off the pole sword. Arano eating up a lot of damage here and just musket shot finisher there for XY.
My man is at PS Gaming. He's got all those hits, bro. He really landed those. Every single tap touch, boom, the tap, boom. I'm like, okay. Man, the future, yo, man, call this man Nicolas Cage. What's next? We have a chance right now. Spider inside of the field of the end of the dunes hasn't died yet, so he wasn't able to confirm the kill against AS, but he is gonna loot the heck out of this area. The huge cellar full of money, or potentially even to a loot spawn for that gold trove. Nothing purple though. Like I said, a Mortar War, different rule sets for the loot gain, and now it comes down over back towards the Plume Castle. First wins out the Salvation Podium, having gold honks to be picked up. Big scaling, doesn't have F2, F1. Right, the differential between him as well as towards Mike is that Mike is using F2 and 5 using F1 as well. Double R&B. Oh, I can't believe it. Edward gets mutilated by XY with that R&B, the jump R&B. Immediate kill out of the lobby. Sayonara Shy. And this is the problem, right? Because Spider, he's the only Shio. He's the only other Shio in the lobby right now. And that is a problem right now for him, because Mike still has 2 other Auguses to back up in case of just being able to separate from. But he did go to Cinnabar Valley. This is his reset spawn. Will Mike ever get a chance of going into that realm? Probably. But WBG Verse gets a kill against ASC's XY in the background. And so for Mike, it's only a matter of time before his piece, pieces of the puzzle starts to either go up or go down.
And Verse snagging up that weapon off the puzzle. I did see gold. I don't know what he has in hand though. I think it's Hung Sword. Yeah, Hung Sword in hand for Verse on the Akos. T225 very low on the backside as well on Akos. Does manage to get a little bit of line of sight. Arano's in the mix still with 22.4. Very close to try to take this threshold home as well. 1 point up there for Verse for 21.9 there to try to close out the threshold. But Mike playing the outskirts here, going towards puzzle, potentially taking this Roman Yang, forming now. We do have Moonbane here for XY, and this is a problem, right? XY has been very quiet all night. Game number 5 comes in, players in the MVP. Already into this early game, 3 eliminations. He took out Mike in the beginning in Plume Castle. We see him now applying the pressure to the lobby, where this could potentially be his pop-off game, which would stop a lot of the success from either Mike or Spider to take the bi-weekly home. And we see Spider now getting aggressed on by Wufong this time around. Justina beats Xiaoyo for both of these players. Longsword battle, 2 picks are out for both of these players. Overholds, parry baits him now. F called in for Spider. Wufong has the opening here to recatch Pile now with that F on cooldown. Does manage to create a little bit of distance. Wants to try to fight for that Yang pass. We do have Fong snagging it up this time around. The Liam of this lobby, Mike, T225, Frostivus in the mix. Frostivus gonna cut up on the 1.0 in the backside. Mike there with R&B focus. Not enough damage there for the elimination onto Frostivus. Now, the killing guard is pulled up here from Frostivus and trying to stay alive in this situation. The pistol shot there from Mike, and that's gonna be Mike's first elimination of this game.
Yep, and he knows that this is going to be a case scenario for him where he gets elimination and he gets in Romy Yang. T2-5 though, little SSG, explosive armor coming out here from Mike to be on standby for him. 24% mitigation all the way throughout. Knowing that he doesn't have an F1, right? It's going to be him just going straight for the mitigation and Jades. T2-5 though wants to make sure he can then get into the Romyang frame 1. Spider wasn't able to kind of contest that Romyang. DRG Fong being, you know, in the vicinity with Wu Fong. Not too much time, you know, he doesn't want to spend too much time over there because it's just, it could spell, you know, iffy. He doesn't know that Liam has ultimate. So for the end of the day, if Spider doesn't have any sort of chance of getting out there, Wu Fong will chase him because he didn't have the Romyang cast pre-enter. Well, Ronald though, making his way towards the stats here, and this is where Spider actually wanted to make his approach here. This is that macro aspect I was talking about, and this is going to be a dangerous game right now, considering that Rano has his ultimate ready to go.
And there it is, Spider getting aggressive as well in this situation, applying lots of pressure there onto Arano. We do have him fighting back. Nbpl here for Spider, catches the bounce back, 2-on-1, gets the damage there off the Nb focus as well. Now Arano's forced to pop his ultimate, recatches the Prowl, gets cut off the V2. Now it's gonna be forced to pop a Vitalia or Powder Rain. Does manage to pop a Vitalia, sends him inside the zone. Wu Fong is skirting on the outskirts here of this cave as well. Arano re-picks up his purple armors, trying to re-top it back up. Spider's gonna go ahead and try to open up this box. Wu Fong's gonna join in a little bit of, you know, a little bit of chill moment there for both of these players. But Mike and Verse are gonna be going at it, and this is two Aquases, but Verse is gonna have the weapon advantage here with that Gold Hong sword.
Oh, big time, big time. Gold Hong sword, purple armor, check. And we have this chance right now for Mike. Look for the stagger. He confirms it with the pillar. One LMB to the next. Nice chance here to look for an R&B. Obviously, this is going to be a spotlight right now for him to look for the drop downs, but then again, Scare Rush countering is going to be his option. The blue focus was acquired by Verse, so for him not to get staggered there, kind of coming out. There's the LMB, there's the Force Aqua's ultimate to come out, and that LMB tap dodge, okay, do it again. He activates ult, and you'll see 8. This is kind of close.
Hold on, he's going at it. V2 connects there for Verse. Now Mike does not manage to connect off his V2. Both Tigers are out right now. Leap, leap, leap. Does manage to weave the second V2. F1 called in for the knockback. Now he recatches off the V2. Mike now is going to get a little bit of siphon back. Aerial LMB, aerial R&B for the extra damage there onto Verse. Catches his leap as well to the raw uppercut. 1 point off the grapple. Big damage. Jump LMB for extra damage. And there it is. Mike with big eliminations there onto Verse. And this is exactly what Mike needed. He's going to snag up the gold weapon, the purple armor as well. Gold halberds, Vermilion's birds. Mike has full potential to snag up more eliminations with that buff in hand and be safe here for this game.
Oh man, like Shannon Sharp, they are trying to blackmail me. They say that I'm not. Yo, that's crazy. That's crazy. Yo. We're done. This is gonna be the case right now for Mike, though. People talk, you know, we were talking about how his performance was in the first 2 games.
My fault, Mike.
The case. My fault, Mike, as well. But the thing is, now he's playing one of his, best picks, and the thing is that he knows it best. You know, another thing about the F2, right? Not about the line, not about the skill. It's about the control that you can get off of it, and that's what he showcased against Verse, throwing the F2 past the pillar. That's all I need. That's all he needed, and he had a staff to kind of boot up here, and that was a really big option selection for a weapon in his hands. And now for Verse up against AS. AS a little bit of a scary spot too. He also lost his Romyang, so he has Romyang depletions between 2 players of the same nature. Mike though is chasing down. This is a legendary fight. Both skills are down. Ultimates are still available for Mike, but not for Spider. Erudition, there it is again, and there's another staff coming out here for the spear to come through from Spider's hands.
Yep, and this could be bad here for either one of these players. Vermilion's burst by for Mike, so he's safe off of this alone. Spider, on the other hand, Spider has no buff, so this could be potentially very, very bad for Spider. Armor off here for Mike. I can't really tell for Spider. Same thing. Healths are even. Now third party starting to move on in, and it's Fong in the backside. Big parry here for Spider. Does manage to parry the erudition in the back end. Fong now applying lots of damage there onto Mike in the backside. We have another player dropping right back in, and I believe is Arano showing up to the party there. WZ's Arano on the backside. Fong now being that one player that always stops Mike from success, can potentially do it again here in this game. Massive jump parry there onto Fong. Since the jump LB, Mike is out of, he is going to be eliminated here, but he does have the Vermilion's Birds. Mike, T2-5 with elimination now. Everybody's going to scatter, but man, Fong always does it to Mike.
I think it worked better in Mike's favor. Oh, almost a TOD position. Oh no, XY still gets caught, and that's going to be elimination for Verse. That's going to be his Soul Bloom, and now he's freed by Romyang depletion. Star, though, gets caught. Gets caught by the knockback. This is going to be Star looking for the kick if he can. R&B's comes out here, and there's a free flop. There's a free ultimate for reverse. He goes for the V2, not going to come through. Goalie stands from Star could come through if he still wants to use it. It hasn't done stuff. But I want to mention that DRG Fong gets eliminated. Spider gets the kills. That's a +1 on Spider. But Mike picks up the gold flying knives on Fong earlier. That's a really big benefit.
Yeah.
Gold flying knives, rarity, bro. Even Mike wasn't even like pissed when he died. He was like, okay,
Sure.
I'm going into Rumble Yang with this weapon. You gave it to me. You practically next day delivery did this to me. You know, ordered from Temu, and we got it next day. Now Spider having that one elimination has the potential just to be the spectator with popcorn and looking to range shot it out, because no one's going to be looking at the Shio. They're looking at the low health target, and that's Star. He is in the limelight. He has a chance of being caught out by one of these players, TT5, especially looking to try to get out of that position of one elimination Akos, but he finds Star in the building, goes for the 1-2, burns out the combo breaker, F1 to knock back. He confirms that the spacing was just too great. P2 Liam.
What?
I can't. I can't.
How? He wasn't. He literally chucked. It had to be like a little crack on the roof right there that he connected off of it, because I don't know how he connected off to that. That was insane there. But Spider now playing the Roma Yang. He's going to potentially be able to go inside of it. And I think Mike went backed up and went to another Roma Yang gate to secure the realm as well. 2-2-5 though getting active here in the outskirts. Star eating up a lot of damage here from the Akos. I believe the O is going to come out pretty soon. Has the F to stop that Prowl from coming on in. He's going to get a little bit of movement error. Does manage to tap dodge roll. He is going to get that common armor swap off of that as well. The V2 does not connect off of that. The LMB focus connects there for Star onto T225, and it looks like he is going to be able to get out of this alive. But Star on the other hand, Arano with the last and final hits here onto Star. Star had to cleanse, was not able to do so, but Mike and Verse are going to be going at it, and Verse needs these eliminations here to make it to the threshold, and Mike needs it to take the bi-weekly home.
What's crazy about Verse is the leader in the lobby right now. Mike goes ahead, gets the LMB uppercut, burns out the Akos ult from Verse. Verse looks for the pounces here for the purple focus, and he can honestly go ahead and burn ult right there. There's Mike for the V2, counters each other out. That's all we need to see. We're going back in though. Mike wants to see about the bait out for the F1. There it is. Mike looks past it for the leap, and he catches the V2 right behind him. He's got this for Freelo, folks. This is it. One LMB, one RB. Where's V2? There it is. Jump LMB pounce right here. One, boom, bam, bam. Bam, boom, bam, pow, making sure the uppercuts are true and the eliminations are had. 3 kills, and the other Roma Yang, the other match point gamer, SR Spider up against DRG Fong.
No way. Mike there with beautiful Roma Yang there against Verse. Spider against Fong this time around. Fong being that one that stops the pressure from a lot of these players. Spider forced to pop this Shy ultimate, loses half of that white health already. Shield throw does not connect. Nice iframe there from the Liam to avoid getting hit off of that. Since the 1.0, big damage. Has to go for the range shots. Does manage to do so. F called in. The V2 is weed there from the Liam. Spider now trying to back on up, using the pillars to his advantage. It looks like Fong is gonna be able to pop one powder in. Now the aggression starts here for Fong. Shield break does not throw. Spider waiting for the perfect opportunity through the pillar. Big damage here into the scale rush. Doesn't catch the wake up now. Trying to go for the second scale rush this time around. Both players on the opposite side. Plays a lot more patient, gets the one in the air, gets the damage. Fong not trying to back on up. Spider trying to pop one in as well. It's going to swap on over to the long sword. No ult online for both of these players. F caught in here for Spider. Tries to catch the scare run. Catches the R&B prior off of this. Now F caught in here for Fong. One hit there for Spider. Could be potentially bad in the fun of R&B, and Fong having the time of his life there, knowing that it had to be one of the top 2. And he is just a menace and a gremlin for that one.
Absolutely. Sanchez Sky Pillar picked up, as well as looking for the Shaolin Staff if he decides to use it. We are going to take a look and see about Mike's win in that Roma Yang and where he's at right now. He is inside of the Igneous, actually, the Pinnacle Town, and making work around chasing a single target, and that is going to be possibly to the depths of hell. Because if anything comes out, once an ability or an ultimate is casted out, the players will make sure of noticing that out and making that, making that the prime target. 3 eliminations for Mike, 3 eliminations for Verse. Verse, on the other hand, like we saw, having to be the kill leader once before, now tied, but having Roma Yang completion, not a good look. Spider losing out his Roma Yang. He's got to be mindful about his next approach, because he knows that the White Tiger's aura is around him. He knows he's got to space away from it, because whether or not the players are going to be catching themselves, they're going to be locking in. And there's a pistol shot. Armor tracks are left and right. T55 actually going to go into being alongside with Mike here, but they have to be mindful about where the other players could just go in and hit him for yoink. We still have a Liam in the game. We still have 2 Liams in the game that can come out. Mike though gets caught. Spider looking for the swaps here, confirms it. Be looking for this in the middle of a massive fight coming through there. I don't know why he went to it, but it looked clean. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a lot of damage, but this is bad here for Spider because the best case scenario happened to Mike is that he fought an Akos in the realm. He had to win it, which he did, and he knows that the other Akos is going to get aggressive, so he can run with that Akos to potentially get another elimination on the board. And T225 is getting active as well, and it's a 3-pack of Tigers out in the field, so these players are full focusing Spider now. We see all the Akoses bunched up here against Spider. If V2 connects onto one of these players on the bottom side, I believe that was Verse with the O online. XY now might be trying to get some sorts of damage in, but looks like Mike's gonna pick out Orano out of the bunch. XY trying to lay down some pressure there from the flying knives. XY is gonna be able to get hit off the shotgun blast. Now Mike investing his ultimate. Fong trying to back on up here from the situation. Verse stacks up the elimination onto XY. Temi ultimate was called in, but a little bit too late. Now Spider has another Akos ultimate being thrown his way, this time around against T225.
And Versa gets himself A, out of the roaming position, and B, back into kill leader position right now as an MVP of the lobby right now, as 4 eliminations is given towards him. Mike having the pop ultimate, it was not a great position that he was looking at, but he has to keep his eyes and ears closed because he's having the blindfolds on, just go for the target, and that's going to be another Liam. And the Forbidden Steel is active. Since he doesn't have ult, it works in his favor. Now he knows go for a parry. The fight gets caught. Outside of that, Spider has under 3 minutes to make this match work in his favor for that roaming inclusion to get cleared. T225 is going to be the prime target of this lobby, and as much as DRG Fong wants to try to grief him out, Spider was already in his face. There's a nice scare rush from the postal. Wait a second, we go for another one. We attempted it. He's going for it again, and he's keeping the chase on against his Akos.
Yeah, I mean, look how long Spider has survived from the pressure from the 3's Akoses, and he knows the Akoses have to go. Another ult being thrown his way, this time around from Verse. Arano showing up in the back end. We have a player on the top side as well with the flying eyes, trying to knock out the pressure there, trying to get the shotgun blast. Doesn't manage to do so. Spider lives to see another day. Back online. He's about to get that ult off pretty soon. Arano now getting thrown the pressure there from one of the Akoses. Mike now trying to snag up the elimination. The V2 out here for the Liam in the backside. Shotgun blast is not connected from Mike. Arano very low in the backside. Does manage to get the scare rush off. He's still trying to look for the last and final hit. And with his gold rarity weapon, all he needs is one to connect. The grapple does not connect there from Mike. Spider's still up once again with 1 minute and 52 seconds. He needs to try to cleanse this out. He has to get active. The Akoses are out in the field, but they're not finding any value thus far.
Exactly. There's nothing that's going to come out between all of these if they're going to chip one another. It's all about the supplies aspect. Cabloom comes out. Bane's going to be in effect right now. And whether or not someone's going to get grief because of this, Old Spider is ready to go here for the Shail. And there's going to be a chance right now to avoid this Bane, go straight east and now into the southeastern region. This is going to be the Akos versus the Liam play. TT25 looking to try to close gap on towards it. This is going to be a miracle play right now for Spider because he has 1 minute and 20 seconds left on the clock. Has his ult still ready to go. Drops the blue focuses, goes ahead and burns out the F1 from the Akos. We take those. But for Spider, he goes right into the heart of the Moonbane, and T225 right in the middle of all of it. One gentleman leads to the staggers, and looking for the Liam ultimate to get this kill confirmation. We know there's going to be a play right now for the eliminations. DRG Farm finds the elimination, and Spider gets caught, and this is a free Moonbane blast that gives him his death sentence.
Oh my god, that's just unfortunate. Fong. Man, Fong. Oh. Okay, Fong. Oh, look at it. Oh, Fong. Fong, why are you throwing Fong? Fong. What the fuck? Yo, Bird's picking up an easy limb there onto Fong. Fong was just not. He was not. Oh my god. Fong had a little bit of a brain fart there, was forced to try to get it out. Doesn't manage to do so. Verse with the easiest kill of his life. Now, Mike getting caught up in the power here against Arano. Akos ultimate investor here from Mike. Now in the backside, Mike needs to try to snag up the spirit well. Verse is going to be playing around it as well. Has that online, but if he captures this, he's going to get that ult right back. Arano trying to contest this as much as possible. Bounty onto Arano. Verse now with a massive parry there onto Arano in the backside. He's trying to back him up from his spirit was what he's saying here onto him. Gold dual blades in his hand onto Mike. He is gonna be able to catch that V2 onto Arano. Jump on the beat for the extra damage in the backside. F2 does not connect. Applying the full pressure. Calvary Bloom here from Mike. Now playing the neutral game, trying to recatch here for the Liam. The Liam ultimate now is gonna be called in here for Arano in the backside. Arano with 2 eliminations on the board, 22.4 overall. But it's gonna be Verse here with that what is the Mystic Might, I believe, buff in hand here for Verse. The V2 connects there onto Verse. You send them inside the zone. Arano now with the musket shot is gonna be eating up that damage there. Verse now trying to go right back inside the zone, but the pressure is on, and the backside Mike now is gonna eat up this damage.
Now Mike has gotten himself in a really bad spot. The fan R&B, the double. Ooh, doesn't get the confirmation because Terrain was going to grief and Marano knew that. Nice. But from Mike, man, he can get caught out to this corner right there. F2,
Oh, no.
I just want to reposition, scare rush out, pistol shots left and right. No armor swap available in the vicinity from Mike. He's going to the shop to see if there's one right there. There's a purple one. Nice reset. 1-2s, no 3-piece. Looking for the F2 usage here from Mike would be just making sure he can confirm Marano when he decides to go into chase. And now, since we know that Marano does not have ultimate for Liam, this Moonbane is just a selective option for the players to walk into. 1, 2, 3, almost confirmed from Mike as he catches the LMB. He throws him into the Moonbane. Mike's at 3 eliminations. And now versus his only contesting target here. And as it comes out, the Akko's ult is ready to go. F1 burned out here from Mike. And he's looking to try to work out against his Akko's inside the zone.
Oh my God, Mike might potentially do it here, but he has to goes against Verse, and Verse has the Akko's ultimate online. 89% here on that rage. Double tap dodge away from the Moonbane. Does manage to weave out of it. Doesn't have the ult thus far. Tap dodges again, once again. Has the ult online once again. Is gonna be able to weave the V2, but here V2's inside the Bane, and Verse with elimination there. And oh my God, that was insane. What a time Bane there from the map. And Verse entering the what? Yo, that was insane.
I can't believe how electric that round went, right? So hard, that round went so hard, Verse had to blow his nose. My man was like, yo, my sinuses have to be clear because I'm a little congested right now with how much those Banes were played around.
Yo.
And it's not even to consider about what you could use with it, considering if you're a Liam or
Hold on, can we get some water here for Verse?
Yeah, can we get my man, can we get some hydration real quick, please? He just went through the nutty pot ritual with the water, man. Give him a second. This might be a spotlight for Mike though, because he just saw back what just happened. He's like, I shouldn't have messed around with that thing. But the thing is, it's high risk, high reward. Listen, for the Akko's, right? He's locked in animation the entire time. And not only to the leap, but to the grab. If he catches him, if he ends up being locked into that animation while the Bane is right on top of him, he can't do anything. But let's say he throws him off into the cliff side. Let's say he uses the slope. He would have pushed him into the Moonbane, and that would have been the case scenario, right? The Moonbane would have caused out a lot of damage. Let's just put it that way. And then for Verse, I thought he was gonna get caught. When Mike went for that common armor swap, I was like, okay, Verse is right behind him. Did he get struck or did he just reposition outside of it? And he repositioned away from the Moonbane and got right back into the face of Mike. Mike's ultimate being ready. And then the whole lobby even before that, let's go backwards, right? We saw how much the fights at Pinnacle Town, not say regressed, they aggressed. Like they went crazy onto it. And that's where we come out to how many Akko's played in that game. Because that's also another factor into this. How many Akko's chose Akko's in this game? Is it A2, B3, C4, or D5? Now, 2 of those, knocked them out. That's C and D. I'm knocking those out for you guys right now. C and D, that ain't it. That ain't it. You remember the pick ban phases and all that stuff. It allows A or B. Make sure you guys put it in the Twitch chat only. But this is for Match Point Gamer position for round 6.
Bro, hey, shout out to everybody in chat. Y'all funny, man.
Yeah, seriously.
Hey, y'all funny. Wow. 4 players in the threshold though. Now we have Verse in first place. Mike, Spider, Arano now. Pressure is on. Oh man, I'm trying to play back that fight in my head right now against Verse. I mean, Verse had popped the ultimate a lot sooner than Mike, right? He had that ult. Yeah. He was already applying the pressure there onto Mike. I would have loved him to V2 out to force out a reset between both of them. I would have loved for him to, he would still have the ult online. He could try to, he could have potentially made Verse back on up and take a full reset in. He would have gotten a chance to pop Vitalis and Powders as well. But I mean, he didn't, man. He went back and he just V2 inside the Bane. Man, man, I don't know, man. I'm still lost with it there for Bong. What was Bong?
Bro, Bong menace to Dennis, bro. My man was in that building. He was like, yeah, I can't be. I just killed Spider right now, bro. I know it's him. Oh my god. Like the Dominican kid in the helicopter in New York City, bro. He's like, oh my god. And all of a sudden, all the veins just like dropped into his face. Couldn't do anything about it.
Oh my god. Would he have gotten MVP? No, right?
Who,
nah.
Bong?
No, Mike. If he would have gotten 5. Yeah, he would have, right? 5-5, yeah. Wow. What a game 5. I mean, that was just insane to watch overall. Mike super close to MVP in this game. This was the game he needed with that. There was 3 Aquuses running around there with T225 versus Mike. We saw the pressure they were applying to the lobby, but no value. It was just back to back Aqua's ultimates, but no kills were given out towards anybody's way. Spider manages to survive all those engagements there in that one area where all those players were posted up. I don't even know how he managed to cut off the pressure and stay up, but Verse now with 10.2 game score, Mike with 6, Fawn with 5.5, XR with 4.5, Arondo 3.5, AS 2.5, Spider T225 with 2, Star with 1.5, with Farm Frostivus and Edward with a donut for this game alone. And now our overall standings for tonight's matches: Star 11.4, XY 12.6, Wufong 13.8, Edward 14.5, Fong 17.5, T225 18.3. Therefore YZG's T225. I don't know, Sivray. I don't.
T225. T225. My man got the exponents out here, bro. We're going astronomical. Call me Neil deGrasse Tyson. I'm an astrophysicist. So, Frostivus at 18.6 in 6th place. JL's AS with 19.8 in 5th. And then the match point gamers: WZ Dorano 25.9, SR Spider 26.3, Mike with 30.6, and Verse staying on top 32.1. And this is where round 6 begins. Round 6, more solid content. Straight content, bro. Absolute cinema in this next round, because the players knew that there was going to be a chance for Akos to be picked by Mike, and he had the round phase selection to be made. It was apparent. But the thing that comes next is, will Mike go for a double? Will he double down? We'll have to find out. We got some match replays brought to you by kind of UCOM Gamers United. CA, take it away from what happened here in this chaos from the beginning to the end.
Man, XY here betraying Mike in the beginning. Does manage to get the elimination onto him. I think they were chasing down Verse here in the situation. I forgot who they were fully chasing there, but the turn on there, Mike winning this realm of Yang. He won both of them this time around. It was both Aquuses in both realms, and it was against Verse. Managed to get the uppercut to the grapple bump. Jump LB for the extra damage there from Mike. Beautiful showcases. This was the second realm of Yang there against Verse once again. That crazy leap pounce. LB prio there off the dagger, or the flying knife, sorry, into the V2 extension. Jump LB, doesn't catch the aerial R&B, but he delay wakes up, pounce into the prow, into the halberd swap beautifully, and he had tab open there because he didn't even have that on the second one. He does, and this was just crazy right here, right? The Fong manages to catch Spider inside the V2, throws him inside the Bane, gets the elimination there, and now Fong! Man, Fong gets clipped there at the backside.
Camera. I can't. He was like, I got this cheeky kill, and then boing, hitting Rado too. Like, when they have, like, it was like, bro, like we're all throwing ourselves into the vein at this point. You know, it's like a ritual. What's going on here? The sun ain't setting. Nah, you gotta do something real quick. Boom, die. And this is where Verse up against Mike, just like yeet. You know, look at this. Bye, see ya. Bye, Felicia. This is where Verse was like, okay. Watch out. I think he was laughing. Maybe that's why he needed tissues. He was like Fong, you know. a little bit of respiratory issues there for a second. But this is where Akos is MVP. I mean, there was 3 Akoses for the answer, by the way, folks. And this is where MVP for 8th time, Ocho Loco, coming in here from Verse and putting out nearly 20k damage, 9,000 in gold console. Flying knives are at 4,700 and skills ultimates at 3,600. But man, having Assault Smolder really comes through clutch, especially to just kind of go for burn ticks and catching somebody off of rip. But also having Cavlumen. We actually don't see this in his, into his build, but we saw Cavlumen being released earlier. I believe if Mike was being able to throw that, he had that in his kit to kind of catch people off. But this is more so about how much that damage spike comes through for that gold sword, and where Verse really just had it in his hands the whole time and didn't want to separate himself from it. Fair enough. But also what made the notion is the opportunity to see the selections of the skills. And like I said, F2 versus F1 for Akos is the distinguishment is one thing in the field of battle, but also where you see it in the macro sense, just having the skill available for you. F1, damage mitigation, 30% base. Per target hit, up to 3 targets, 10%. So if he hits 2 targets, it's 50% total, 3 targets, that's 60. But if he hits only 1, it's still 40% mitigation that he's having for 8 seconds. He's able to hold that down for the time being. And for when it activates off of that, he can kind of, cut away and get some mitigation coming through by sustaining himself with the healing berries. The thing with the F2 though for Akos is that we see how much that Mike was able to kind of go through with it. Whether or not the players are going to want to stick to F2 or F1, we're going to have to decide upon seeing that in the future, because we're going to a break and we're going to round 6 with 4 match point players. See you guys then.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League Biweekly 3 Finals. My name is Creators, and I'm here with Severio, the man himself. Man, wow. I just watched it back. I had to go back on the VOD and watch the Moonbane be the MVP. I don't think Verse was the MVP for that one. I think the Moonbane was the most valuable player, being there, the Bane. But wow, 5 games out the way. 4 players in the threshold now, Severio. The pressure is now on for Spider and Mike not being able to close out the MVP. Spider did not have a big success in this game, was kind of playing scraps, was playing on the Xiaoyou, lone Xiaoyou, which was a big problem for him, was not able to find any success there. Did get into some fights in the mid game, wasn't able to close out the last hits. I believe he did fight Mike off of first round and didn't get elimination there. I think it was Fong who came in for the third party. Fong is a gremlin. I don't know. That man is too funny. Go in, I mean, he does this time and time again. I remember when we first got that new system in the bi-weekly where we have a threshold. Fong was the one that stopped Mike the whole night to take the MVP home. So he's not new to griefing. Like, that's his excitement there. We saw him there in the player cam just being mad excited. But I mean, now more serious, there's 4 players in the threshold. We have Verse, we have Arano, we have Mike, and we have Spider. I mean, it's up for grabs now, Severio.
It literally is. I think one thing is that Verse being at the upper echelon of the points pool, kind of just like it keeps him going through, and it makes me it keeps the motion about players. He's like, oh, who's the best of the best, and I'm like, the thing is, who's the most consistent in terms of being on top? And obviously Mike and Spider have the consistency for the aspect of making it to the on top and then winning it out and when it all matters, but also the Verse, especially Verse, being out towards formerly known as FPX Verse, right? He was able to kind of showcase his worthwhile effort as one of the newcomers to the board, and then now he is showing his worth being the stable pick for the leaderboards outright. 32.1 points. This is what this man's got in hand, and this is where we end up going off with his first place position overall. Mike's still at 30.6, Mike at Spider at 26.3, and Arano just reaching that threshold of 25.9 in 4th place. The biggest, I say a problem, but I said the biggest obstacle for these 4 players is that once we move into round 7 potentially, right? And I'm saying that in condition round 7, round 8, there's only one spot for them to be selected, and that's in the bottom, right? And that's only because once we reach round 7 and 8, the phases switch up. The phases allow for any non-match point players to be one of the first ones to be giving an option on the phases 1 through X. And then giving the players who are at match point the lower options, such as for these players into phases 5 and 6, should we just leave these guys out for round 7. But this is the last time that the phases are running their usual rotation. This is the last time that the players know, give or take, where the players are going to end up. And then in the next round, they hard confirm where the players are, and they know where they are completely into the next rounds. So for this phase, for this round, for Morris Knight, Liam's, they have to body the first phase. They have to, because if we give Liam's to any of the match point gamers, a threat. It's a big threat, especially in Celestra, especially across the graveyard, especially into any building where there's buildings in general. And that's something that makes this into notion about who they can target out, so long as they find it at the right opportunity for the moment.
Let's see it. I don't remember what round selection we're out now. I'm not sure what position we're going to be for the top 4 right now, but we're going to have to wait and see. We are going to start potentially getting our double picks, especially from these players as well. Moving on to this game, Morris Fireflies now apply a lot of more action here for these games, post to our third game where we had with no Fireflies. But regardless, still locked and loaded. Game number 6, waiting this out. Man, the MVPs have been everywhere, right? We haven't had just a certain character be the MVP slash player, so not really sure what will be the best bet here for the top 4 to secure a specific character. I don't think we've seen tons and tons of success from Alani tonight, but even though she's still getting picked frame 1 from around a lot of these selections, and right now Spider's gonna have that selection as well as Wufong. So we're gonna have to wait and see if Spider's gonna opt to pick the double Liam or the double Lonnie for this game, and if Wufong is gonna match it. So it's gonna be a Liam for Spider. Wufong thinking about matching or not. If he does not match, no. So he's gonna lock in the Lonnie. Could be a potential double lock in for Mike and Edward. Mike using the double hero selection on the Liam. Edward snagging up the Liam. Mike now thinking about it. Look, coach trying to bring in some valuable information. Mike really thinking about it.
So, all right, big bro. So 1 + 1 = 2, right? That means you chose his character the second time. That's all you got, okay? Head on, Liam. All right, I'll retire. I'm turning the thing off.
So the only concern I have with the only concern that I have with, I can't even speak, with Mike snagging up the same hero as Spider is, you know, we've seen what just happened last game when all the Aquas was running in a pack. The same thing can happen here, but Mike has to secure the eliminations and make sure Spider doesn't, right? Because he does not want him to snag up the MVPs there to potentially steal this bi-weekly just from him running the same character.
Exactly. Yeah. And that's like that's that choice pick. Having a spotlight for Verse, though. I'm really concerned for Verse's position, because now Justina's on the table from Prosperous to allow for this triple pick Justina from both T25. But T25 already chose it. Okay, we are confirming it. We are going to get that triple Justina. That's going to be the sightlines for the Justinas in the lobby. That's going to be the sightlines for all of them. It's going to be dangerous. It's like the same thing we saw last round with all the Aquas from Mike. Now it's given to Verse. And so for Verse to have Justinas in a Morris Out Night match, this is probably the best opportunity to see if we can get triple Justinas by the end game circle. That way they can, dare I say it, they can circulate across, like, okay, one goes in, one goes out, right? One goes in, one goes out. And then the target prize selection comes in, and it's like, all right, mutual agreement for the end game will survive, right? Like, that's all it's going to come down to it.
Whew. I'm nervous. I'm not even playing. But there it is. You guys see the red border over these players. I mean, that is a double pick on the field. So XY playing the Temi back to back. He just played Tumult last game. He is going to be playing Temi once again for this game alone. Arano on the double Lonnie, Spider on the double Liam, and I thought he played Liam a game too, but he did not. He's been waiting this opportunity out to play it on this pop-up game, potentially here in Morris Isle, which I've seen him done before on the Liam. So he is not a stranger to that alone. Everything else looks pretty much standard. Just Star running the V1 on that Kylan and Fong running the V2 on his. It's pretty much the only differences from what I've seen. And do you think we'll see V1 return on Liam, or do you think the value off the V2 is just too strong? Like, because I do know, like, the parry, you know, if you against the Shayos, if they shield throw, you can catch them in the V2, right? That's confirmed. Yep. And parries as well, right? They have to try to tap dodge it if they don't send the follow up. Yep. Do you think the V1 could potentially come back?
Off of the field array of catching that bind, I don't know. It's kind of tough to see because the binding comes through. The V2 comes in insane work for what it can provide, but. We have to talk about these spawns, bro. What is this? The pocketed golden tortoise spawn, pocketed cave. What was it called? What do we call it out here? Secret tunnel. You know, thing comes out here for all the players. That's a heavy spawn. End of the day, no motion right now. Star versus Mike. JL's AS with everyone in the field. Round 6 begins. Potentially last round. Put an asterisk at the end of that. Mike and Spider versus Arano. All match point gamers, all here for the marbles, and this is where we're starting off at the Horseshoe, where Mike has himself with the blue fan, 3,701 on the sideline for the MVP, but this is going to be Star versus Mike. Uppercuts confirmed. That's a jump R&B C8. This could be the first elimination, folks.
Yeah, Mike needs to win this here. Does have a little bit of health advantage since the LMB focus. He cancels it, and now Star trying to respond off of this. Gets the LMB damage, and now into the F. Shoves him in the corner. Click comes in ×2. Wing ups ×3. 4 clashes, and the 5th one, or I believe the 4th one there for Mike to pick an elimination there against Star, and that's a beautiful Star, and that's what he needed.
That's exactly what he needed. We're going to see this jump LMBs coming out from Wufang against Arano. 1 LMB to the Scare Rush, 1 jump LMB to the Scare Rush again. No, he goes for the confirmation. The slap potential from Arano there, I sensed it, but there's nothing that's going to stop these fist blades more than a blue focus. And for Wufang, he looks for it again. He looks for these confirmations for the jump LMB stackers. He gets a double blue vertical.
Wow.
Confirms it. First elimination on the board. Now we're switching on to Golden Tortoise, Spider versus AS.
Yeah, and AS with the health advantage here. Spider does manage to find a blue armor swap, a little bit of resources as well. Go ahead and charge up the Scare Rush on blue katana in hand for this fight. Scare Rush is not connected for AS, but flying knives here for AS can be a lot of damage here. Catches the LMB prior. Does manage to force out that F, and look at the damage off the flying knives. Just 1 shotgun blast, and all that blue armor is gone. He's gonna be forcing out a Carmen armor swap here for Spider. AS though, full chasing in, trying to find some sorts of value still here against Spider, but AS needs to find this elimination on to Spider to potentially continue these games on here with just this player alone. But we still have 3 more players in Threshold. Spider doesn't want to fool on in, trying to build up a little bit of rage if he can. Does manage to get it. Oh my god, I'm behind the back parry there onto AS, forcing out the F, potentially catch the prior off the Scare Rush. Does manage to do so. There it is, 2-on-1, big damage. Blue katana there. Does manage to get all that white health off. Sends the back-to-back foot elimination there onto AS, and Spider comes out on top here in that fight.
There's a huge mitigation factor from having F1 available, and that gave Spider all the necessary insurance in case he did get parried from that blue focus. For Mike, though, up against Edward right now, Mike is also getting hunted by FPX Star, who could have a sightline onto this. T225 in the vicinity, looking to try to see what's going to be up between these Liams. Nice ultimate cast to deny that shotgun. Nice parry to make sure he can go for it, but Edward is not getting caught by the first ball. That means there's only 1 left, and he looks to try to extend those blue focuses as much as possible. There's a Liam ultimate in response. Mike goes ahead, has it available for him. T225 looking to try to see about whether or not he can go ahead and deny the throw, and that's going to be the case. And for Mike, he is going to go for the last Liam orb to throw it in Edward's face.
Oh, doesn't get enough damage off of that. Big shift parry there from T225. Tries to stop it there. Doesn't manage to get the elimination. Snags up the Soul Bloom. And now T225 here with the ult into the freeze. Nudging me to burn off of this. Big damage elimination there towards T225. And Mike's going to have to take a trip there to the Soul Ultra.
Now, there's going to be a chance for the 16,000 Dark-type coins that T225 has. You can look to save it, or you can purchase it for purple armor. Otherwise, switching on over toward north to the Ventai Temple, WBG's verse up against AS2XY. Looking to monitor a format between the Throwing Knives versus Tumult, where Tumult throws out the F ability. Verse could look for a preemptive F charge up for the Throwing Knives, and he throws 2 back-to-back blues. That's 1 elimination on the board for him as one of the match point gamers, knocking out XYs for his first life.
Wow. Good start there. T225 though, just full tempo, and then 3 eliminations already in the Justina. And Versus as well is on that Justina, and with Verse now trying to snag up his second one, this time around against Fong. It's just a pattern. I see this every time. He gets 1-2 and then just disengages every single time for Fong. Not really ever staying in the pocket. He is, I don't know if it's just not confident in these fights or what it is, but he does this a lot, especially on Justina as well. If he gets hit with one prio, he will pop that ultimate and full dash on out to just live, right? And he's doing it once again here on the Keelan. Try to disengage, and now he's trying to get the momentum here in this middle temple to try to see he can stay alive, but Verse does manage to catch on up, and we do have a potential third party here for Mike, but our first Romo Yang is starting to form on in.
And Edward's in the vicinity inside the Eventai Temple itself, hopefully to see if he can just go to that Romo Yang to try to secure it. Obviously, Mike with common armor with the Liam, not ultimate ready. He does have the tenacity to make it through in there. Now, obviously, T25 makes his way towards Spider over by this area in the Moonlit Courtyard, where Spider has blue halberds and has himself to look for the R&B release. Oof, gets caught by a blue vertical. T25 looks to try to go for the arm. Ooh, wait a second. We're getting one blue focus to the next, and now he burns the combo breaker. We still have Spider to look up and see if he has ultimate. Otherwise, armor swap is happening for Spider, and for T25, it's only a matter of time before he confirms something against him with an LB uppercut. Spider has ultimate ready. T25 is going to have to play defensively.
There it is. Both ults are out. He's going to use a dash to retreat. Spider trying to find an opening off that V2. T25, I believe he did get a little bit of grapple stunt, but has the distance that he needs. Spider is going to use this time to potentially go back into the Romo Yang gates. We do have T25 playing the Firefly maps there. The Firefly is beautifully there to get 50% of that rage back, right back into that ultimate. Gotta know those positionings as these pro players do, and you see him now being safe if any engagements happen towards his way. Once again, Spider gonna start rotating on in here. We do have a quick little replay. It was Spider against Wufong. This was the second fight Spider had in this area since the follow-up there off the blue. Catches the prowl here onto Wufong. F called in there for the Lonnie. Uses the ultimate as well. Cat dodges on out. No prowl is there. Gets cut off the second one. Sends it. No, has the F to stay alive. Now the Liam ultimate is being invested here from Spider. Tries to use the TP on out. Does have his ult still online. Catches the first one. It's going to be the mix up here for Spider. Go ahead and get the 1.0 to the follow-up R&B. Does not connect off of that though. Recatches the prio. And this was enough damage here for the elimination here for Spider to snag up his second kill of this game. And now getting active against First. And this is a big fight with both of these players in the threshold.
Yeah, 1-2's coming out from Verse, or maybe 3 pieces. 1 to the case scenario for the dagger. For Spider, having F1 still available. Ooh, nice. Oh, okay, we avoid the musket shot, almost clean shaven. But for Verse, purple dagger comes out, and he actually procs ult, goes for imprint in case anyone decides to contest him. So if he gets this enhanced dash, actually no, you know what? He just burned that dash. We don't want to talk about it. But obviously for Mike, this is going to be his spotlight right now, and this makes it into Notion. If Mike goes into Rumble, that gives us a majority of the gamers. SY though finds a chance here for infiniting Spider, and oh my goodness. Oh, we saved him. Thank you. And now in our insurance policy, we had that in the plan. We are the claimant, and this is going to be where Spider gets subrogation from that throwing knives. The flying knives came out clutch, pushing him away from XY, and T25 punishing XY as his ultimate goes down. That is crazy work. But it is playing smart, like Frostwitch once said.
True. And there it is. First Romo Yang, Star against First. This is big here for First. Needs to see he can get this buff here onto Star. But Star on the Kylan being able to apply lots of pressure onto these players. Running B1 in this situation. Now, the iframe here for First to avoid that slice there from the Kylan. Dash does not connect this time around. Just double dashes on the ground. Triple dashes as well. Big damage. But now the ultimate is gone. Burst still has 2 dashes. Trying to take a quick little reset and be able to weave this. Catches the pry off of this. Tries to read the F. Doesn't manage to throw it down. Catches the freeze into the shotgun blast. Musket shot does not connect there for Verse. Playing it very conservative here. Has one more dash left. Has to use it pretty soon. Doesn't manage to do so. Gets caught up the prowl there. Now Star is going to be forcing out the F there from the Justina. F called in for the Kylan as well. Star trying to recast the prowl. Verse connects off that musket shot. Star very one shot off of this situation. Oh my god, catches the scare rush, the 1-2. Now the health is even between both of these players. Nearly. Star still with a little bit of less HP. Verse trying to find a perfect opportunity. Tries to catch the scare rush off the LMB. Doesn't manage to do so again. Eats up the damage off the R&B. Focus. Scare rush does not connect for any of these players. And the health is the same between both of these players. We have the F called in there for Star. Doesn't get the damage on the ground. Verse claim comes in once again. 25 seconds. Quick little reset for Verse, and this might be the engagement that Verse needed.
Oh my goodness, not having combo breaker there is upsetting. Spaghetti slams the desk moment. I witnessed that from Verse, because here's the thing. Verse had Tuna proccing passively the whole time. If he got hit with the F1 without Tuna, he would have died there. 100% guaranteed. But then having to get caught right there, unfortunate circumstance. No combo breaker, no nothing. Spider, outside of his Rumyang, finding Mike, might even look for him after this Bell Strike, and just getting a hard confirm on his location, locale, really. And blue armor swap for him in case he needs to back up. But for Spider, Liam, Ventai Temple, if those flaming cages are still available, you know what I'm about to say. It's going to be an over experience. And then everything comes into play right now for Arano, who also lost his Rumyang, which is going to be witnessed right now. F1 from the Lonnie in immediate early anticipation, and Edward had common armor, so this is going to be a crazy setup right now. Oh my goodness, I don't want to talk. See, I think this went away.
Oh my god, catching into the V2. Mix-up was going to be Carousel in the corner there off the V2. Doesn't catch the follow-up though. Ronald recatches the prio into the ball throw, but the V2 stops that pressure from coming on in. Edward now slims it in the sky once again. R&B, LNB, jump LNB, extra damage. Weaves it, no, gets cut off the second one. F caught in to avoid the full damage. Weaves the third one, gets caught up now. Gets a follow-up R&B. Edward still manages to win this since the 1.0 longsword. It was a chase down, overholding Arano. Very close here in this fight. Tries to space it out. Edward not afraid though. In the pocket, tap dodges through the R&B. Focus there for the elimination.
That's an insane moment to happen. Double shotgun blast coming out from Bursto, and he finds Arano because this is going to be the case scenario for the location. And then for Arano, having ultimate still on standby. Shotgun blast avoided there. Horizontal throws, gets tap dodged and into another Lonnie ultimate. No charge F just yet. Arano might have just cost his lifespan because that touch of death, it might be confirmed. Not the case. There's going to be the Lonnie immediate F, and there's going to be the spacing that's necessary. Arano gets his armor right back up and then goes right back to the ball to avoid that Justina dash. Still has 2 charges up. He could look to hold F here to try to mitigate the first dash. Let's take a look at the scene. There it is. Mitigates it. Throws it. Doesn't get caught in the stagger. This gives Arano a little bit more time. There it is. A little bit of motion to see about the F2. And into the ocean. There's the throw in the goalie stance. But of course, for Arano, looking for a bow shot, looking for a parry attempt. I'm looking at this man's movement. I'm like, I don't know, man. He switched to dagger here. Here's the R&B clink. I'm looking for another one. One bow shot to the next. No targets in the vicinity. This is just between them themselves. 2 minutes on the clock for Arano. Slap tech. And there's the R&B. And there's an uppercut. But it might be free damage right now for Burst to catch a blue focus.
Oh my god. Easy, even out the health. Arano says the 1.0. Burst drops a lot of HP. He has to back on up, take a quick little reset in. Arano now is gonna eat up the damage off the LNB focus there from Verse. Big parry there from Arano. He's gonna have the F. Does not call it in. Eats up all the damage there off the R&B. Now calls it in. Repicks up the dagger in hand. Very 1 HP here in the situation. Third party from Wufong could potentially get the elimination there onto Verse, but Arano needs to try to cleanse this Yang depletion timer. Common armor swap here for Verse. Does manage to get a parry bait there onto Arano. Clutch will be canceled there into the 1-2 follow-up. Sends the 1.0 off the dagger. F calling here for the Lonnie in the back end. 71% here on this ultimate. But Wufong now snags up the elimination onto Verse. And now Kylan there for Stars trying to snag up the elimination. And both players are in that threshold are out. And it looks like the remainder of the lobby is going to be showing up here as well.
Literally 2 match point players still left alive. Both of them, Liam, Smike, and Spider, still available for the fix up. And this is going to be that roaming Yang that we have to keep in mind. About 9 players total left alive. Are we playing cautious or are we taking the roaming Yang? That's the question. And engraving coming out from Star into the flying knives in the background. That's a heavy amount of damage. Look at that. No. Look at that. Once he's uppercut, it's free. And now Star with the gold staff here. That's all he's going to be looking to hold on to for dear life. He's got to be one. He procs it out. He throws it in. But Frostus looks at that Forbidden Seal. Play smart. There it is. Outside of that area. And there's Frostus' kill. Nicely done.
Yeah, and I mean, that's what Mike and Spider potentially prayed for, to make sure that T225 didn't get that elimination, right? Already with 4 on the board, snagging up that 5th one there would have been a big problem moving on over to this game. Just him closing out or taking the lead there with the kill department would have just not give the potential for one of these 2 players to snag up an MVP. But now Mike posted up for this round, winning this round. I believe Spider is going to go and contest the Spirit Well next to where the action was happening on the Liam as well. These players are waiting this out. A couple players fighting for that realm. TC25 Frostivus, Wufong in that realm of Yang. Looks like Frostivus is going to be rotating on over to where Spider is. Going to apply a little bit of the pressure onto Spider. We see Spider now respecting it, to rolling out, just waiting out. Frostivus doesn't get full, doesn't give the full attention there onto Spider. A little bit of a resource pick up there from both of these players. They are going to be topping that off. Fong in the realm of Yang. Mike as well, waiting to see who takes it. Do have explosive armor. gold flying knives there for Fong. Not sure what Mike has. Purple fist blades in hand. Gonna wait this out. He's waiting out the timer. He's gonna be going against Fong, and I mean, with what we see with Fong, oh, this Wu Fong. So Wu Fong, who's gonna be going against Fong? We have Edward. Edward going against Fong. We have Wu Fong against Mike. Both players starting up high. Liam here for Mike. Lonnie there for Wu Fong. It's gonna be crazy.
I don't know if he's gonna Tempest kick him. I know he has Tempest kick. I know Mike has Tempest kick. I just wonder if he's gonna throw the Tempest kick. That's the question, because that could be a reveal that Wu Fong won't be prepared for. 1-2's coming out here for the R&Bs. There's gonna be a scare rush coming out from Mike, and as he disengages this completely, this is gonna give him one heal, but the Rupture Gale not gonna be coming out here. Mike throws it out. LMB burns the combo breaker. They're looking to see whether or not the Lonnie ultimate's gonna come out, and there it is, and then he avoids it. He might actually get caught out here. There it is. Ooh, can he throw this orb in time? Yes, he will. Remember Tempest kick I was talking about? Oh, get ready for this one, right? Oh, wait, he doesn't throw him. Oh, this might be an upset spaghetti moment. But for Mike, he has to drop down blue focus here. He's gonna look for the LMB. The goalie stance comes out. The cannon shot attempt is made from Wu Fong, and he still has one last ball to pick up before it's over.
Doesn't get the follow-up off of that. Goes for the raw uppercut. The V2's weave there from Wu Fong. Now parry baits him. LMB Pro. F caught in for the Lonnie. Has combo break for that alone. Catches the lunge. F caught in here for Mike. The 1-2 on the ground. Big damage now. Clint comes in off the focus. Mike now trying to fight this out. Trying to stay alive. He needs to snag up this elimination. Scare rush connects her from Mike in the corner or in the ground. Crush LMB, I believe, off of this. Recatches the Pro off of this. This is what Mike needs. Uppercuts off of this. Jump LMB times 2. Big damage. And that's the Tempest he was talking about. You do get that follow-up off of that alone. Mike now trying to even out the health. He's nearly done so thus far. He's been able to weave that R&B focus. Now 22 seconds and counting. What's gonna be the mix up here for Mike and Wu Fong? Cannon shot does not connect. Recatch this file. F caught in here for Lonnie. Now he is gonna be able to apply the pressure once again. Mike tries to go for the jump parry. He loses a lot of HP. Jump LB does not connect. F caught in the corner. Jump LB, but a clink enough there for Wu Fong to take out Mike. And now Mike's gonna have that Yang depletion timer on his back.
Yeah, he had that. He had the Tempest kick. He also had the Sky Punch. I didn't see that one.
But
But
yeah,
that would have been that would have been crazy if he got the extensions off that. Unfortunately, Clint comes out. It beats everything for HP. DRT Fong lost his Realm Yang fight against Edward. As a matter of fact, Edward on the Mystic Might off of a Realm Yang, which is usually I like to see Mystic Might being picked up manually by players, especially coming off of the Realm Yang number 2, just because then they can start hunting down and they can start seeking towards other players. But next thing you know is that you realize that Edward is one of the players at the bottom of the threshold at 17 points overall right now with 2 kill eliminations this game. So he has to make up 7 points somehow. And there's 6 players for him to kind of decide upon finding out, and as well as picking up placement points alongside potential first place multiplier. It's a hard ask, but it is still a possibility. He is a Liam in the game. Mike, though, losing his Ramen Yang. Let's talk about him real fast. Purple dual blades, has the fist blades, has both Tempest and Sky Punch. Could he concern himself when catching somebody out when it's just him and themselves? Maybe. But the problem is there's so many players looking to be congested around here. They're going to make any opportunity to get this Liam out the game. Just like what we're seeing right now, Mike's getting completely lobbied out, and this might be the end for him as it comes out for the free dash, and we're going to round 7, folks.
Oh my God. Just off the gates, just full throttle in, and just so many players. Oh, there it is. That's what you was wanting. That's what you wanted.
I wanted to wait for Starfall this entire season, and we finally got a chance to use it. Successfully, specifically. In Trio, someone used it, but they didn't get it successfully. They just used it. But here we are. Fong, my goat.
Yeah, Fong, and he did a lot of damage there to T225. Look, last hit there going towards Edward. And oh my God, 5 players still remain here in this game. We do have 2 minutes and 50 seconds here for Fong to try to cleanse. We do have Wu Fong with that White Tiger's power. And we also have Edward with the Mystic Might. Wu Fong starting to move on in, trying to get aggressive, I believe, against Fong. He is going to be, no, they're going to be rotating on out, trying to find the remaining players of this lobby. Quick little replay here between Spider, and this is how Spider got eliminated. We did not watch this earlier. It was Justina Ultimate called in there for, I think that's T225. Both players actually, Frostivus and T225 on the Justinas playing against Spider. Goes inside the zone. We have a third party action as well on the top side this time around. Frostivus trying to find an opening here as well as T225, and it looks like T225 comes right back in there, spots Spider. Spider trying to kite out the pressure, runs right into Frostivus. Flying dives there for Frostivus once again. Spider doing a good job kiting out the pressure for now, but he's taking stone damage, and we see zone damage as we see. Gets caught up in the corner. AES in there with the last hit. T225 nor Frostivus get the elimination there against Spider.
Yeah, it's going to be a case right now for Fong. He himself still has Roman Yang depletion for another 100 seconds. He's targeting Frostivus, the fan. Obviously, the Justina, who may not have ultimate ready to go. Frostbus is still going to look to use his ultimate here to back off. V2 variation for Kylan off of Fong, and he is double dashing mid-air so swiftly with finesse. And now it's up to him catching up to Frostbus in time, but the lobby is looking at both of these players right now. Edward especially. Remember what I mentioned, right? Edward needs at least as many points as he gets, but also to, to be in match point would be another goal. But for Frostbus, all he has to do is try to survive here. Fong having this purple rarity scaling ultimate goes straight into Fistblade's ultimate ended. And now for Fong, no armor, no grapples, not enough time to supply himself the heals. He is still going to go ahead and kite throughout and trying to catch up to Frostbus to just see.
Yep, and AS, the lone Syra, I believe, he is going to be the first aggressor onto Frostbus. Frostbus on the Justina. I was looking at the leaderboard. T225 was 0.7 of points to be able to make it to that threshold, but do have the damage going towards AS. AS just picking up more eliminations here. 3 on the board, 24.3. In that threshold already. AS being our 5th player making into that 24-point threshold. That's nice there from AS. Now potentially get more points on the board. Game 6. At this point, you gotta have an MVP game 7 or 8, or Berser Might or Spider are gonna be taking this one. Potentially around as well. Double pair there from Fong. Big damage there. Throws it towards AS's way. He is gonna be able to back on up here in this situation. Fong one shot. Musket shots do not connect here for AS. Jump on B in the corner. Follow up as well. Be able to weave that as well. Snags up the Soul Bloom. Oh my god. Double top dash to weave the flying knives. And is gonna be able to top off that armor as well.
Yeah, and we're going to see Wufang looking for this Mystic Might as he has it available. He also has Moonshard Storm for the Throwing Flying Knives. So for him to have that on hand is going to be a diabolical play, but he goes ahead, picks up the buff, and goes straight towards Servant's Grounds. Potentially. Now it's a loot game. It's going to be the Explosive Armor. It's going to be a Quick Charge I'm going to call, a Soft Suck Gecko Foot, Assault Smolder, and a Engraving for AS. And then for the meanwhile, T's Wufang coming out of that Salvation, or coming out of that Spirit Well, having a Gold Jade on standby. Let's take a look and see about what he's got on standby, because Gold Flying Knives is one thing. We saw the Moonshot Storm. I'm curious about the Fence Jade, because it could be a head to detach, and it is a head to detach. Fire Arrow Target Lock coming into Assault Smolder and a Tuna with the Gold Staff, Gold Longsword. Big ups on him for being able to lock down players. If he gets himself with using the Hepta, that's where he's going to come through. But there's going to be a Heartstopper kick on Edward, having a Sanchez Sky Pillar, having a Jabbing, Assassin's Lunge, and just picking the pieces between all the bodies and just making his way towards them, or just going for kiting for endgame circle, which we haven't seen in a blicky. I'll be honest, we haven't seen an endgame circle in a while tonight, but this is where we're going to end up going through for these 3 players.
I remember when Hepta did so much damage.
Oh yeah.
that
Now it's a sustain tool.
Yeah, I mean, like, you didn't know who had it, right? Like, it was a wild card being thrown at you. I mean, it still is, but you just got a lot more health back. But back in the day, I mean, it was just so much damage to be able to catch that 1.0 off of it, and just being able just obliterate your opponent off of that alone was just too good. Every other J like that. Ooh, Bane, come on now. Edward in the back end. Edward, don't do it. Yo, AS, don't do it. Wufang getting clipped off the Bane. AS and Wufang full chasing down AS in the back end. We do have Wufang gonna go ahead and retop that armor. Edward now, first one in, I believe. He's gonna be able to get a little bit of attention thrown his way by Wufang. He is gonna eat up a little bit of damage. Big parry there from Wufang. F called in to avoid the damage, but ooh, nice prowl there from Wufang. Catches the 1-2 on the ground. The follow up as well in the back end. Big damage now. V2 called in there for Edward on the Liam. Doesn't manage to catch this first ball in. Does get the damage a little bit there off the LNB focus. Vein surfing. These players do not care. We just saw game number 4 or 5, sorry, and we still doing it here in this 80% zone. We are gonna be able to get the damage there in the Lonnie ball, but Edward's gonna go ahead and take a quick little reset in for himself. Gold dagger in hand for Edward. Wufang sends it and gets parried off of that alone.
Yeah, I got punished big time there. He's gonna throw the last ball there. There's gonna be the last Lonnie to deny the that was sensational. That was insatiable. I'll be honest. The amount of micromanagement right there for the skills comes out here completely in Wufang's favor until AS decides to want to take this down. Had the detach reveal, doesn't come out just yet. Remember, he can use it for sustain here. He'll probably get at least 2 bars of armor because of the gold rarity. And as well, just keeping in mind about the HP, that it looks like AS is rocking 3 HP Jades right now. I'm not sure how many mitigations, probably 2, maybe 1, but he is looking to be a little bit more of, in a bad spot if he gets caught, because the mitigation alone won't be enough to save him. But Then again, could be a case. Flying knives being thrown between both these players. F1 to push back. Wufang on top of the ridge still has this advantage. And having AS onto this throwing flying knife situation, he finds Wufang and burns his combo breaker, but all of a sudden, AS looks to kite down, and look at the movement coming out from this weapon, man. I love it. And this is where it makes the flying knife such a great utility type weapon, because you can literally start moving, and in the blink of an eye, you're close gapping on a position that the opponent didn't think you were going to make.
Yeah, that little slide in so good off the LMB. You see it being used by all these players. And you know, every weapon has that little specialty, right, where you either do LMB or RMB. I always find it weird. Oh my god, Assassin's Lunch, big player there for Wufang. I was yapping, but these players getting active. AES there with the last hit, and AES has been having a pop-off game 6. That's 5 on the board, and now in a 1v1 against Edward, AES has O online. Edward does not overhold, doesn't get the damage off of that, sends the follow-up, gets the damage off of that alone. Oh my god, big player there from AES to avoid that Assassin's Lunch. Doesn't get the follow-up off of that alone, but still has the health advantage. Edward is able to close out that distance though. LMB Prowl, F-Card in here for the Syra. AES now goes for the shotgun blast, gets a little bit of hits there, I believe, there onto Edward. Does manage to get a little bit of kiting as well, but Edward is trying to play the terrain at his favor, and there it is, the shotgun blast, omnidirectional, doing its duty there, as we see there against Edward, against AES. Edward now trying to weave out this dazzle, to be forced to pop his ultimate, uses the F into the O, and there it is, trying to cut out the pressure off the beam. Does manage to catch him off of this one inside the zone. Edward needs to be real careful now to take a lot of tick damage off of that alone. Now the dash is there from the Syra, just being so good there. He does, oh my god, the dazzle to the shotgun blast. There it is. That's 6 on the board there for AS, and I need to see how AS's previous games were, because he's in the threshold already.
Bro,
and
you want me to talk about it? You want me to talk about it?
Talk about it. Talk about it.
Yo, so like, get this right. AS, my man had, how do I say, the odds were against him. I say that as an understatement. But then again, his games into the mid games actually started skyrocketing him. So he had 13 points off of games 1 through 4. So that's what he was able to kind of build out. And then he started moving out, like from games 1 to 2 to 3 to 4. And he gets to 5th place. He had 2.5 points earned last game. But this game, bro, I think he just got a 10.2 game.
I think
so
he
just goes in and has his MVP. He's one of the match point gamers. He's in there. For the lack of a better term, you know, it just makes it harder for the previous match point gamers. But also, since he is the 5th match point player, or maybe even the 6th one, anyone that's in the bottom ends up in the last phase. Anyone in the first and the top, like the higher scoring, they get the, you know, I don't know how to say it, like the senior phases. Does that make any sense? Like phase 3, if they want to go through with that, or even phase 4, they'll have that position. But he is definitely going to take this victory. He's definitely going to take this MVP, as well as it being, I believe, maybe his 3rd MVP in this season. We're gonna have to triple check the stat lines there, maybe even his 2nd. But obviously, flying knives, menace, dude. Yo, flying knives. Yeah, you know how much
they gotta nerf that. I ain't gonna lie, that shotgun blast. Hey,
I mean, like,
hey, you seen it?
911. I can call it. I saw a murder on the building, bro. I don't know what happened. Some guy just backflipped and threw 4 knives at me.
Oh my god, I answered for Treasure though. Hey, once again, we got another question for everybody at home. You guys are on YouTube, make sure you guys swap on over to Twitch in order to win, or to get a chance to win a random spring split box here. The question will be, which player took the first kill in game number 6? OA's Edward, B, WBG's Verse, C, WZ Arano, or D, OUG's Mike? And man, I'm excited to look at these overall standings. I'm gonna be looking at AS, because okay, there we go. Look, he's in 3rd now. He's in 3rd. He had 24 points before those last 2 kills. So he got a massive game 6 right now. Burst with 33.1, Mike with 33.1 as well, AS with 30, Spider with 28.8, Arano with 26.9. I believe T225 was like point something of a point to make it to that 24. He had a good game 6 as well. I think he got eliminated with 4 eliminations on the board. He was super close to be our 6th player in that list. But wow, I mean, I don't know.
So, yes, he was 4.2 points away from making it to match point. And
what?
Kind of slow rolling it from round 5 to 6 would have been his best moment to kind of make it happen. I mean, 4.2 points. We're talking like at least 3 kills, top 5 placement, or top 4 placement. and he was been good, but he went above me all and beyond, and he got his 6th kill, 10 points today for his game for MVP. Wufang had 2nd place with 5.5 points. 5 points were given to TT25 and Edward, 3.5 for Star, 3 for Frostus, Mike, as well as Spider, both Liams, both with 2.5 points earned, and Fong with 1.5 points, Ronald versus 1 point each, XY from AFC into 12th place. And it's unfortunate because he is at the top, he is at the bottom of the leaderboard right now, concurrently, for everyone involved. So XY, listen, we have round 7, and we got round 8. But now we have 5 match point winners. So for everyone going out here, 5 match points, it's just the odds are stacked up against anyone at the bottom of the board, because at the end of the day, whoever's at the bottom of the board has so much room to have to climb out of to make it to either match point now or for never. Because once it reaches into the finale of round 8, and if they're not my match point yet at that stage, they will literally not have a chance of making it to the top of the board. But at least, hey, they get ranking points because they made it to finals in the first place. But XY 12th place, 11th place for Star, 10th for Fong, 9th for Wufang, 8th for Edward, and Frostus at 7 with 1.6 points. So Frostus needs around 2.4 points to make it to match point himself, where Edward, for instance, needs at least 4.5. And then look at T25, 0.7. Oh my god, every single time, man. I'm looking at the tissue box right now because this is where I'm at right now. My T25 not at match point. Arano still within match point, but he's at the bottom, so that means he is in the last phase. But Mike, it's going to be, our Spider should say, 28.8 in 4th. Jail's AS with 30 points in 3rd. OEG's Mike with 33.1. Reverse takes this. He takes this tied position because of the amount of kills he's earned overall in this day. But also to note is that since Verse is in the first of the first 5, that means that he is he's in the phase 4 right now. So that gives him all the opportunity to choose out characters that's just available to him in majority. Maybe not Lonnie, maybe not Liam, maybe not Syra, but Shail is definitely going to be an option for him to look at.
Man, this is close. This is very, very close. Game 6 highlights. Powered by China Unicom. Mike. This was a good fight here from Mike against Star. Star nearly gets elimination. He got the damage off the LMB focus. He cancels it and gets a little bit of damage thrown his way. And he gets F down, but triple clinks, I believe. 3. Yeah, triple clinks into the final hit there from Mike. And this was a crazy win for Spider. Behind the back parry. Manages to catch the Prior off the Scare Rush. 2-on-1 R&B focuses right off of this alone. Recatches Prior off of this. Does manage to get hit off the shotgun blast. No, he doesn't recatch the Prior. Just 1.0 is it. And this was Wufang against Spider. Catches the V2 here against Wufang. Spider sends the R&B focus. Doesn't get the R&B follow-up though. Recatches the Prior. This is where it is. Into the 2-on-1. Beautiful trick is in there from Mike. Or from Spider, sorry.
And we teleport to the end of the match. We went from the beginning to the
for
and now it's showcasing where AS's value came in. Gets into the kick, the homie Messiah off the hits, and then looks towards and repositions towards Wufang and finds him right at point blank range. Shotgun blast once instead. Now Edward had Liam ultimate to mitigate this. He decided not to use it against Cyrus, even with the tap dodges that he believed that he had. The first one, yes. The second one, no. And then looking at Edward, having the time right now, try to look forward, the second grab gets denied due to the entirety of the dodge system and Sire ultimate that AS had to his advantage, and then giving him the MVP practically, giving him the victory into this round. And AS MVP Syra. I mean, Cyrus we saw dominating into Jacob last year, but now is coming into play where this is his first MVP, not third, not second. This is his first one in the league. On top of that, a little bit of bonus cash on the side. You know, here a little bit of water wand. you want on the side. But nearly 15,000 damage, having just used the flying knives the entire time. My man said, "This is all I need. Thank you very much. No, I don't need a support. Thank you very much."
Yeah, I mean, what other better way of your day right now? You make it to the threshold and you get richer because you take the MVP. I mean, if I was jealous AS right now, I'll be chilling. I'll be vibing. But wow, what a game 6 that's been. 6th through 10th is super close to make it into that threshold. 0.7 for TT25. Everybody else needs like 4 points. Ballpark, we have 20s and 19s in there from 7th through 10th. So, I mean, potentially off of game number 7, and none of these players take an MVP home, we are going to be having potentially 6 or 7 players in the threshold. But what we are going to be having now is going to be a quick break. Once we come back, we are going to be locking into our 7th round of the Biweekly 3 solo finals.
くるくる回るドレスリズムに乗せて夢見るような世界で飛び跳ねちゃおうワクワクするステージ視線を集めてキラキラした瞳でさあ遊びに行こう一緒にいればもっと輝けるよピカピカ光るステージで君だけの物語ぽよぽよなリズムに乗せて弾けようよどこまでも広がる空勇気を持って進もう君が主役のストーリーさあ始めようこの瞬間が宝物だよキュンとするでしょ
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back out here for round 7. We are now reaching to the grinding hours of the Nbpl Solos Finals for week 3. My name is Saverio, alongside with creators. We ourselves are going through into this, ring-a-ding of fights that have been happening. I mean, match point gamers have been accumulating for the past 3-4 rounds, and having an opportunity of actually seeing 2 of them at the same time, Mike and Spider. Then we are adding on to Verse and Arano. Now we have added JL's AS into the pool for round 7, which I believe is going to be Holoroth starting tonight. Gonna have to triple check that one, but I'm pretty sure when things come out to this next round into the spotlight, we saw how devastating round 5 was with Holoroth Dusk, how many Akasis were in the lobby, how many opportunities for Mike and all the other Akasis to come out through on top. But Verse was predominantly the one to make it through and then earning himself into match point. But more importantly, seeing how last round kind of ended up going into the favor of seeing about the Sirens and Morris Island and giving out to AS, seeing the Liams go down as fast as they did, it was kind of a position right now for Edward to try to try to take it to his own stead. But then again, didn't come out on top. AS took that victory, pushing 3rd place overall, surpassing Spider and trying to catch up to Mike in WBG's Verse.
Game 7. Game 7, man. Game 7. I mean, that's the beauty of the finals, right? Just being able to have more than 6 games. It's a lot for a lot of these players, right? Having to try to take a bi-weekly MVP or trying to take a game MVP once you hit a certain amount of points. It's no easy task, as we've seen there. Man, I don't know. I feel like if I'm Mike and I don't take this bi-weekly home, I'm just mad at myself for that game 5.
Oh man. Yeah,
never mind. He chilling.
He did that week 1 too. You remember that?
Yeah, he did.
Then he chose Akos and then he killed it.
And so I mean, potential. I mean, that is his hero pitch there. He could replay that Akos back on Holoroth. I wouldn't be surprised if he does so. I still think he has the best Akos in the Pro League. Double already picks there from Spider, so he needs to lock in. What is he gonna play here for Game 7?
Because I think his phase right now he is phase 5, so that gives him to mulch. That theoretically gives him just no, he doesn't have anything to mulch. He can actually play Akos here. He can play Akos if it's available. If he doesn't play Akos, You could play Matari. I doubt it, but we've seen Arano rock Matari into last week, right, from Biweekly 2, and he did. He was catching up to Wufong. Only difference is at the very end of the fight. That end of the fight between Arano and Wufong really was like a tire. Like it was a position where Arano could have done better there, I think, as the Matari, especially off against Wufong in that spotlight. But if a Matari that goes in and starts yoinking left and right, if we start seeing that coming out from either Spider and whatnot, from Ko and company, and anyone else in between that decides to want to use a different character outside the picks, like I'm talking Tessa, right? But if we want to be like ASC's XY and bring out the Viper Ning, I wouldn't be against that either, just because in seeing how the players are going to react to her, especially at this stage of the game, with how little options are available if you had already double picked, or you're just making, the what if scenario in the head if we go to round 8.
Yeah, round 8, I mean, I would play Valda.
Oh yeah. I would say that, but the thing is that Valda would be a sleeper pick mainly just because of Liam's. The only problem is that her duration, her ultimate. That thing low. That thing low.
It got gutted for sure.
It got gutted for sure because there's also zone tick damage. It's the same thing with Siren now with like chip damage, and someone like a Liam throws you into zone. What are you gonna do? You can't just waltz back in. He's gonna deny you from doing that. And even if you decide to go against a Liam, holding old Heft Spear, that's gold focus. That's ultimate gold focus. You will not be caught dead in the water. But after that, I mean, he can just wait you out for you to throw the spear, and then he can catch you with the ball. There's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah. I mean, this is where we had CDY, because moving to the game 8, we would have had a Tarka in the game potentially, right? But hey, Tarka rework. Hey,
Tarka rework today? Question mark.
Today.
Where's the CG trailer, bro? Where's the CG trailer?
I've been side-eyeing. I've been refreshing. I've been waiting. I'm trying to see what the Tarka cooking like. So we'll be finding out pretty soon about that. But let's lock in for our game number 7. First round selection, XY Star. Fong Wufong, second round selection. Edward Frostivus, third round selection. So I think the threshold holders are going to be in that middle to end selections here. XY double picked Hemi first game, or game 5 and 6. And now he's going to be playing in that Kylan. Star on the Liam for game 7. Wufong and Fong. Wufong on the Lonnie. Fong on the Liam for this game alone. And now third round selections is what we're looking at for this time around. Double Lonnie, so triple Lonnies for this game. But this is what we're waiting for right here, Severio. We're waiting for the verse pick and seeing what he's going to be feeling like. Whoa.
Yep, called it.
You called it.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Tessa. Who was a big Tessa enjoyer? Fong, right? Fong loves Tessa as well. Yeah.
So was Arano too, though. So
Arano, really? Arano?
Tessa too. Yeah. That's like a last option on the table, but we'll have to see. He's in last phase. Shayo's still available. AS is going to lock her down. And Mike, Shayo is okay.
This is good.
This is good because this means now with 3 Shayos, we're still masking into the masses. Octopus from Spider. Spaghetti-O moment. Shall we break the news to him? We probably can't. But for him to pick out the Akos, Arano has only one other choice, and that's going to be Tumulch. And then that comes into play right now for how the lobby's going to react against who and what, because like we said, 5 match point gamers are in here.
Yeah.
It could be any one of us. It could be any one of us. And at the end of the day, Shayo is definitely one of those that is guaranteed. Do the players know that? No, they don't. But they can guesstimate. At this stage, it's all about performing best and doing it right. And now, I'll put an asterisk at the end of this sentence, but potentially last game for round 7. Any match point gamers get MVP. That is the end of the round. And if anyone has any sort of questions to that in the chat, I am answering that right now. Match point comes in. If they get MVP, once they reach that threshold, they are able to win out the bi-weekly finals. And this is the skill selections that I've been waiting to see, because off of this handset, no one's changing anything outside of the norms. I mean, V1 for XY, that's a classic from his Kylan gameplay. But then again, no other changes. I'm looking at the Akos from Spider. It's an F1 Akos, since he's the only one to be determined. What sucks is that we aren't on the current patch, the 417 patch, where Tessa doesn't, where Tessa gets a little bit more HP off of the board. Spider actually switched to the skill from F1 F2. I saw that on the fly. But one thing is for certain, for T5, if Tessa had that extra 40 healing, would that make a difference? I'm not too sure. A lot of plays comes out to having ultimate mitigation and then getting a little bit sustained to kind of work through the masses of taking damage. And if that really puts Tessa back in the spotlight after the patch update, I would have to say I'll beg to differ, but we'll have to see if she ever makes that comeback, because V2 also gives a little bit of extra healing. But that's me yapping. I'm yapping, guys. I'm sorry. I'm a math guy. I'm a math person. I look at the numbers. I'm like, all right, if we min-max here, will we define the meta? Now, this is the defining moment, the drops. IZT25, Salvation Point, FPX Star, instead of the and actually in terms of the Keela's Gate. BB's Frostbist and SR Spider over by the Quarry, over by Cinema Valley, always Edward, JL's AS, ASC's XY, and then WZ's Ron looking for the Fireflies off to the northwestern end of the city of Tong. Starry Night map, by the way, folks. Over to the east, a slew of characters, a slew of players. I'm pretty sure I saw Burst there with 3 other guys just waiting it out over by the northwestern barracks. And this is going to be where Imperial Village is free. This could be a reset for all the players to try to spawn in here. But it's going to be TE's Wufong, OUG Mike on the east, as well as DRG Fong, who could go inside and see what is up, gamers. Because like we said, asterisk at the end of the statement, potentially last final round 7 coming through here. My name is Severio alongside with Creators. We got ourselves a highlight reel for every single one kill that comes through from any gamers from this spot, such as with Mike or Verse. Take it away, CA.
Verse, no armor. Wufong though gets caught up with the F there. Is gonna be forced to pop that F. Verse trying to stay alive here in this situation. Still has not been able to find any sorts of armors, and we do have a potential third party there from Mike already. Quickly seeing who is in the wrong, and there's gonna be a massive parry there from Verse onto Wufong in the back end. Now Mike changing his attention here onto Wufong on the top side. Does manage to get a little bit of movement error there. Doesn't manage to go on top of this terrain, and he needs to see if he can try to get this elimination as fast as possible. Verse manages to back on up. Might not care who it is. He wants to scrap off with whoever it is. Does manage to get a little bit of proc there from the pole sword. Verse gets a little bit of a reset in, and now Mike is caught in between both of these players here.
Yeah, and one thing comes into certainty right now from Mike is that he's going to be looking for the first plays, he's looking for the blue focuses, and he's looking to try to confirm that combo breaker to be used. Now for Mike, it's up to him. Whoa, Burrs, what we doing, bro? He really aggroed that, and that is going to cost him his dive dearly. There's going to be a chance right now for Verse and making sure. I know, I don't want to look at his name. DRG Fong, he approached. I talked about it. Like, what's up, gamers? Like, that's him. He's the guy. He's literally him.
The guy.
He's making sure that everyone notices where he's at, and he knows where they are as well. And now Verse on death's door, one arm being a dream. He's stuck in the corner at the worst possible moment.
Oh, he managed to stay up though. Now on the backside, Mike getting aggressed on by Wufong in the back end. Overholds, gets the 2.0 damage. Now to be able to weave that first shield throw, Wufong overholded the board sword. He's just waiting for the proc. We see it here, overholding. F caught in for the Lonnie. Lonnie ultimate now up here for Wufong. Mike needs to be real careful, and there it is. Ultimate invested, tries to go for the finisher, but does not manage to do so. Gets caught up in the corner in the back end. Now, that's all he needed. Gets double hit off of those balls as well, and to the final hit, and he did not get the elimination in time. Now, Wufong snags the elimination onto Mike. Fong just skirts on now. He's like, all right, there's nothing to see here. I'm going to go ahead and back on up. I'm going to pop this no ult zone, and I might get aggressive once again.
I lose my mind. My man was like, okay, let me just get this R&B with the pulse sword. Not gonna happen, bro. Not gonna happen. But he did get the elimination at the end of the day, so that works out. WZ Dorano over against OA's Edward. You know, look at the horizontal. Remember, that thing can go through the tummy wall. It is not there. Did that change? Yes. But regardless, WZ Dorano looking for the R&Bs, releasing it, not gonna get it. Shotgun Blast comes out, and another Kylan ultimate to worry about. This is ASC's XY. Remember, V1 variation. He's gonna go for it. He's locking in towards Edward's position.
Oh, nah.
5 dodges from Edward's gonna be had, but look, scare rushes. Wow, he hits the rooftop. I didn't know it was possible. He gets one tap. That's going to be all that's needed for the burn this Keelan guard. Here it comes out. Can he catch it in time? Right there, no Justin Timberlake. I'm talking all Olivia Wilde, and that's his elimination. He got it. So Bloom picked up. There's one thing to be made, and it's the movie references. Obviously, WZ Rhino has one spot right now for an R&B to get this elimination. XY is going to be the one deciding factor for him to get this huge kill lead. But more importantly, not kill lead, Dark Tide coin lead. Having the money to be picked up because XY's been killing it right now. But whether or not he gets that Assault Smolder and the kill procs, that's going to be it for XY, because that's just how the cookie crumbles, and XY goes down. Purple Nunnies awarded to Hirano with the gold.
There it is, Hirano with his first elimination of the game. And look at the leaderboard so far. 7 through 12, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, right? Yeah. Top 5 or top 4, I should say, do not have that luxury, and now Arano is gonna be able to get one there for that top 5. But yeah, the lower side of the pyramid right now, turning up here for this game, triple Lonnies, Frostivus, Edward, and Wufong, with 3 Lonnies in the field right now. Wufong picking up another elimination, this time around against Fong. Fong is going to have to reset, as well as XY early in that fight that we watched against Arano. But now, it's like the pressure is gonna stop for a little bit. These players are gonna go ahead and try to scale on up a little bit more for this first round, which is already starting to form up. And Verse, as you see it there, is gonna have a Roma Yang Gates next to him, so he is going to be able to take that one if he wishes to do so. Arano, once again, 1 kill on the board on the Tomoch, running Flying Knives. I mean, it's just infested by Flying Knives right now. If these players, even Common, right? We saw multiple times throughout the night, if it's common Flying Knives, these players do not care, and they want to play that weapon if possible. Just that shotgun blast, being able to be omnidirectional, stopping scare rushes, being able to get damage from mid to long range off of that alone. Like Frostivus mentioned, not being forced to play in the pocket. It's just way too good with that weapon. Even though in the pocket, that weapon has mix-ups and has very strong TOD potential. So I mean, overall, that weapon is just so good right now, as we see it here in the pros' hand. But Roma Yang starting to form on up. Mike posts it up on the top side. Verse as well right next to him. We have the Starry Knights coming in. Do you think Starry Knights orbs will be MVP like the Moonbands? Because I mean, they can do
don't cast it. Don't cast it, Chris. You're calling it out in existence. You know it's gonna happen.
I wanted to.
I know, but one thing is for certain: if Alani decides to throw it in, then they can throw hands, and they'll get a lot of value off of it because that's 10% range. And then it's all going to be a recession of just DPS. And now for Spider, having his opportunity right now to get into Roma Yang, not going to be possible. Golden Undies for Star from that from the Salvation podium. But one thing is for Spider is pressure out the Liam. And if Liam gets pressured out, Meteor Storm. Listen. We're on the perimeter of this Meteor Storm, and somehow it's still hitting these players. And so for Spider, he goes inside of it. He looks to reset. He looks to try to look after this Liam ultimate, and then having a chance of actually looking about this Liam having no more chances of whether or not he has a combo breaker is one thing. Whether he decides to throw the orb in his direction is not going to happen. The lobby is not going to allow it, and Spider decides to take this aggression to his own hands. He has a spot right now to work out the Liam with another player, and that's going to be Edward. But Arano, my man, he locked in. He's got purple Flying Knives, purple armor. Remember those eliminations? Remember those Dark Tide coins? He was able to kind of build that up, especially after getting the elimination against XY and then going into the shop or just having loot spawns. Either way, Mike's inside of his mindset. Purple Nunnies is advanced heal. He's got 12%, 4 mitigation jades ready to go. And then with Verse going up against Arano here, curious on what a Verse has. He has all the mitigation, has 3 HP Jades and 1 attack Jade. He's going in right now with Flying Eyes as a preemptive weapon spawn.
Yeah, he's juiced with the extra health. We see him here against Arano as well. These players, there it is. Enhanced shotgun blast, but a massive parry there from Arano into the follow-up jump LB. Now, Verse is going to respond with a parry of his own to the snag of the purple Flying Knives. We see it now, sends it. Big parry off the after from Arano. Now it's just back-to-back picking up that weapon like it's you know what, now the Wiz connects there onto Verse back to back, and this could be it here for Verse. Arano rethrowing Wiz can go ahead and throw it once again. Does manage to do so multiple times here with the pistol shot, and that's gonna do it here for Arano to pick up the elimination onto Verse. It's just a beautiful showcase there from Arano, snagging up that Temi ultimate there, catching him with the Wiz, restanding, and now AS against Wufong.
And it's going to be a chance here for the LMBs with the Halberds versus the Dual Blades. And there's going to be the RMB that coming through here. Might be looking for a 1-2-3 piece from AS to get himself to catch that blue focus and using ultimate to mitigate the stagger. Very nicely done. Shield block number 1, shield block number 2, and 3 all in succession. Wait a second. Wufong gets caught by shield throw after goalie stance. Bow shot was not confirmed. The dash was made. And there's going to be another chance here for AS to throw out his shield block if he can. Nope. He uses combo break way too early, and he is going to be caught out to execution build. Maybe? I don't know. Because make sure that you can catch your target before it's too late, and the shield throw is tapped on, and the mitigation was held, and AS F1 combo breaker coming out here from it, and if Wufong gets caught with the 1 RMBs, he catches himself and he eliminates his target.
Wow, close fight. Now Mike against Frostivus in the third Roma Yang. We're seeing them all right now. Jump LB, big damage here. Proc comes in there off the nunchucks. Frostivus now trying to cut out the pressure Sends it. Parry there from Mike. Big damage. Frostivus knowing of the error there. Mike coming out victorious. Purple armor. What's the weapon here from Mike? Let's see it. Let's see it. Gold nunchucks. He was already playing nunnies. Now he's gonna get that big upgrade onto the gold nunchucks and be able to come out more skilled off this Roman Yang plus the Vermilion's Birds Might. He's gonna go ahead and get active outside this realm. And oh my god, this is a crazy game 7 right now. These players are getting active. Arano now getting caught up by AES, and it's gonna be a Shayo. This is the run back here. This is the run back, I believe. He's gonna be able to pop the ultimate, and now he's going for the re-whisk there against the Shayo. Re-catches this time around against AES. The pistol shot connects there for Arano. Now Spider in the mix is caught up on the whisk as well. The re-whisk does not connect. We whisk, but Spider now is gonna go back up for the location. Wufong snagging up the resources. Now they are gonna be backing up and taking a full reset.
It's kind of crazy to me that we saw that coming a mile away, and it still happened, unfortunately, for JLAS. And then for it to be eliminated from the lobby, no less, that's one of the match point gamers going down for it. And now we're left with 4, but 2 players are tied for 3 eliminations, Wufong as well as Arano. And then with Wufong and Arano literally next door to one another, they're looking to blow this house down from Spider. Call him the big bad wolf because it's going to be going crazy. We need some bricks right now. Lay down the foundation because Spider needs to find his armor swap, and he finds it. Blue rarity. He kites throughout the entirety of these tents and trying to set up these traps alongside getting a heal, but he has only got a limited amount of time before it is made assured that it is going to be the destructo moment. And then for Arano, he pops F to make sure he's not trapped. And then for the last leap, Spider could use this just for scare rush, and he gets pairs to keep the mitigation alive. With the attack buff to boot, more importantly, just surviving at the end of the day.
Oh, they can't go through that doorway though. Do have the traps in play. They are going to be kind of on top side of that hut. Spider though doing a really good job trying to ice off the pressure there from Wufong and Arano. Still not being able to get caught up there by both of these players. He's going to go ahead and just run the same route over and over again as you see it here. He's going to go ahead and kite back in. Doesn't manage to get caught. That's good there for Spider. And Wufong still on his trail though. Wants to see he can find elimination, knowing that the Uckles has no ult online. He's going to play on the edge of the zone. Mike snags up an elevation onto XY. That's XY's game 7 versus Mike going at it. And this is a big scrap off here, Severio. This is top 4 going at it.
Oh man, Moon. Oh man. The ultimate to mitigate that shield throw was immaculate, but right now for Reverse, it's only a matter of time to throw that shield. Nice R&B grapple bump. I can't believe that was confirmed. 1-2. Hold check to the R&B. Might be looking for an uppercut here from Mike, because obviously right now is 1 shield block is all that Mike needs to confirm this. But if once Verse gets the lead on escaping his target, he can just look for a heal. 35 seconds, finds a nice shield throw. That's the last one he's had in his pocket. For Verse, it's always to the clinks. And for Mike right now, it's all about getting that 3rd elimination right now on the kill leaderboard. And if Arano decides to come out of the woodworks for 4 eliminations, that's another story. But for Mike, Spider right next to the door to one another, not realizing one is to the other. And there's going to be a chance here for Mike to lose out before that Vermilion's going to die towards it and gives it to Spider. Spider's going to have himself down to 2 eliminations, but for Verse, having a chance to be giving the elimination to Spider means that Spider is now up to 3. That means we got 2 match point gamers here with 3 eliminations, and Mike goes ahead on Reset Valley to try to go right into this Roman Yang. Otherwise, he is making his motions known in this field. 7 players alive, 2nd Roman Yang.
Mike stopped moving there. He had to die to get the Vermilion's Birds my buff, but if Spider would have waited a little bit, he would have eliminated 2 of the players in the threshold out of this game. That is versus his run for game 7. Mike now getting full chase here from Spider. Spider on the blue armor, not afraid to get active. Mike is trying to go inside the Starry Night to get some of that rage back. You see him cutting in the ballista, or yeah, the ballista tower here to get the movement game. Sean Spider not letting this one go. And let me prior here for Spider. Grapple bump as well. Can overhold this. Big damage off the R&B. Oh my god, big juggles. Now Frostivus joining the mix as well. Lonnie F called in. Oh no, Lonnie ultimate called in there for Frostivus. Frostivus wants to see if he can try to find elimination onto Mike. And Mike getting caught up here with a little bit of movement error. And that is very bad for him. Gets caught up, and Frostivus with the elimination there onto Mike. And now Spider against Frostivus are going to be going at it.
This would be a crazy situation if Frostivus gets double elimination here. He wasn't able to get that solo, and that's unfortunate because then he runs out of the position right now. Parry for Spider. That's 4 eliminations. 3, 2, 1, boom, and bam, a bot. There it is. 4 eliminations for Spider. This means we have 3 players, Wufong, Arano, and Spider, to contest for top player placement. Now, obviously, We still have TG5. We still have a test in the game, but we still have Rummy to think about for Arano, and he's going to get tested by Wufong. Now, this is crazy because, like I said, both of these guys are on 3 eliminations. One comes out on top, one has 4, and they're tied for Spider, who has that kill leader position. Rampage, Scatter Shot, as well as an Assault Smolder given to Arano with those gold nunnies. A highly sought out weapon combination, especially with the Assault Smolder, but he looks towards Wufong from the drop down for the blue focus. Pistol shot to the next C8. This is going to be a Halberds versus Nunny situation.
Yeah, the 1-2 spam there from the Halberds from Alani. Arano has the F to stay safe. He's going to play the top side of this pillar. He's clip off the Scare Rush there for a little bit of damage there. Now, you do see him being able to tap dodge roll after this. There goes the Temi ultimate. Tries to catch the Wiz. Doesn't manage to do so. On the pillar, Alani staying up here in the situation. And now, trying to see he can find or predict the movements here of the Lani. Gets clipped off of this one. Big damage here 1.0. Can recall this as well. Big TODs here for the Lani. Big damage into the third as well. And that's going to do it there for the Lanis. And Arano being eliminated here in the Roman against Wufong. And I saw you on the chat talking about and Lani's a problem because the Temi caught the Wiz. Hey, I'm just trying to say, Temi takes a little bit more skill to be able to catch on the wall, you know, opposed to that.
Talking about that, man. You know, gold nunchucks, bro. Gold nunchucks engraving and a universal slash. I'm not sure if that universal is going to be used. Well, we're definitely seeing this engraving get used. If Wufong finds himself that long sword, that's all he needs. And then he can just throw it three blue focuses in a row. We've seen it happen before, man. We're not going to see it not happen again. Geez, Wufong has ultimate ready to go here as Alani in gold armor. He is set to chase down any targets in his face. And that includes Edward. Edward winning his Romiang as well. So both of them being Lani's, both of them winning Romiang. It's a fun city. It's like the Truman Show. You know, we're going to have the, you know, good... You know, all the neighbors around, you know, but it's a part of the facade. Hey, of course, Mortal Defiance here, Advanced Seal, Tuna, the Alchemy, Sunwing Shot, Slow Shot, and if I'm not mistaken, a Desperation for SR Spider, gold armor to boot. Man stacked out. I don't even know what else to say. He has everything to make it to endgame with that advance into that Tuna. 4-to-10 ratio for the healing berries towards the armor powder. Doesn't really want to start anything. Really doesn't want to start anything, especially with the Tessa. But with this Tessa inside of this area, he doesn't know whether or not this Tessa was one of the players until, you know, the death feed, the kill feed came out to, you know, losing Romiang, but she hasn't even entered it. TTG5, actually, no, TTG5 did enter it. He did lose Romiang. It's over for him. I want to see that replay, though, because it's Edward versus TTG5. Edward's more on the line right now to try to make it to match point right now. And TTG5, he's already gotten the placement for it. So it's case scenario right now to see how Wufong would also come out on top of this because he also reached match point. We are up to, man, we're up to 8 match point gamers. We're up to nearly 9 match point gamers if we enter into the next round C8. And it's only a matter of time, to be honest. Only a matter of time before we actually set up shop whether or not asterisk at the end of this is round 7 is the end of the game.
Yeah, and T225 could potentially get aggressive here onto Spider. Well, he has to pretty soon with that Andy Depletion timer. Arano as well on the Temi. 3 minutes and 20 for Arano. Wufong in the back end now. Getting counter grapple, and this is where the aggression starts for these players. They are going to be able to go towards the Temi. This is bad. I'm looking at Wufong, right? Wufong has 4 kills. Spider has 4 as well, but Wufong is the one they're going to have to try to eliminate. Tessa ultimate called in there for T225. Temi ultimate to respawn off of that, even into the enchantment. He is not going to get any damage thrown his way. Do you agree with the Tessa going in the realm, though? Against these Shayos?
Nah. Heck no, bro. Think of it like a trios matchup. Very, like, you know, with Tessa, you decide to stay outside of the Romiangs usually. But then again, T225 wants to earn these kills. I mean, he's going to have to earn it out, I guess, but I don't know. Taking into consideration that Arano has now just burned ultimate, this might have worked in T225's favor. Specifically, now he gets the second enchant. Arano has not popped his F1 though, which means he can iframe through this. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. He gets scared rushed off of though. The lobby's locking him in there. One more elimination. Edward found it. Edward's at 3 eliminations. That means he's entering match point. That means we have 9 match point gamers and we only have 1 left alive, and that is Spider.
Hey, he can potentially do it. He has to try to live this, but I believe the whole lobby's going to look at the Akos right here. T225 still needs to try to cleanse off in this situation. LMA proud there for T225, forcing out the Akos ultimate here in this situation. The V2 off the uppercuts off the nunchuck, big damage into the pistol shot. Doesn't get the full capitalization off of that. Wufong switching his attention onto the Tessa as well. V2 connects onto Wufong. The pounce pack might get a little bit of damage there on to T225. The damage still not happening towards his way. It's gonna be Wufong with elimination. Now that's 5. And Spider with no ult. It's gonna have Wufong and Edward full chasing him in. Pistol shots there towards Spider. He has to try to cut off this pressure. Nice F2 there from Spider to avoid the catch up there from Wufong. And he needs to see he can try to stay alive. And Wufong with that Lani ultimate can be a big problem here for Spider.
This is gonna be one of those Billy clips, huh? I already see it. But this is gonna be the case right now. 2 Lonnies, 1 Akos. A bad dream to come out of, because if whether or not Spider can get himself out of the range of the hunt, then he's good for the remainder of that time frame. And Spirit Well is something to think about, something to consider, and that's exactly where Wufang wants to place his chips into, because even though Edward is out here, he doesn't have ultimate. And both of these Lonnies don't have ultimate in general, but since Wufang has not popped ult for a while now, it's only into consideration that with Soblin's picked up that he is nearing to that succession, and he can actually get that sooner than anything, and especially if he wants to contest for it. Now, Spider making his way to the shop, he had around, I think, he had around 13,000 Dark Tech coins at one point, so supplies, a shop, this is all he really needs to make it happen. But like I said, Advanced CL Tuna, he's really good for sustain right now. It's just him slow rolling, please. Can't contest this. Unless Wufang gets his elimination, then it comes, well, even if Wufang kills off Edward, one thing is for certain is that Spider definitely needs to get a kill off of Wufang then, and then make it to first place. We are seeing a Sap Jade on Edward. We are seeing Wufang with, Rupture Gale or the Assault Smolder engraving that, with the Assassin's Lunge, Soul Shatter, Juggernaut level 2, and a Sap Jade. Like, Wufang also is stacked out, like, straight up. So if he finds a weapon that's going to be coming to the benefit with Jades, aligning it up, this is going to be the case. Oh my goodness. See, I can't look.
Yeah, this is rough, man. Going against these 2 Lonnies, 2-on-1 off of that uppercut, big damage onto Spider. It's not gonna do it here. We're definitely going to game 8. We see Wufang and Edward just playing passively against this Akos, and this ult connects here onto Spider into the restand, just TODs back to back to back, and now the Akos ultimate is gonna be invested here, trying to see if he can find some sorts of kiting, but oh my god, he had Mortal. He is gonna be staying up for now. Edward and Wufang are gonna full chase on in, but this time around, Edward is gonna have that White Tiger's prowess on his back to be able to get that for him. He is gonna be able to find a little bit of spot, but now the leap connects in the backside. V2 connects as well. A little bit of siphon back off of this alone as well. Pistol shot connects there for Spider. Overholds, gets the R&B damage in the backside. Now Wufang changing his attention onto the Oculus. F2 connects there. The Spider trying to stay alive in the situation. Gets caught up there off the prile. Oh, he does manage to tap dodge that ultimate there, but gets caught up once again. And round 8 are going to be lit for Bi-Weekly 3 finals. Edward against Wufang for our last fight here for game number 7.
I predicted it. This is going to be the case. Edward up against Wufang here for the tap dodge. It's clean. Double R&Bs is going to confirm. Oh, look at that.
Yo!
Into the F1. We almost got that. Goalie stance is going to confirm because that's a huge array. But then again, seeing about this case, I do know that there's going to be a chance right now for Edward to look for the R&Bs. Maybe looking for the Sagger off of that neutral of the grapple. But man, round 8 coming through here. 9 match point gamers. And now it's going to be Wufang looking for the LMBs, catches the R&B to the face. And that is going to be the end of that round. That means the lights are on. We are turning those through for the players. They have to wake up. There's no more rest period. We're locked in for 9 players.
9 match point gamers? Yo, this can go anybody's way. It can literally go anybody's way into this game 8. 9 players. Have we ever had 9 players in the threshold? I don't think so.
I think the most we had was like 7 to 8. I think that's the most that we've seen.
Yeah.
Capping out. I'm capping out if anything, but 7 I think is the maxed out that we've seen so far.
Yeah, I don't think I mean, it's what is that? 80% of the lobby?
75%.
Yeah, 79. Just being able to take an MVP now. I mean, the pressure's on for everybody that was in that threshold in the beginning. That top 4, that which was Spider Mike versus Inarano. Now, I mean, anybody can take this crazy game 7, and now we're going to be having our off picks for the characters. I'm not sure how many players have already done a double pick on the characters, but I know the majority of the lobby has already locked in 2 of the same characters. So we are going to be seeing what we were talking about in the beginning of game 7 is those characters that can be coming out. Taverio mentioned the Matari. I wouldn't be surprised if we see the Valdas, potentially Vipers. I would love a Viper. Hey, I'm telling you, Silence Viper. Hey, Silence Viper could cook. It could cook.
I mean,
it's too risky though. It's too risky not being able to have anything to retreat off of. Just, I mean, Pro League just being third party central, right? Just so much oppression from everybody around. If anybody hears anything, quickly aggression from anybody in that proximity. But still, this is a very, very close bi-weekly final. I'm not sure who's going to take it. I don't have a prediction for this. I actually do not know who is going to come on top there for this last and final game, but it's exciting. It's exciting, Severio.
I'm thinking, man. I'm thinking in the back of my head.
What you think? What you thinking?
I feel like Wufang would have a chance, to be honest.
Back to backer?
Yeah, back to backer, bro. I'm talking 2 and 3. I'm talking about that combination platter. I'm talking about that 2 for 25 at Chili's every time with the 2 entrees, 1 appetizer. But just like that, 9 players. 9 players. Frost was just barely making the cusp, but he got 24 points. That's all he needed. Play smart.
That's all you need.
But Fong, man, my man went through some ringer-dinger moments here, and he's at -4 points from that point of making threshold, which is unfortunate. Obviously for Star as well, but he's even further down the list at 8.1 and then with 8.9 for XY. But I don't know, man. Like 9 players come through here. They have this motion to just work it out, because when we enter into this round, we're talking Morris Isle. We're going into heavy hitter hours. How many players chose Lonnie though in game 7, y'all? This is for Twitch chat, no YouTube chats out there. My man says something about, WTF. What the freak? This is going to be A2, B3, C4, D5. This is where you guys are able to get your diff. Now, obviously, I know some players are also messaging just to double check. Hey, yo, man, where's my rewards? It comes out in time. Due time. Not instantaneous, due time. But just like in due time, we do have round 8 to think about, because like we said, picks, selections, mindsets. Also, we got to add it to the list. Attrition. How are these players feeling after playing for 7 hours? It feels like, but in reality, it's only been 6. This is something that they have to think about. With Edward, though, MVP, 9 points be given out towards him. 7 points for TD's Wufang, Spider for 5.5, 4 for Arano, 3 for Frostwist, Mike for 2.5, as well as XY. G25 got 1.5 points in that game. Fong with 1 as well as Star. First with the 0.5, but AS with the O pointer. Being the first one eliminated, being out of the lobby pretty swiftly at that. But when we have 9 crazy match point gamers, you got to also keep in mind, remember the whole phase system once we reach round 7 and 8, that literally the whole phase gives, it'll give XY, Fong, and FPX Star the first 3 slots, which means that they're phase 1 and 2.5. Or half of 2, and then the remainder is the players. Standings come out here, and we can explain that, right? Fong, Star, XY, they're gonna be the bottom of the leaderboard. Frost was at 24.6, 24.8 for T25 at 8th. Wufang was 26.3 in 7th. So, Frostbus, T25, last phase. They're in phase 6. Wufang's gonna share phase 5 alongside with Edward, if I'm not mistaken. So Edward's gonna take phase 5 with him, which means then after that, phase 4 would be given towards AS and Arano, if I'm not mistaken. We're at the C, yeah, AS and Arano, and then seeing about between the other phases for Verse and Spider and Mike. But Mike is at the peak right now, 35.6 points. He has the highest points so far, and that could be overtaken quick. We can see Mike get 0.5 replacement and then die. That could happen. And then it gives towards the Spider, towards Verse, towards a Ronald to catch up those points and making it through on top. Because we've seen Edward get on top really quickly in week 1 off of making match point happen within 3 rounds, but he slow rolled his points and was able to be first place overall in point values in a give or take a moment in case he never made match point, win MVP, in which case that was the case. And for Edward to reach week 1 MVP means that for now, with 9 match point gamers, it's a lot more riskier.
You know what's crazy too? Game 5, Mike had 3 Aquases on his inventory, right?
Yeah.
Game 6, he had 3 Liams. Game 7, he had 3 Shayols, and he was, it was
conspiracy. Yo, protect this man at all costs.
I mean, it's crazy that you don't really see the triple picks. Right now we're seeing the lock-ins from those Lonnies and those Liams in that first and second round, but he still was able to do so. We're going to be taking a quick look at the highlights for game number 7. Spider in the corner, getting lots of damage into the F2 there onto Star, with the R&B finish, Mike against Frostivus and Aroma Yang. Proc comes in off the nunchucks. I believe this was an R&B finisher here for Mike against Frostivus. It was a big parry from the shotgun blast into the R&B finisher there. Spider, Mike, and Verse going at it. Spider takes out Verse and Mike here in this situation. Gets the elimination there onto Mike first. Familiar Birds Mike Proctor from Mike. And now Verse eating up the damage off the 1-2-3, sends those 1-2-3. Spider against Frostivus. This was unfortunate here. I believe this was where Mike got caught up on the ledge and gets hit off the Lonnie ult there from Frostivus, and that was the fight right after. Edward, Spider, and Wu Fong in this end circle here. I mean, it was just so much. It was such a high task to try to win against these two Lonnies, and they knew it. They knew it. They're like, you're not us. You're not us, so you gotta go. And we waited for you. We got Spirit well up as well, so you are going to be eliminated. And we do have OA's Edward being our MVP here for Game 7. Crazy sequence. Bi-weekly 1 winner here for the 2025 season. 17,000 damage on the Lonnie. 5 eliminations on the board. Running Storm Shard, Desperation, Cowboy Bloom, Tai Chi Fan, Quick Charge, and Sap Jade if he needed it as well on the Lonnie. I mean, hey, 10 MVPs. Edward, Juan Leon. Bi-weekly 1 winner, potential bi-weekly 3 winner. We're gonna have to wait and see for get number 8. Ooh.
Hey, can't say that out loud, man. Can't
My
say
fault.
that out loud. Rest
My
in peace, my
fault.
boy Wang Liang. I'm sorry, bro. Listen, 10 MVPs though, nothing to scoff at, man. He made it through in terms of this far in. Double digits, the record is broken for him, and now it comes down to choice picks, right? So for right now, for Edward, I'm thinking about where. Like I said, the attrition side is another thing too, where you play for 6 hours. Like obviously some of these players, they play for even more on a daily basis, right? Gamers.
Yeah.
And they can spend hours upon hours playing, right? There's a certain point where in the competitive environment, that's when there's a multiplier to that, to how much takes you out of it. But obviously when it comes into playing into the pro league, that's a whole different aspect. For them, 7 hours, 6 hours might seem like 8 or even to 12, and just having a chance of just being able to take part of being on top of the leaderboard and then losing again and then not making it into match points, like flippity dippity woo wop, right? That's what happened when Mike lost against Verse instead of that Moonbane in round 5, because now we're at round 8. It's another 2 hours past that point. So now we're up to the case scenario. Okay, we're entering into this round. Picks are not going to be going to selections. We know who we have available. We know where we're ending up. What are we going to be wanting to do now? Because if they just decide to go off rip and go, wild and ham, we will see that. We will definitely see that in this Morris Dust map. Like we will see them go ballistic against one another. The only thing is, how dangerous do they want to try to pawn be? Because if they end up with nothing into their name for gear, let's say they end up with a weapon like Greatsword, Pole Sword, that's a mental hit. That's a mental hit and a half, because that's a weapon that's slow, steady, and it does not win the race, because then you have Flying Knives, Dagger, Fan, Longsword, you have Hong Sword, you have the Katana just dash out here and avoid every single hit, even tap dodge backwards into the parry for Greatsword. And then now you have to figure out how you're going to want to repossess that fight, because you just lost that.
Yeah, another thing to take in consideration as well, a lot of these players really work their mechanics on quote unquote meta, right? I mean, they're playing a lot of hours on Liam. They're playing a lot of hours on Lonnie, Shayol, every character that we see in the pool that's getting picked up at first. But now, very curious to see who tries to get spiffy with, those little bit lower tier characters. I mean, what do we have? Matari, Valda. What else do you think we'll see?
If we see XY pick out Takeda, I would scratch my head, but I wouldn't be surprised. He would be one of the ones to pick Takeda, but that's just because he's so low on the leaderboard. I'm gonna say it as it is. I'm gonna rip the band-aid off right now. He's so low on the leaderboard. If he wants to play Takeda, he'll be the one that's located out. But for any of the other lowercase options, I think would be case scenario if we see a Wu Chen make its rounds, because we saw Wu Chen back in J Cup for a split second because he deleted Syra, but Syra's not as much of a threat, at least to the notion. But if Wu Chen makes his approach again, that'd be the case scenario. Especially if it's just like I said, off meta pick, it'll definitely be possible.
I don't think we've seen a lot of Kylan, so I think Kylans are going to be snagged up first, right? Kylan would potentially be one of those characters that these players will pick at first. Atari, Valda, obviously, possibly. maybe even as a ping, right? Being into these games, I'll be surprised if I see like a Faria as well. There was a time I think bi-weekly 1 there was a Faria. I think so.
Yeah.
So
we even saw Faria in the J Cup because it was believed to be a counter.
Counter to
that was to Syra as well. I think it was mainly because of Wufang. Wufang brought it out and it's like, okay, here's a wild card pick like Wu Chen, like Spider brought.
Yeah.
And then people are like, oh, maybe he's an option. And Fire Shen could be coming back. Nope. Still gets lobbied.
Hear me out.
Okay, hit me.
What do we think? What do we think about Zai pick?
It's a Kai Bao option. Exclusive to Kai Bao. No one ain't choosing that. Kai Bao played for 1 round in trios and they swapped them off because they wanted to make sure they get on top. Listen, if Zai comes through, that's my boy. The thing that comes out next is, if anything comes through for Zai, its purpose is, like he said, it's a niche pick. He even said it himself, like, I chose Zai because in solos because she's a niche pick that might counter out the Lonnie and the Liams out there. And
Yeah.
for the case scenario, in a Rummy Yang format, absolutely. And that's something that we've also seen from other players like Mike. He took into Rummy Yang twice full until the door map rotation where he was going to Rummy Yang only for the first 2 kills. And then afterwards, he can just snowball out. But that was because the endgame circle kind of revolved around him making that approach. But if a Zai enters into this phase, the option selection is endless. At least for what the players want to kind of work off of what's been used in the past and then what can be used now. And Zai definitely can earn her, prospects inside of Rummy Yang, outside of Rummy Yang. Like I said, Viper, Popple, lock her down,
That's
boys.
it. Yeah.
That's it. And like Ensnared Soul is great and all, but combo breakers can be used to break away from that, and that's it for Zai. Zai doesn't have, like in trios, you can see how much of a devastating effect it comes out. No one's gonna allow you to go for neutral. You seen the flying knives? You seen how fast the flying knives can move from point A to point B, which is LB, RB, back and forth, back and forth. There's nothing that's gonna stop a Zai more than just having that, unless someone decides to disrupt that whole fight possession.
Wait, am I?
What'd you see?
I'm pretty sure Mike has a double pick Liam, right? I don't know if that was a graphical error. I don't think he can double pick. From what we've seen, I just saw 1-1-1-1, but I didn't check if Liam was on there. But I do know that he has. I'm pretty sure he has a double pick Liam. I think I said this earlier and he didn't. So he has potential to play another character twice. We're gonna have to wait and see. I don't know. Like, look at T225 as well. No double picks. So he has free ball right now.
Or it is, but his position ain't. I'll tell you that. We have to see because he's gonna end up in, I think, phase 4.
At the bottom, right?
Yeah, phase 4, phase 3, somewhere in between, right? No. Oh my God, he is at the bottom. Oh my God, he's at the bottom. I forgot he was the bottom of the match point gamers. He's phase 6. GG's.
Yeah.
So,
I'm trying to look at a replay for Mike, because if Mike has free ball, he's second round selection, and he can snag up potentially whoever he feels strongest with, and this has to be the perfect pick. He has to lock it down here. Spider-Verse as well. I think they have double picks already though for Spider and Verse, but all right, let's see it. Our first round selections are going to be coming in now. XY and Star are going to be picking accordingly. For Star, it's going to be Syra. XY now already double click Temmie, so he has to play another character for this game alone, so he can't double pick from whatever he already picked throughout the night. But now locking it in, I have to wait and see who he's gonna go with. He is gonna be choosing up that Justina, and here it is, Mike and Fong. And yeah, it's just straight 1-1-1s for Mike, so he has free ball right now, and he's gonna go with Alani.
perfect.
Fong Tesla, not a surprise. There it is.
I was gonna say, yeah, he's got this in the ball. Yeah, he's smiling. He knew he was choosing. Spider on the Lonnie too. Man, why is this happening? This has happened twice before, man. Listen, Kylan's available for verse. He takes it.
Yeah.
But now Lonnie's banned. That means AS and Arano. We got only so many options right now on the board, and then for Tessa is definitely not going to be the case. It's going to be a Shyle into a Kylan.
Wow.
Shyle's still available for, potentially. I don't know if Edward or Wufang wants to decide upon that. I don't think they have any desire to do it. They could obviously have this chance to pick out those off-meta picks like the Valda. I was about to say it. Excuse me.
Yep.
That's a double pick.
Yep.
That's a double pick.
That's a double pick. Look, that's crazy. Look at that last round selection of Liam. That's insane. But I mean, that's what 8 games does, right?
Yeah.
Double pick Valdes. Honestly, I would have expected, like you mentioned, I would have expected Matari as opposed to the Valdes. Not gonna lie, with just how strong she can be. But I don't know. It's gonna be interesting. You see Mike going into the that Kakashi book. You know what I'm saying? He's trying to get locked in right now after we see game number 8. Locked and loaded, our last and final game of bi-weekly 3 solo finals. Man, this is gonna be a crazy one. This is going to be a nail biter for sure. 9 players are in the threshold. One of the 9, if they take the MVP, will be the winner of this bi-weekly finals. I mean, this can go anybody's way right now. Let's look at the abilities and ultimates. What are you looking at? What you looking at? Tell me. He won.
Edward. Yeah, he's actually right. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. You better switch that out right now. You better switch that out right now, bro. Yeah, you better switch that to V2 because if I see a V, nah, man, nah.
V1?
Stop tripping, bro. Stop. No. There ain't no way. That's a graphical error. It has to be because anything comes out to V1. There's only one goal in mind, and that's grief. That's what Edward's saying.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah, but he top 9.
You know what's weird too is that you know what he could use for V1. Okay, I can see the vision.
Whoa.
The time gator. He's time gating. If he sees a Liam go for proc ultimate, he's just baiting out for time for him having to spam E on the keyboard, which then gives him 2 options. He can still stay on top of that water sphere, right? On top of the you know, for the Valda, like staying on top of there so that he can mitigate any pressure. But that's like a ticking time bomb because once he drops, he's done. It's only a matter of time. Our drops though, that's another point I'm gonna talk about. Everyone's split out here for round 8. We got JL's AS over by the inside of the Sunwings Rush, looking for the Fireflies. So is WZ Arana over by what seems to be the Wooded Haven. And then having the spot into the Noble Cave. Always Edward, WBG's Verse, YTT225, TE's Wufong, ASC's XY all over Lake, Yellow Leaf, SR Spider, Cena, OUG's Mike, and FPX's Star over on towards Crow's Nest, and Frostmas making sure he can get the macro on. This is game 8, folks. This is final game. Double up on a Tuesday. We're looking at this game. Fist bump from the girlfriend. That's the buff he needed. Yep. Double clap from his coach. That's the buff he needed. We're into this game live. My name is Surveyor alongside the creators, and we're looking at this first fight, Mike and Star.
Mike already with half of the white health gone, still going against Star. He's gonna be able to get parry baited there off the Pulsar Storm form. Now does manage to get a common armor swap, is gonna be able to eat up a lot more damage. Mike very low in the situation, trying to cut out the pressure here, but Star not letting go of the gas pedal. He is in 11th place, so his job here is just to grief. As we see here, Mike already being able to pop 1 Vitalia in. He's still trying to cut out the pressure, but Star not letting go of the chase.
And there's still a Firefly to be picked up here from Mike. He can pass by it, and if it's there and it ain't, it looks like it's griefed. It looks like it's cooked. As ASC's XY also getting cooked up by Wufong. Wufong on that V2 Valda, as we mentioned throughout. So this is going to be where he's getting his first elimination. WZ Arana on the V1. And then Jail's AS on that V1 as well for both the Shio to the Kylan. Verse finding a kill against Edward. Edward going down immediately. Flying knives, not a surprise. But then again, seeing Verse pick up this 1 elimination. It's all on the board for 9 players right now to get those +1s. And 3 of them so far are match point gamers to get the first 3 eliminations in this. So for AS, chasing down Arana with 4 grapples in his name, having to see about whether or not Arana will have an ultimate ready once he passes by Noble Cave. It's only the determination once he closes distance.
So what's the mix-up here? He has 2 grapples. If he catches Prio, he has to go for the 1-2-3s, I believe. Overholds for the 1.0. Is going to get the damage towards Arano. He is going to have the health advantage now. Common armor swap here for Arano. Eats up the damage off the R&B focus there from the nunchucks. F caught in for the Kylan. Now the mix-up 1.0, 1.5 there for AS. He's going to go ahead and invest the ultimate as well. And this is the beauty here of the Firefly map. Big damage here in the corner against him. And Arano's going to be forced to pop this ultimate. Gets it right on time. And now the shield blockage. Oh, he weaves it. Stares him in the face like, what's good? He is going to be able to do it again. He's going to be able to weave the second one. And AS now with the advantage, I believe, against Arano. Arano just very low, finds a blue armor swap somehow, somewhere, and now AS ultimate is gone.
This is going to be a spot right now for the shield throw into F1 potentially from AS. Grapple extensions for the LMB. May looking for the hold check. Block extreme comes out. AES look to try to get the parry. He's successful with it. The combo breaker is available though the whole time. AES holding the blue focus horizontal. Might be looking for the vertical 1-2s to the 3-piece. Block extreme again. Dodges that meter jump and goes right back in for the 1-2s. F1 to use offensively. Doesn't get the usage of it. He was looking for a Ronald, looking for the grapple stagger, and that's confirmed uppercut. True as a bumblebee because we're buzzing around with one elimination.
No way! That was a crazy bounce back there from Rondo. Now Spider, Dragon Slayer into the 1.0. Oh, Lonnie ultimate there onto Fawn. Big damage, can restand it as well. Just ball bounces to the back-to-back arm. He focuses. And Spider now with his second elimination of this game. First as well. Ultimate gone here for Spider. Able to cancel it. Saves around 30%. Getting some of that ult rage back as well from picking up that Soul Bloom. Spider now and contesting to take this bi-weekly home. Wu Fong, on the other hand, has 1 eliminations on the board. He's playing Valda for this game. I need to see a player cam on Edward because I'm very curious to see if he's running that V1 in the lobby like this. It's going to be very, very crazy to watch and see how he can come out successful in these fights. Versto, now once again on the Kylan, being able to pick up some more resources here near Sunwing. He is going to start rotating on it. First Roma Yang is going to start happening pretty soon. Mike has not been able to scale it. As soon as I say that, he does manage to get a blue armor off of that alone. Still with Common Fan in hand. Gold Trope still available here in this area. Hoping for a better weapon of choice. Edward Common Armor as well. He is on that V1 Severio. Look at that.
I can't believe this, man. Listen.
What outfit is that? Hold on.
Oh, we don't want to talk about that, bro. Anyway,
wait, what is that?
Wait. Don't worry about it. We got limited skins all across the board. Don't worry. Remember that conversation we had about mobile, how they had awesome skins and everything? I'm waiting for that. CN is on the same boat, but we don't talk about that. We might get that eventually. Maybe in the Paris Pavilion. Maybe. We'll have to see. JL's AS, Cosmetic Games. That's endgame right now for NARAKA. JL's AS still is on the reset value. As our Spider, Purple Armor, Blue Fan. Making sure he can have this movement to use. If XY is right next door, man, he ain't gonna allow you to use that. We have 11,000 Dark Tide coins. Can we talk about that from Spider? Only 2 eliminations. 11,000 Dark Tide coins. It means he can buy a purple weapon right now.
He has Bane too.
Yeah, he has Bane too, but he's not gonna cast it just yet. XY is just kiting around, and he's wanting to buy a purple weapon for real, because he doesn't need armor. There he goes for it. Weapon purchased might be something that we can see later on. He's still deciding upon it. I'm looking at the map right now, so we can see there's another movement to be dropped down into the south towards Celestra. Obviously to the west though, Verse has his Romiang by himself. Spider though contesting at Sunvale Dwelling. Arana could potentially get his over by Servant's Grounds, and even by Lake Yellowleaf Frostfist, making sure he can try to muster that position. Spider gets a purple longsword. I can't believe it. Purple longsword in the shop. It's kind of one of the more premier picks that RNG has blessed him upon the, and for Spider, all he needs to do is to burn out the combo breaker from Star, and then he can start to
Yep, Overhaul is a 2.0. Star kind of back on up. We have a third party there from Mike this time around. Ship parry here from Mike onto Star. Big damage off of his alone. F caught in there for the Syra now on the top side. They're trying to force out that Syra ultimate. Star trying to retreat from the situation. Does manage to do so. I believe Mike and Spider run towards the Roma Yang. Do have Star being able to get a full reset. Yep, and there it is. Scrap off. Mike against Spider. A big fight here between both of these players. We do have a quick little reset there for Spider. Since the LMB focus, big damage. F caught in for the Lonnie now. Mike as well is going to be able to get this Yang pass. Both players are on Lonnie actually. He is going to be able to wait this out and potentially take the Roma Yang. Frostovitz on the other hand against Edward. And this was the Valda pick for Edward on V1. Goes for the double uppercuts. Doesn't get the second one. Aerial R&B there for Frostovitz against Edward. I'm just looking at the skin. I'm sorry. Like, this thing is kind of sick.
Yeah, we might get that. But we do see Frostovitz pop out the Syra ultimate. And this forces Edward in a position where I'm going to look at this V1 very, respectfully. Because obviously Frostovitz has the armor advantage. Even if he burned him out, Edward wouldn't have much to do with it. If he had F1... I don't even know if F1 with the V1 was going to be something he would want to take, because combo breakers, you get Contel, Lonnie, TOD is over. But for Frostfist right now, he is waiting for that last Romiang slot. That's most important right now, especially to see if it's for free, because players can play cautiously. Yeah. We are going to see a swift cut coming out from Arano. Doesn't have any sort of katana on standby, but he does have purple fist blades, purple armor. Cave from the Noble Cave being opened up here. 4 or 5 players actually in the vicinity right now. Spider on his longsword scare rush game. Looking to get his AS here. Looking to see about the burnout here for the combo breaker or the ultimate, and that's going to be the case for AS, making sure he can try to lock into one target. He doesn't go against Spider, but he's thinking about it. Flaming Cage is still up for grabs.
Yeah.
It's been knocked down, so the players have to be mindful about that spacing. XY Cox ultimate to push out this Kylan out of the game. Healing guard burned, and there's going to be AS looking to try to get outside of if he can. Goalie stands not going to come through. Jump LMB to jump LMB. F1 V1 comes in clutch. AS.
Yo.
And that pistol shot, and that's going to be given to Verse, and that's AS going down now.
Oh no. First now, snagging up, I believe, his third elimination of the game. Mike in disguise against Frostivus. Big scrap off. Any of these players can take this bi-weekly home. I'll be proud there for Mike. Does manage to get dazzled, I believe. No, doesn't get fully daggered, but dazzled. But we do have the Flying Knights once again for Frostivus. We do have him now applying the pressure off the pistols. Mike eating up a lot of damage. There goes the shotgun burst once again. Big damage onto Mike. He's gonna be able to catch the prowl. Messes up the uppercut though. That's a rare error there for Mike. Recatches the prowl this time around. The TLD cannot connect. The F was online there for Frostivus, and now he's gonna go ahead and iframe that scare rush with the Cyro ultimate. Now the pressure's on here for Mike.
Yeah, Mike has a goalie stance ready to go here. And you can see Frostivus looking to try to earn himself out. Nice knockback, but Frostivus has to look to close, got the distance against Mike. Doesn't get any sort of dazzle light beam. Look at the heals that came out. 800 in a blink of an eye. And then for Mike, he still has 2 dashes left for the Lani ultimate, bro. Parry like that is an easy TOD. We're looking for the 1.0 because we don't know that Combo Breaker is going to be coming out in just a second. He's going to burn off one Lani ability. He's looking at the scene whether Frostivus is going to burn his Combo Breaker. He did not. He took all that chip damage. And then for Frostivus right now, throws the triple R&B release, making sure that Mike has the greater position. He gets the scare rush position ready to go, and there's going to be the 1 catch R&B. That's all Mike needs right now. 1 shotgun blast comes out, 1 R&B is released, 1 engraving.
Oh,
Frostivus, big upset, man. I felt that because that engraving was revealed in the beginning, and then it revealed itself to you.
Yeah, that's crazy. Very passive, very beautiful plays there from Mike. It's a very close fight there between Frostivus and Mike, though. Now XY eating up a lot of damage here against Spider. All he needs is 1 hit. Being able to stay up there. R&B focuses out. Spider loses a lot of HP. Health is very even. XY, though, currently in last place. It just can be a big upset for the top 9 right now. We do have now a little bit of love tap here from Spider. Full reset between both of these players. Spider can go ahead and retop that white health. XY has not been able to do so thus far. He is going to go ahead and do it on the bottom side of the terrain. Bell hit here for Spider to get the information of that player. Verse is still in the mix. He is dead actually. He's gone. Verse is gone. He got limited with 3. When he get eliminated? Did I miss something?
I missed something. I need a replay. I need a replay stat. Team, where you at? Production team, I need you. Because now it's coming down towards whether or not Spider can come out with 3 eliminations in the lead. Because, look, V2, Wufong catches it. Not going to be the case.
That's crazy.
Spider dies too? Bro, I need to look at these replays now because these are 2 players with 3 eliminations and they both went down. Now we're looking towards continuing this fight over by the Artisan's Grove. Arano up to the point of being able to survive. Wufong down. There's Edward though. Wait, Edward picks the Soul Bloom. Incredible. Incredulous. Might be a 1 LMB situation here. There's a lot of terrain in position for an LMB to uppercut to jump LMB 4, 5, 6 times maybe. But no one's taking advantage of that, especially between both Arano and Edward. V1 though, yo, you know what's crazy? Hey, you know what's crazy? You know what's crazy? Not the skin. What's crazy is that the V1, if he ends up MVP with the V1, optimal? I can't. V1 Tesla though, that's optimal. But this is where Fong can get TOD here from Mike. If Mike desires to go through with the connecting, he does not connect it. He does have this chance right now for the engraving reveal against Fong, which Fong would not be prepared for, especially if he hasn't shown using it right beforehand.
And Fong does this every time, bro. Like he just kites and jump LMBs off of this. Now turning the fight around. Mike now catches the pry off of this alone. Double uppercut. Let's put a postal sword. This is a lot of damage off the gold pole sword. Nearly gets the elimination there. The old misses there for Fong. Doesn't manage to get the last hit there for the elimination. Has the F to stay alive. Now has to kite very low. Mike trying to catch up here on the trail against Fong. It does manage to get a little bit of distance now. T2 survive in the back end. Final hit there for Mike. Is able to snag up the elimination there onto Fong, and that is Fong's game. And this is what we were waiting for. Spider against Verse it was in Sunwing. Scare rush into the final LMB, and this is where XY starts moving on in as well. And XY against Spider this time around. Spider gets caught up off the LMB prile to the uppercut. Jump LMBs, jump LMBs, jump LMBs, jump LMBs, jump LMBs, jump LMBs. XY going stupid out here. He was going insane against Spider into the final R&B. Terrain in his favor, eliminates just 1 because Spider got the elimination onto Verse, eliminates the other player in the threshold, and now in the corner, that's big damage, big carousel in the corner, R&B follow up as well, could go, oh my god, he could extend in that, he had Hepta, did not connect there, and now Star force popped his ultimate.
At the moment that I saw that stagger in that tree line, I knew it was over because XY is one of those. He literally is the montage. He's the Twixter edit.
Yeah.
Bro. He's able to catch everything that you would not normally take for granted. Like you say, it happens 1 in a million, and then he does it. Just like right now, Sap hit off the star, having the imprint, going for the RMB, doesn't catch it. Oh, he gets it again. I can't believe he caught it again. But this is it. Star goes down. XY pick it, bro. Listen, bro. 2 eliminations coming out here. He just eliminated Star. He's not even on match point. And Star, and XY has Justina game to the bars to nothing. Replayed though from the other Rumi Yang, Rana versus Wu Fong. Wu Fong won this Rumi Yang, if I'm not mistaken. So this is going to be a case for the Valda versus Shayo pick. Looking to the RMBs, we're catching those ones. 1-2s packs up, maybe catching another LMB. Of course, why not? Because 2-1's possible. I can't believe it. Double cash LMBs. This is V1, V2 Valda, by the way. Wait, this is the line of C8. You take this one, dog, because I can't.
Double Valda's out. V2 versus V1. Potentially going to see the first V1 here in this game. Edward though being able to get a little bit of damage onto Wufong, but Wufong has the advantage so far. Overholds a 1.0. Big damage comes in off of both players. Proc comes in for Wufong now. Doesn't let loose. Catches the pry off of this alone. 2-on-1 for the extra damage as well. Big damage. The 1-2 follow. V1. He's like, hold on, V1. Said V1? What is that? It doesn't even matter. The follow-up R&B. He had the ult if he needed it. Now we have T225 against Mike.
Now it's gonna be a chance right now for Mike with V1. Oh, wow. V1 coming out from the Liam did not take that one into consideration. Mike goes go ahead though.
Wait.
Pockets himself a little bit of heals. Goalie stance comes out. Nope, not gonna be the case, but Mike gets it right there. He throws it, doesn't hit it. Engraving stagger. Seeing that stone form comes out from T225 is kind of a mustard moment. There's gonna be one R&B, doesn't pick up this close one. Can we pick it up? We can't. We going for slaps instead because we can. And he's looking at the double tap dodge roll. We're looking for the weapons, looking for the pistol. We're looking for something here. Scare Rush jump onto R&B, might be looking for it. Sasa Gecko foot to be revealed as well for T225 because he just climbed that pillar real quick. And then he looks towards the corner. Scare Rush confirms. LMB, I can't believe it. Wow. My man just said he blew out into the mic. I can feel the tension in his shoulders right now because it's the second round. He finds himself in to picking up a wind spout, gold nunnies into a switch dazzle. Better drop that real quick. But the gold armor especially is what's going to be making it for T225. 3 eliminations. Can my boy get a bi-weekly win? Who knows?
And potentially looking good right now. 3 on the board. That's the setup right now. Wufong contesting with 3 as well on the Valda. Edward playing the V1. He cleanses.
He did cleanse.
Yeah, he cleansed.
Replay, please. I need to know what happened. Run that back production. I can't believe he had it on standby the whole time.
Wow. He had one in the back pocket. Yup.
He did die pretty quick though. Yo, he died pretty quick though. I'll be honest. Hands up. I'm caught. And died fast.
Only player in the lobby right now is gonna be Mike with that Yang depletion timer, and this is going to be very hard for Mike to try to stay alive and cleanse his Yang depletion timer. You see him already trying to get aggressive in the situation. XY, new name from XY is Mr. Upset. I'm not gonna lie, he came out here and he Mink. He was just picking up eliminations into that top 9 to make sure they don't take the bi-weekly home. And you see him here still alive moving into this what are we? We're still in mid game. It's zone 3. But XY 2 on the board. Only 5 players remaining here in this game. Currently, Mike does have the most amount of points, but 5th, 6th, and 8 are still alive, and there is going to be an MVP in between those lines, I believe. T225 now is going to be able to get the LMB focus clink there against XY. Cannon shots flying on in there from Wufong. Big damage. XY still applying the pressure onto the Liam. T225 Mike trying to find a perfect opportunity to try to cleanse his Zane depletion timer. It's still doable. XY drops very low in the back end. Pulsar hits there from Mike. That's a gold Pulsar. It's going to be doing a lot of damage that he snagged up in the realm of Yang. XY now needs to be real careful. He's going to use his Justina dashes to create the distance. Edward first one up. Mike grappling all in. Wufong as well. XY trying to use the terrain in his favor, but this could work out perfectly if Mike is able to cleanse here.
No way he kills noise right now.
No. Nah.
Gotta say. All right, F2 Rupture Gale. That's free kill for Wufong due to the burn. Okay, wait, never mind. We did not confirm the Rupture Gale to him, so that means it's Edward's kill. Edward, you better make it happen, bro. 3 kill eliminations for Edward. My man gotta look for that Soul Bloom. He ain't gonna be. Oh, he got it. We're good. We're chilling now. We got 4 players. No Romy depletion. We're chilling. All of us waiting it out. 2 Valdas, 1 Liam, 1 Lonnie. The lobby has been wiped out. Only match point players are left alive. It's a dangerous game right now. We're playing for safety net, but the problem is there's a V1 Valda, bro. Oh my God, I can't. Engraving is built up. Benthic Descent, Fire Arrows target lock from Mike. He's got a lot of opportunities right now just to make his way slowly but surely, looking at bodies because his supplies, they're not looking too hot. And then looking at Wufong, hype the detach. He picked that up off of XY, Sap Jade, Advanced Heal, Tune, the most stacked player in the game probably. Ruptured Gale over as well, just to chip away at health bars little by little. Maybe not going for the max repair chest in his inventory, but he definitely is making survivability his name of the game. Edward with his Wind Spout, having a Cloud Weaver, having a Hep the detach as well. Fire Target Lock, Twin Shot, Sunwing Shot. Nothing really kind of going off on what he can use. None of the Jades that I said, except for the Cloud Weaver to be built up. Seen an Engraving, seen a Ruptured Gill Orb, seen a Assassin's Lunge, having an Overlord, Tai Chi Fan, and advancing on TT5 though. This is another thing to mention. The motive right now, don't start, don't say anything unless you want to get hit, Yeah, if you want to start it off, you got to expect to get hit back, and that's just going to be the case where the whole lobby looks at you at that time.
I'm thinking there's 2 Valdas in the field, right? I mean, game 8, all these players able to take the MVP to win the bi-weekly. We still have the handshake meta right there. You see, right? Edward and Wufong just running past each other. Mike and TT5 got to get one of these out. They're not getting aggressive against each other. I know there are going to be contesting the Spirit Well, but how far is this going to go, right? Like, are you going to take a chance and play the handshake meta and just potentially just be like, they're not going to handshake, right? We're all top 9. We can't do it, but I mean, they're doing it. So this is rough right now for Mike and TT5. You do not want any of these Valdas to stay up. Edward has no armor, I believe. Stashed one, or yep, he stashed one. He's gonna go ahead and snag up the purple armor now. Yeah, that's crazy, right? You having free will like that, top 8, all these players top 4 for this game, being able to take the bi-weekly home, running around with no armor. Hey, I don't know. My eyes, that should have been aggression right there.
That should have been like armor check, like auto aim,
lock key,
like lock key, yeah. And then see, all right, wait, no armor, R&B, easy.
Yeah. I don't know. This is crazy. Like I said, right there, that's a perfect opportunity that the remainder of this lobby needed. You have to keep in mind, any of these players, I mean, it's 2-3-3-3. Like, everybody's so close to be the MVP right now. One of these 4 players in this game are going to be the winners of this bi-weekly. And now the aggression has started between the whole lobby. Spirit Well contestant. Edward drops very low here in the situation. Mike backs on up to get a full reset in. T225 in the center of the Spirit Well to collect this. And whoever does is going to be able to come out victorious, I believe. Nutchuck Proc comes in there from Wufong. Big parry from T225 against Edward. And now Wufong trying to scatter on out. The Valdas are eating up a lot of damage in this situation. Mike the first one on the scene against Wufong. And now we're going to have to wait and see how this engagement goes.
This is going to be a Valda ultimate investment. It has to be from Wufong right now, because right now the lobby's going to be looking at him. There's the proc. There's the Liam V1 from T225 is now revealed to Mike, who cancels his ultimate to conserve that rage. And then for Wufong to look for the RBs, he had to try to tag away from this. If he can get the RB, to the face of T225. T225, we know is V1. Guaranteed. And he still has it available. And he just goes ahead and zones off. And then the Wufong last water spear gets double tap dodge into the vicinity. And there's going to be the crossbow shots. There's going to be the cannon shots. Everything is out for the lobby right now to kill him off here. And there's Mike with a scare rush with the pulse sword and the natural play of the motion. Something that's a classic, really. And then for Edward to use those common fist plays just for the Cloud Weaver alone, just to make sure they instill fear on the position. It's still to the case that Lonnie, as well as the other, with the Liam, with T225, is that he can just make this a problem for Wufong as he is in the corner, and he knows he needs to heal as much as he would like to. It's still going to be caught with a burn.
Yeah, and we see it now. He's trying to rotate on out. Edward in the back end has Cloud Weaver there with a fist place. It's just common, though. It's not going to be a lot of damage off of that alone. Wufong drops nearly all that gold armor. T225 full looking here onto Wufong, as well as Mike. Mike first one on the scene. Mike's about to get that ult back. Wufong not even close. 41% for the ultimate, but they're already enraged. Gotta be careful on the Bane. It does clip onto Wufong, and Mike, you gotta be real careful in this situation. Both players are gonna be taking this quick little reset in. Now the Bane is going to be still in their proximity. They are going to be dropping down of this terrain. Edward drops very low in the backside. T225 with the advantage against Edward. B1 called in here for Edward. Can hold him in the zone. No, it's not taking zone health there. He's still being fully healthy. Uses the F to avoid the pressure of that ultimate, and now the F1 or the B1 called in there for T225 in the back end. T225 picks up the elimination, and his ult is pretty much gone now. He does not have any more charges left. Last Valda up is going to be Wufong, and I mean, hey, you said it. I'm not gonna say it because we're gonna have to wait and see. I don't want to cast a curse anybody, but Wufong now getting aggressive by T225.
Now here's the problem though. Wufong getting cornered off by Golden Nunnies, and that's such a mind-game weapon. You can't do anything about that. He knocks him away. He buys him in 2.7 seconds to be exact. But Mike wants to take this aggression. The side hit comes off. The F combo breaking from Mike comes out. Double R&B. Oh, we're doing it. Double blue focus. There it is. Mike can catch him for the 1-2s. Wufong looking for the 3-piece with that R&B. Maybe going right back into it, and he is aggressing. Oh, the mind game into the meter dump. Burns out a little bit of that meter for TT5, but he has that Dragon War. Nice sap coming out here. A little bit of that Southern accent coming out for a moment. R&B uppercut, sheet swap, perfect. R&B, jump R&B, there we go. We look for the second chance here for another LMB. One to the LMB, crouch LMB. We see the V1, the escape pattern, right? Wufong throws it, he launches it. I'm not even sure TT5 got caught, but then again, what is Mike doing? Mike, you know this target has no HP. Active ultimate. Wufong still has the spotlight, but this is definitely going to be a motion to get the kill leader at the lobby, whether you know it or not.
Yeah, right there, Mike had to pressure the Liam there in that situation, especially with 4 kills on the board. T225. Mike needs to try to get the elimination onto Wufong and also take out. No, I think he still wins if he does last one standing with potentially 3. He has 2. So I think he has to snag up 1 master chip parry there from Wufong onto Mike. I mean, he's parrying everything, and he has sap, so he's getting the health back off it out alone. T225 though, back in the mix here against Wufong. Wufong, quarter white hell left. Who's gonna be able to snag out this elimination between Mike and T225? Overholds, gets the damage. Mike now with a kill. Lonnie ultimate called in here from Mike. No ult there. LB Pro there from Mike. And now that last fight doesn't catch the first ball throw here from Mike. It's gonna be able to try to find a scare rusher onto T225. No damages yet. He's playing the terrain perfectly. T225 wants to win this one home. Needs to try to counter the situation. Recatches there inside the zone, and Mike can do it here. Swipes into the pulse sword. Doesn't recatch the third ball though, and now the kite is on here for T225, and the ult is about to come online here for T225. Not your meter connects here onto Mike. He's still trying to catch the elimination here. The F is on cooldown. It can go anybody's way, and LB Focus connects up to T225. Mike now with the health is even between both players. Ultimate out here for the Liam. First one connects there. LB Paro weaves the second one around. The Cypher connects there for the Liam. One shot. Mike now in a dream, trying to find a common armor swap. Does manage to do so since the LB Focus doesn't connect. The LB Focus connects. The F on cooldown. The final R&B, and T225 is going to be our Biweekly 3 final winner.
Get it. We earned it, and we earned it big time.
Hey. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. We'll let this ceremony.
让我们恭喜2025 NBPL 第3双周单排周决冠军，他属于 YCG T225， 有请
T225 ，Welcome！
哇！ 战至终章，鏖战至第8局。今天赛场上的每一位选手都拼尽了全力，为我们送上了精彩的博弈。不过同样，还是要恭喜一下 YCG 战队 T225选手斩获这次的周决冠军。在获得周决冠军，此时此刻最想对支持你的粉丝们说什么呢？
I would like to know what you want to say to your fans.
不负众望，可以看见现在的225已经变得是进化了，并且更加沉稳了。那么今天啊，其实赛场上每一位选手啊，都是拼尽了全力。同样也评价一下你的这些同场竞技的对手们吧。
Your opponent, everyone just working really hard. What do you want to say to them? I would like
可以
to
看
say
见我们的卡教也来到了我们的台上。那么其实，在我们等待冠军卷轴之前的话，问一下卡教吧。卡教，今年的 YCG 啊，真的是 赢麻了，目前是冠军拿的特别多。谈一下今年队伍的一些感受和自己的感想吧。
Like this year for YCG, not only the solo game but also Trolls game, like you get every championship. What do you want to say? I think just so we don't want to give up
那么同样的话，
any
也
chance
请
to
我
get
们
the
的工作人员送上我们本周的冠军卷轴以及我们的烛龙印章，有请我们的单排冠军 T225去盖上属于他的冠军烛龙印。 我相信啊，今天的比赛，每一位同场竞技的 Nbpl 的晋级到周决的选手，都是值得所有玩家朋友们的鼓励的。同样，那最终赢家只有一位，那就是 YCG T225。来，有请我们的225去挂上属于你的冠军卷轴。同样，来到我们的烛龙印前，拿起你的
Okay,
冠
now
军
it's
烛龙
time
印
you
对着我们的
can
镜头展
show
示一
the
下。
seal and your logo to the camera.
请盖上你的冠军烛龙印。
Now stamp your name.
好，请归还烛龙印。那有请卡酱和225一起来到我们的冠军卷轴前。来，话
Okay,
筒先给到我。
welcome
是
our
二位
coach
先
and
一起看
players
一下前方，
together.
让我们用
And
镜
now
头
it's
记录下这
time
值
to
得纪念的时刻，
memory
让我们恭喜
this
本周
memorable
单
time.
排周决
So
冠
let's
军
congratulations
YCG 战队
again our biweekly final
T25。
championship T225.
哇，刚才其实2位也一直在提到这个新的这个外套，新的这个队服。
Yeah, we
这个
know
队
that
服给
you
队伍
guys
已经
just
带来了
talked
很多的
about
一些
the
好运
new
了。谈一下
clothes
自
for
己对
your
这个
team.
队服的感受。
And we
也没有给我
talked
带
a
来好运。
lot about
但是
you
话筒给
and
到卡
what
酱
you want
这
to
是什么
say
情
to
况
the
啊？
team.
他今天前
I
前
think
8
it's
局
really
前7局
前7局
前7局落地就没
And
见过
what
紫色的
about
东西，
哦，
全是蓝的。
所以
You know, so
所以
from the, like,
积攒
game
到最
1
后
to
获
game
得了一
3,
场这个好
half
局。
of
那么也
the
谈一下吧，
matches
其实这个赛
today
季的
didn't
225
see
啊，
anything
感觉他最大的蜕变
in
是什么？
purple, you know,
Uh,
whatever weapon
就主要
or
是第一
like the
周没
armor.
进周决之后知道痛了，他知道什么
Really
是
not
输的
lucky
感
today
觉。
at
就
first,
以前
but
不管怎么
I
打，
think
就多大的比
finally
赛
we did，it.
其实
And
其实
also,
他是
you
没有
know,
真正认为
this,
自己输过的。
you know, this
只有
season,
这个赛季第
the
一双
first
周没有进周决之后，他
biweekly
终于知道
finals
输是什么
didn't
感觉
qualify
了
for。
他觉得很痛，
And,
然后
I
很知道
think
自己
he
该往哪个
really
方向努力。
so
这
sad
么痛的
about
礼
this
物啊，那
because
这个
in the
3排有没有
past
对他
few
有一点
years,
小痛啊？
from
激励了
after
他
he just
有
joined
一部分
the
原因嘛，
NBPL,
3排
didn't
站在舞台上
feel
的时候，
the
其实
feeling
他是有点
of
酸的，
failure.
他稍
But
稍有点
this
酸。
is
来，我
the
们接下来
first
要问一下
time
225了，
feel the
这个
fear.
酸
And
味儿
also
在这周
because
会不
our
会有
Trolls
所
game,
去掉
our
酸转
Trolls
酸转甜了
Trolls
呢？
teammate get the championship and for
已经
game.
甜了，会不会后面有更好的一个甜等待着你？
后面我就酸死3排。
And
酸死3排的，哎 ，YZG 现在已经进入到了一个酸甜时代。那么同样的话，明天啊也是会非常好看的我们第3双周的3排的一个周决2连。
And also, we would like to
在酸的
know
同时，
because
有
we
没有话
know
对着镜头前
YZG,
可能
you
正在
guys
收看我
already
们
get the
颁奖的
2
3排的队友
biweekly
们说的。
final championship
帮
of
他
the
们4
Trolls
连周
game.
冠。
Tomorrow is the
哇，这个也太
next
厉害了
chance.
！YZG 现
What
在
you
是
want
非
to
常
say
和谐
to
的，那么
them?
也同样希望每一
I
个
would
战
like
队
to
在
wish them
NBPL 都
get
可
the
以打出自
championship
己的真正
tomorrow.
实力，和谐
Wow,
共
you
赢，
know
让我们
YZG,
取
you
得
guys
更好的成
really
绩。再次
excellent,
恭
and
喜
we're really looking
YZG
forward
战
to
队
your
T25
performance
再次
tomorrow.
斩获
And
周决冠
we
军。
would like to say congratulations again, T225, our 3rd biweekly final championship of solo game.
And an amazing end coming through here for T25, finally catching himself a win. You know, Mambo getting the dubs that is necessary, especially coming through here across a field of 9 match point players total to make it out on top, especially against his peers like Mike and Spider, who have been with him in terms of the growth of passing, you know, inside of the, you know, the limelight. He himself as well has that. For him, and it's going for him well this week because he earned that MVP. 8 rounds, made it happen, playing V1 Liam, right? Something that's a surprise. I think anyone that saw that skill wasn't expecting it, but one thing was certain is that the moment that he kind of locked in towards Mike the end there, it worked in his benefit wholeheartedly. Even if Mike even diced away from it, he still locked in he locked in a position where even if he was going to be using V2 for the remainder of that match, at the end of the day, it was what came through, and that's the win at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, so much to talk about right now. First things first, XY, Mr. Upset from now on, in my eyes, really stopped a lot of the success of these players in that top 9 off the rip. Just being that guy, you know, being able to stop anybody from, you know, getting their momentum going there. But yeah, T225 finally doing it. It's been a long time watching T225 being so close once again to the finish line and not being able to touch it, but today he is able to do it, taking the biweekly 3 home for himself and YZG. A beautiful sight there for all the T225 fans. yeah, just quick breakdown on that last fight against Mike. Mike had the upper hand. He had the ult online as well. Not sure. I would have gone towards the Liam's way. I mean, obviously they don't know how many kills he has, but he burned everything, right? From that situation, he burned everything he had, and then the Liam was able to retreat off and come and take a full reset, which was T225. But that didn't matter in Mike's eyes. He went straight for the ball. That he wasn't trying to fight potentially the old shield if it did go towards that last fight. But just that beautiful plays there from T225 against Mike at the end, final moments, playing that rock terrain there to not let Mike get any value off of that Lonnie ult. Just, you know, that was insane for him right there, being able to play the terrain in his favor and quickly realizing what was the best positioning for him to go against that Lonnie ult there. Even though he gets clipped in the zone, it didn't really do enough damage to him for him to even get eliminated there. And you did see Mike there swap on over to the post sword to get that big Gooba hit there off the post sword alone. But it was just perfect NARAKA there from T225. It was just insane to watch him quickly adjusted to the situation there, knowing where to play off the Lonnie ult. And I mean, it paid off for him right there.
Yeah, it did. And I think coming off of that end was that using his corners to his advantage, at least in the most aspect, was Artisan's growth was a main stage. At least majority of the fights that ended up happening there, that's where we ended. And that's where we see T25 taking 9 points for that first place position. Mike taking into second place with the 5 points. Tease Wupong with 4.5 in third, as well as Edward with 4.5. 3 points for Spider versus an XY. Having Star with 2 points, 1.5 for Arano, and 0.5 for Fong Frostbus, with AS taking O for nothing. But I mean, like Mr. Upset, XY. Yeah. Having Justina as a pocket pick that worked so, it's not even the circumstances that occurred to him that made it so he used the benefit. It was just who he was going up against that disrupted the whole flow.
Yeah,
especially because Spider having 3 eliminations and being dilapidated before making it to a placement point to be earned. That's just the name of the game. There's like these highlight reels and replays brought to you by China Unicom. Gamers United. CA, take it away.
There it is. AS against Arana. Doing a good job kiting, catches the aerial into the grapple LMB, raw uppercut to the 2-1-1. That was disgusting there from Miranda, by the way. He had every odds thrown behind his back, and he still managed to come on top there in the situation, which is insane there from Miranda. LMB proud here for Wufong. Manages to go for the 1.0 off the R&B there from the Nunchucks. Arana gets recaught, didn't even have time to pop that ultimate, and that purple rarity Nunchucks there, giving him the elimination. Just an upset XY here, catches fire onto Spider. This was it, jump LMBs. This was just disgusting here from XY. Just full juggle down the cliff, terrain, R&B into the jump LMB. There was a final R&B there for elimination there for XY. It was just beautiful there from XY. T225 against Mike and Rama Yang. This was a close fight between both of these players. Gets the parry, have to avoid that damage. He picks up the gold poster there from T225 hand. Nearly gets slapped there, but the last hit there, I can't believe Mike committed to the heal there. That was insane. You see the breath of fresh air there from T225. This was the last scrap off of game number 8 with one T225's bi-weekly 3. The F there from the V1. Mike tries to retreat here in the situation. Common armor swap. He nearly got parried there. He landed on top of his head, so the element went backwards into the 1-2 finisher there off the goal Nunchucks. And YZG's T225 is going to be our bi-weekly 3 winner in our overall standings here for the matches. I mean, this was an insane bi-weekly final here, Surveyor, with how close it was.
Yeah, 2 8-game day bi-weekly finals this season between week 1 and now week 3. Both of us actually here too for it, put a nickel twice. But another thing to note is that once we enter week 4, that is the final week that players are able to pick up ranking points.
Yes.
And I wanted to see the overall ranking points. I've been curious about calculating that, but I was like, let me wait until week 3 ends, because having to make it to finals is obstacle number 1. The second part that comes out to it is that when you enter finals, you also put yourself in a spot of being able to earn out those ranking points that could potentially boost you outs into grand finals. Because if you don't, what happens is that you have to slot into the last chance qualifiers. T225 starting out this MVP with that 9, the big 9, right? But 33.8 points earned out overall. 9 ranking points was awarded to him. Second place with Mike, it gets 8. Spider with 7 and third. Then we break it to increments of 5 or 0.5, and that's where we can keep going further and further. But this week, looking at the stats overall, Mike on top, of course, not the most kills. Spider has 24 kills. But definitely the most damage, 78,000. That's crazy. 19,000 damage difference between him and TG5. If we want to get technical, it's a 19,118 damage difference, and that's just like, ouch. It's ouchville, because we've seen how Mike was able to kind of come through with Lonnie, but also like how devastating his Akko's gameplay was. So for him to kind of work into this Akko's gameplay of with the amount of damage that comes through with it, his lines also come out to peak value, especially when season 16 comes into patch. And this is the graphic. We love to see it. Super TG5 gonna have it. His MVP gonna have that no smirk, but he does have those fingers locked in and loaded.
Man, so much to it, right? I'm very curious to see when we're gonna get this patch that we have now in the game, where these players are gonna be dropping in with common armor. That is a big game changer. Even though it's just common armor, I mean, that can turn the fight very quickly. So having everybody in an open, fair playing field, so you're pretty much just scattering for armor swaps and or armor upgrades off drop, it's gonna be a big difference in these matches as well. I see more aggression off of that. But yeah, damage doesn't win you games, kills do. But even though he had nearly 80,000 damage, he had 21 kills. Verse was in 7th with 24 kills, and he had like 50,000 damage. So he was playing third party central beautifully there for Verse. I mean, he had his ones as well that he was winning throughout, but Verse had a very good bi-weekly. Top 9 had a very good bi-weekly throughout the whole day. It was just an insane watch to see these players go at it, always going down to the wire for all these players to try to snag up that chip. And the one to take it away this bi-weekly is T225. Everybody who's a Tarka fan, Tarka's rework is in the
that's right. Gotta shout it out. Like, I'm frozen in place because I'm looking at Tarka's rework. I'm frozen in place. I'm looking at that rework, bro. I'm thinking about it. I'm dreaming about it. I'm all up in it right now. No, but the thing is that it really comes to the notion about the new server, right? Because one thing is for certain, we have ourselves to understand that with Tarka, at least to being, not just the character of everyone that everyone loves and enjoys, but it's also the Tarka that everyone can consider as being one of the more top-picked characters. Obviously, having him in mind, it's also to note, okay, what about the other guys? What about the other characters? These off-meta picks, these selection processes of when it comes to being optimal or an unoptimal after a certain point. Like Kylan changes. If he ends up getting more changes, we gotta see. Oh my goodness, this is the ranking point system I was talking about. Yeah. All right, so middle 6 comes out here. 16 for Arano, at 13 for XY, A-Shot with 11, with 10.5 for Star, Fong with 7.5, and 7 for Chishang. So far, I'm looking at top 6 though. Who's in there? Because right now in top 6, it most like, I don't think
Verse.
Yeah, I mean
Edward.
That's a game. Okay. Who else? Who was it?
Not sure. Where it at? There it is. Spider.
17. Spider does have first place overall.
1.5. Wow.
Cooking, bro.
Yeah, this is what you're asking for, right?
Yep. This is the thing that kind of makes me know to make into notion that even with Spider making it to first, right? Those top 6, that's the bar. You have to be in top 6 and not have to play in last chance qualifiers. So last chance qualifiers is only one day. 1 day of making things happen. If you end up having to earn the top 6, or if you don't, then you only have that 1 day with the 6 rounds, the 6 rounds that you have to play, and then that's like the final. That's the finality of that all.
So how does this work? Does it give out the points in the bi-weekly finals, or do you get it throughout the qualifiers as well?
You get it for the proposed point, or for those ranking points. That's only for the bi-weekly finals. You have to make the finals. That's the only way. That's the only way you're gonna be able to come out on top in terms of catching ranking points. Otherwise, you don't earn any ranking points whatsoever. So for the players, that's the motion. But we do have to mention trios because I love trios. I love trios. We have a lot of things to talk about for trios. Map rotation gets thrown out and throws into a blender, and it gets randomized. I think things to be mentioned about that, because obviously when it comes to trios, chaos ensues. And when chaos begins to go crazy, like my camera, things make things very, very, very dangerous for the last chance for this Biweek 3, because we're entering into the season patch. We saw how strong Flying Eyes were in trios by both YZG as well as GG coming into day 2 for playing, and having those two teams kind of battling it out, duking it out. It's really a difficult option in terms of what to use in a weapon between how do you say, what's the most optimal combination, and why isn't it Flying Knives, and why is it in your inventory, even if it's common rarity that build up.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't really watched the trios since that day I casted it. Is the Flying Knives also very strong for trio setup?
Oh man, bro. They bought both the Moonshard Storms, and then they go crazy with it. But even without it, they just shotgun blast back and forth. You gotta think about that, right? 2 shotgun blasts for free, just like
so much damage.
That's it. And it's omnidirectional, so if a staff R&B happens and anything like that, they just throw it at any direction and they'd be able to catch that. So that's something that comes out the trios. That's something that comes to the notion of where that weapon is at its peak, but also for the solos. We do have to call it quits though, guys. It is a heck of a run today. 8 round games. And my name is Severio. I'm alongside our creatives. I'm frozen in place. We out here, we outside, and we're gonna see you guys and have a wonderful night and have a good day. See you later. Take it easy.
赢得更远。